The nature of personal reality. Specific, practical techniques for solving everyday problems and enriching the life you know. By Jane Roberts and Seth. Introduction by Jane Roberts. I am proud to publish this book under my own name, though I don't fully understand the mechanics of its production or the nature of the personality I assume in delivering it. I had no conscious work to do on the book at all. I simply went into trance twice a week, spoke in a quote-unquote mediumistic capacity for Seth, or as Seth, and dictated the words to my husband, Robert Butts, who wrote them down. I consider the book quote-unquote mine, in that I don't believe it could have been written without me and my particular abilities. On the other hand, I realized that far more is involved. I had to read the manuscript to find out what was in it, for example, and to that extent, the book doesn't seem mine. But what does that mean? My idea briefly is this. Our usual orientation is focused pretty exclusively in what we think of as the quote-unquote real world, but there are many realities. By shifting our consciousness, we can glimpse these alternate realities, and all of them are the appearance that reality takes under certain conditions. I don't believe that we can necessarily describe one in terms of another. For years I've been confused, trying to define Seth in the usual true and false world of facts. There, he's accepted as an independent spirit, a spirit guide by those with spiritualistic beliefs, or as some displaced portion of my own personality by the scientific community. I couldn't accept either idea, at least not in undiluted form. If I said, "Look, people, I don't think Seth is a spirit in the way you mean," then this was interpreted as an acknowledgement that Seth was only a portion of my personality. Some people thought that I was trying to put Seth down, or deny them the aid of a super being when at last they thought they'd found one. Actually, I think that the selves we know in normal life are only the three-dimensional actualizations of other source selves from which we receive our energy and life. Their reality can't be contained in the framework of our creaturehood, though it is being constantly translated through our present individuality. The quote-unquote spirit guide designation may be a handy symbolic representation of this idea, and I'm not saying that spirit guides do not exist. I am saying that the idea deserves greater examination, for the spirit guide may represent something far different than we think. The idea can also be limiting if it always places revelatory knowledge outside of us and tries to make literal some extraordinary phenomena that may be beyond such interpretation. While I was trying to define Seth that way and questioning whether or not he was a spirit guide, I was closed off to some extent from his greater reality, which exists in terms of vast imaginative and creative power that is bigger than the world of facts and can't be contained in it. Seth's personality is quite observable in our sessions, for example, but the source of that personality isn't. For that matter, the origin of any personality is mysterious and not apparent in the objective world. My job is to enlarge the dimensions of that world and people's concepts of it. Seth's books may be the product of another dimensional aspect of my own consciousness, not focused in this reality, plus something else that is untranslatable in our terms, with Seth a great psychic creation, more real than any quote-unquote fact. His existence may simply lie in a different order of events than the one we're used to. I'm not saying that we shouldn't apply what we learn to the ordinary world. Certainly I'm trying to do that, and Seth wrote this book to help people deal more effectively with their daily lives. I am insisting that we must be very careful about making literal interpretations, lest we limit a multidimensional phenomenon by tying it down to a three-dimensional fact system. Intuitively and emotionally, we often understand more than we intellectually realize. Trying to define revelatory knowledge, or a Seth, in terms of our limited ideas about human personality, is like trying to translate, say, a rose to the number 3, or trying to explain one in terms of the other. The funny thing is that a personality not focused in our reality can help people live in that world more effectively and joyfully by showing them that other realities also exist. In this book, Seth is saying that you can change your experience by altering your beliefs about yourself and physical existence. To me, the Seth material is no longer a continuing manuscript of fascinating theories to be carefully judged against reality. In a strange way, it has come alive. The concepts within it live. I experience them, and because of this, my personal reality has expanded. I've begun to glimpse the greater inner dimensions from which our usual lives emerge, and to familiarize myself with other alternate methods of perception that can be used not only to see other quote-unquote worlds, but to help us deal more effectively with this one. While Seth was producing this book, my own life was immeasurably enriched in unforeseen ways. Frequent psychedelic-type experiences paralleled Seth's dictated material, and my own creative and psychic abilities developed into some entirely new areas. Just before Seth began The Nature of Personal Reality, a Seth book, for instance, I found myself embarked on a new venture I called the Sumari development. Sumari refers to a quote-unquote family of consciousnesses who share certain overall characteristics. There is a language involved that isn't a language in usual terms. I think that it operates as a psychological and psychic framework that frees me from normal verbal reference, letting me express and communicate inner feelings and data that lie just beneath formalized word patterns. The Sumari development constantly expanded as Seth produced this book. Now, various altered states of consciousness are involved. In one, I write Sumari poetry, and in another, I translate what I've written. At a different level, I sing Sumari songs, showing musical knowledge and accomplishment far beyond my normal talents or background. The songs can also be translated, but they communicate emotionally, whether or not the words are understood. In yet another state of consciousness, material is received that is supposed to represent remnants of ancient speaker manuscripts. These are also translated later. Seth defines the speakers as teachers, both physical and non-physical, who constantly interpret and communicate inner knowledge through the ages. My husband has also written Sumari, but I have to translate it for him. As Seth continued dictating The Nature of Personal Reality, I wrote a complete poetry manuscript, Dialogues of the Soul and Mortal Self in Time, in which I worked out many of my own beliefs as per suggestions Seth was giving in this book. This led to another group of poems, The Speakers. To me, this all means that there is a rich vein of creativity and knowledge available to each according to his abilities, just beneath the surface of usual consciousness. I believe that it is a part of our human heritage, accessible to some extent to any person who explores the inner dimensions of the mind. Dialogues of the Soul and Mortal Self in Time, The Speakers, and some Sumari poetry are being combined into a book that will be published soon by Prentice Hall. I consider it a companion book to this one. It shows what was happening in my personal reality while Seth was writing his book on the subject, and reveals how the creative impetus splashes out into all areas of the personality. Seth often refers to the poems and to the experiences that initiated them. Many of those events occurred as I tried to understand the relationship between his world and mine, and the connection between inner and outer experience. But beside this, as Seth was dictating this present book, I also found myself writing a novel, The Education of Oversoul 7, which was produced more or less automatically. Oversoul 7, the main character, achieved his own kind of reality. I'd say mentally, "Okay, 7, let's have the next chapter." And there it was as quickly as I could write it down. Portions of the book also came in the dream state. I know that 7 and his teacher, Cypress, exist in certain terms, yet their reality can't be explained either in the usual fact world. For example, the novel included many Sumari poems and portions of speaker manuscripts, and when I sing Sumari, I identify with Cypress, who is supposed to be a fictional character. I could also tune into 7 for help with personal challenges I discovered. I love to go full blast ahead, using my abilities as freely as possible. Yet quite as strongly, I'm often scandalized intellectually by some of the events that intuitively intrigue me, or by the interpretations placed upon them. It does no good to pretend otherwise, and I think there's a good reason for this sometimes uneasy blend of intuition and intellect. I'm learning that both elements are important in my work and in Seth's, and perhaps my own refusal to accept pat answers leads me to search so intensely, and is responsible to some degree for my quote-unquote bringing in a Seth instead of a Mad Hatter. The Sumari development, along with the experiences connected with the education of Oversoul 7 and the nature of personal reality, brought up so many questions that I was forced to seek a larger framework in which to understand what was happening. As a result, I'm working on a book called Aspect Psychology, which I hope will present a theory of personality large enough to contain man's psychic nature and activities. Seth refers to aspects, as we call it, in this present book, and it should be published sometime in 1975. In the meantime, all I can say is this. We live in a world of physical facts, but these spring from a deeper realm of creativity, and in a real sense, facts are fictions that spring alive in our experience. All facts. Seth, then, is as much a fact as I am or you are, and in a strange way he straddles both worlds. I hope that aspects will also span the world of facts and the rich inner realities from which they come, for our experience includes each. The nature of personal reality not only enriched my creative life, but challenged my ideas and beliefs. I agree wholeheartedly with the concepts Seth presents here, while realizing that they run counter to many accepted religious, social, and scientific dogmas. Certainly this book is an answer to all those who have written for help in applying Seth's ideas to ordinary living, and I am certain that it will assist many people in dealing with the varied events and problems of daily life. Seth's main idea is that we create our personal reality through our conscious beliefs about ourselves, others, and the world. Following this is the concept that the quote-unquote point of power is in the present, not in the past of this life or any other. He stresses the individual's capacity for conscious action, and provides excellent exercises designed to show each person how to apply these theories to any life situation. The message is plain. We are not at the mercy of the subconscious or helpless before forces that we cannot understand. The conscious mind directs unconscious activity, and has at its command all of the powers of the inner self. These are activated according to our ideas about reality. We are gods couched in creaturehood, Seth says, given the ability to form our experience as our thoughts and feelings become actualized. Seth first mentioned the nature of personal reality in session 608, April 5, 1972, only shortly after Rob and I had finished reading proofs for his previous book, Seth Speaks, The Eternal Validity of the Soul. He actually began dictation on April 10, 1972, but our personal reality was suddenly disturbed when we were caught in the flood caused by Tropical Storm Agnes. As a result, as you'll see in Rob's notes, further work on the book was delayed for some time. Seth often uses episodes from our lives as specific examples of larger issues, and our experiences with the flood served as a starting point for his discussions of personal beliefs and disasters. In several other instances, he also used our life situation as his source material, an intriguing turnabout. Since the early days of our sessions, which began in late 1963, Seth has consistently called me Rupert and Rob Joseph, saying that these names refer to the greater selves from which our present identities spring. He continues that practice in this book. As usual, Rob methodically records each session in his own version of shorthand and then types it. This is much easier and faster than taping each session, replaying it, and then typing. Periodically, Rob notes the passage of time to show how long it takes Seth to get through a particular passage. Seth himself dictates the words to be underlined or put in quotes or parentheses. Often he indicates the placement of colons and other punctuations as well. This book should help each reader understand the nature of private experience and use that knowledge to make daily living more creative and enjoyable. Jane Roberts, Elmira, New York, November 6th, 1973. Preface by Seth. The Manufacture of Personal Reality. Experience is the product of the mind, the spirit, conscious thoughts and feelings, and unconscious thoughts and feelings. These together form the reality that you know. You are hardly at the mercy of a reality, therefore, that exists apart from you or is thrust upon you. You are so intimately connected with the physical events composing your life experience that often you cannot distinguish between the seemingly material occurrences and the thoughts, expectations, and desires that gave birth to them. If there are strongly negative characteristics present in your most intimate thoughts, if these actually form bars between you and a more full life, still you often look through the bars, not seeing them. Until they are recognized, they are impediments. Even obstacles have a reason for being. If they are your own, then it is up to you to recognize them and discover the circumstances behind their existence. Your conscious thoughts can be great clues in uncovering such obstructions. You are not nearly as familiar with your own thoughts as you may imagine. They can escape from you like water through your fingers, carrying with them vital nutrients that spread across the landscape of your psyche, and all too often carrying sludge and mud that clog up the channels of experience and creativity. An examination of your conscious thoughts will tell you much about the state of your inner mind, your intentions and expectations, and will often lead you to a direct confrontation with challenges and problems. Your thoughts, studied, will let you see where you are going. They point clearly to the nature of physical events. What exists physically exists first in thought and feeling. There is no other rule. You have the conscious mind for a good reason. You are not at the mercy of unconscious drives unless you consciously acquiesce to them. Your present feelings and expectations can always be used to check your progress. If you do not like your experience, then you must change the nature of your conscious thoughts and expectations. You must alter the kinds of messages that you are sending through your thoughts to your own body, to friends and associates. Each thought has a result in your terms. The same kind of thought, habitually repeated, will seem to have a more or less permanent effect. If you like the effect, then you seldom examine the thought. If you find yourself assailed by physical difficulties, however, you begin to wonder what is wrong. Sometimes you blame others, your own background, or a previous life, if you accept reincarnation. You may hold God or the devil responsible, or you may simply say, that is life, and accept the negative experience as a necessary portion of your lot. You may finally come to a half understanding of the nature of reality and wail, I believe that I have caused these ill effects, but I find myself unable to reverse them. If this is the case, then regardless of what you have told yourself thus far, you still do not believe that you are the creator of your own experience. As soon as you recognize this fact, you can begin at once to alter those conditions that cause you dismay or dissatisfaction. No one forces you to think in any particular manner. In the past, you may have learned to consider things pessimistically. You may believe that pessimism is more realistic than optimism. You may even suppose, and many do, that sorrow is ennobling, a sign of deep spiritualism, a mark of apartness, a necessary mental garb of saints and poets. Nothing could be further from the truth. All consciousness has within it the deep abiding impetus to use its abilities fully, to expand its capacities, to venture joyfully beyond the seeming barriers of its own experience. The very consciousnesses within the smallest molecules cry out against any ideas of limitation. They yearn toward new forms and experiences. Even atoms, then, constantly seek to join in new organizations of structure and meaning. They do this, quote-unquote, instinctively. Man has been endowed, and has endowed himself, with a conscious mind to direct the nature, shape, and form of his creations. All deep aspirations and unconscious motivations, all unspoken drives, rise up for the approval or disapproval of the conscious mind and await its direction. Only when it abdicates its functions does it allow itself to become swayed by quote-unquote negative experience. Only when it refuses responsibility does it finally find itself at the seeming mercy of events over which it appears to have no control. Now, books on positive thinking alone, while sometimes beneficial, usually do not take into consideration the habitual nature of negative feelings, aggressions, or repressions. Often these are merely swept under the rug. The authors instead tell you to be positive, compassionate, strong, optimistic, filled with joy and enthusiasm, without telling you what to do to get out of the predicament you may be in, and without understanding the vicious circle that may seem to entrap you. Such books, again, while sometimes of value, do not explain how thoughts and emotions cause reality. They do not take into consideration the multidimensional aspects of the self or the fact that ultimately each personality, while following definite general laws, must still find and follow his or her own way of adapting these to personal circumstances. If you are in poor health, you can remedy it. If your personal relationships are unsatisfactory, you can change them for the better. If you are in poverty, you can instead find yourself surrounded by abundance. Whether or not you realize it, you have pursued your present course with determination, using many resources for ends or reasons that at one time made sense to you. You may say, poor health makes no sense to me, or a fractured relationship with my mate is hardly what I was after, or I certainly have not been pursuing poverty after all my hard work. If you were born poor or born sick, then it certainly seems to you that these circumstances were thrust upon you, yet they were not, and to some extent or another, they can be changed for the better. This does not mean that effort is not required and determination. It does mean that you are not powerless to change events, and that each of you, regardless of your position, status, circumstances, or physical condition, is in control of your own personal experience. You see and feel what you expect to see and feel. The world as you know is a picture of your expectations. The world as the race of man knows it is the materialization in mass of your individual expectations. As children come from your physical tissues, so is the world your joint creation. I am writing this book to help each individual solve his or her own personal problems. I hope to do this by showing you exactly the way in which you form your own reality, by explaining the ways in which you can alter it to your advantage. The existence of so-called negative thoughts and feelings will not be glossed over, but neither will your ability to handle these, for they are quite under your control. There are methods of using these as springboards for creativity. At no time will you be told to repress them, to ignore them. You will be shown how to recognize those within your experience, to discover which of them has been allowed to run away with you, and how to manage those that seem to be beyond your control. The methods that I will outline demand concentration and effort. They will also challenge you and bring into your life expansion and alterations of consciousness of a most rewarding nature. I am not a physical personality. Basically, however, neither are you. Your experience now is physical. You are a creator, translating your expectations into physical form. The world is meant to serve as a reference point. The exterior appearance is a replica of inner desire. You can change your personal world. You do change it without knowing it. You have only to use your ability consciously, to examine the nature of your thoughts and feelings, and project those with which you basically agree. They coalesce into the events with which you are so intimately familiar. I hope to teach you methods that will allow you to understand the nature of your own reality, and to point a way that will let you change that reality in whatever way you choose. Part 1. Where You and the World Meet. Chapter 1. The Living Picture of the World. The living picture of the world grows within the mind. The world as it appears to you is like a three-dimensional painting in which each individual takes a hand. Each color, each line that appears within it, has first been painted within a mind, and only then does it materialize without. In this case, however, the artists themselves are a portion of the painting and appear within it. There is no effect in the exterior world that does not spring from an inner source. There is no motion that does not first occur within the mind. The great creativity of consciousness is your heritage. It does not belong to mankind alone, however. Each living being possesses it, and the living world consists of a spontaneous cooperation that exists between the smallest and the highest, the greatest and the lowly, between the atoms and the molecules and the conscious reasoning mind. All manner of insects, birds, and beasts cooperate in this venture, producing the natural environment. This is as normal and inevitable as the fact that your breath causes a mist to form on glass if you breathe upon it. All consciousness creates the world, rising out of feeling tone. It is a natural product of what your consciousness is. Feelings and emotions emerge into reality in certain specific ways. Thoughts appear, growing on the bed already laid. The seasons spring up, formed by ancient feeling tones having deep and abiding rhythms. They are the result, again, of innate creative aspects that are a portion of all life. These ancient aspects lie now deeply buried in the psyches of all species, and from them the individual patterns, the specific blueprints for new differentiations, emerge. The body of the earth can be said to have its own soul or mind, whichever term you prefer. Using this analogy, the mountains and oceans, the valleys and rivers, and all natural phenomena spring from the earth's soul, as all events and all manufactured objects appear from the inner mind or soul of mankind. The inner world of each man and woman is connected with the inner world of the earth. The spirit becomes flesh. Part of each individual's soul, then, is intimately connected with what we will call the world soul, or the soul of the earth. The smallest blade of grass or flower is aware of this connection, and without reasoning comprehends its position, its uniqueness, and its source of vitality. The atoms and molecules that compose all objects, whether it be the body of a person, a table, a stone, or a frog, know the great passive thrust of creativity that lies beneath their own existence, and upon which their individuality floats, distinct, clear, and unassailable. So does the human individual rise up in victorious distinctiveness from the ancient and yet ever-new fountains of its own soul. The self rises from unknowing into knowing, constantly surprising itself. As you read these sentences, for example, some of your knowledge is conscious knowing and is instantly available. Some is unconscious, but even the unconscious knowledge is knowing in its own unknowing. You always know what you are doing, even when you do not realize it. Your eye knows it sees, though it cannot see itself except through the use of reflection. In the same way, the world as you see it is a reflection of what you are, a reflection not in glass, but in three-dimensional reality. You project your thoughts, feelings, and expectations outward, then you perceive them as the outside reality. When it seems to you that others are observing you are observing yourself from the standpoint of your own projections. Now, you are the living picture of yourself. You project what you think you are outward into flesh. Your feelings, your conscious and unconscious thoughts, all alter and form your physical image. This is fairly easy for you to understand. It is not as easy, however, to realize that your feelings and thoughts form your exterior experience in the same way, or that the events that appear to happen to you are initiated by you within your mental or psychic inner environment. Your body does not just happen to be thin or fat, tall or short, healthy or ill. These characteristics are mental and are thrust outward by you upon your image. I do not mean to be facetious, but you were not born yesterday. Your soul was not born yesterday in those terms, but before the annals of time as you think of time. The characteristics that were yours at birth were yours for a reason. The inner self chose them. To a large extent, the inner self can even now alter many of them. You did not arrive at birth without a history. Your individuality was always latent within your soul, and the quote-unquote history that is a part of you is written within unconscious memory that resides not only within your psyche, but is faithfully decoded in your genes and chromosomes, and fulfilled in the blood that rushes through your veins. You are aware, alert, and participating in many more realities than you know as your soul expresses itself through you. That consciousness of your usual daylight hours, the ego consciousness, rises up like a flower from the ground of the quote-unquote underneath, the unconscious bed of your own reality. Though you are not aware of it, this ego itself emerges, then falls back again into the unconscious, from which another ego then rises as a new bloom from the springtime earth. You do not have the same ego now that you had 5 years ago, but you are not aware of the change. Ego rises out of what you are, in other words. It is a part of the action of your being and consciousness. But as the eye cannot see its own shifting colors and expressions, as it is not aware that it lives and dies constantly as its atomic structure changes, so you are not aware that the ego continually changes, dies, and is reborn. Physically, the structure of a cell retains its identity, even while the matter that composes it is continually altered. The cell rebuilds itself in line with its own pattern of identity, yet is always a part of emerging action, alive and responding even in the midst of its own multitudinous deaths. So psychological structures form to which various names are given. The names are meaningless, but the structures behind them are not. Such psychological structures also retain their identity, their pattern of uniqueness, even while they change constantly, die, and are reborn. The I rises out of the physical structure. The ego rises out of the structure of the psyche. It cannot see itself, as the I cannot. Both look outward, in one case away from the physical body, and in the other case away from the inner psyche to the environment. The creative body consciousness creates the I. The creative inner psyche creates the ego. The body forms the I in the splendid wisdom of its great unconscious knowing. The psyche brings forth the ego that perceives psychologically as the I perceives physically. Both the I and the ego are formations focused toward perception of exterior reality. Your experience in the world of physical matter flows outward from the center of your inner psyche. Then you perceive this experience. Exterior events, circumstances, and conditions are meant as a kind of living feedback. Altering the state of the psyche automatically alters the physical circumstances. There is no other valid way of changing physical events. It might help if you imagine an inner living dimension within yourself, in which you create, in miniature psychic form, all the exterior conditions that you know. Simply put, you do exactly this. Your thoughts, feelings, and mental pictures can be called incipient exterior events, for in one way or another, each of these is materialized into physical reality. You change even the most permanent seeming conditions of your life constantly through the varying attitudes you have toward them. There is nothing in your exterior experience that did not originate within you. Interactions with others do occur, of course, yet there are none that you do not accept or draw to you by your own thoughts, attitudes, or emotions. This applies to each area of life. In your terms, it applies both before life and after it. In the most miraculous fashion, you are given the gift of creating your experience. In this existence, you are learning to handle the inexhaustible energy that is available to you. The mass condition of the world, and the situation of each individual in it, is the materialization of man's progress as he forms his world. The joy of creativity flows through you as effortlessly as your breath. From it, the most minute areas of your outer experience spring. Your feelings have electromagnetic realities that rise outward, affecting the atmosphere itself. They group through attraction, building up areas of events and circumstances that finally coalesce, so to speak, either in matter as objects or as events in quote-unquote time. Some feelings and thoughts are translated into structures that you call objects. These exist, in your terms, in a medium you call space. Others are translated instead into psychological structures called events that seem to exist in a medium you call time. Space and time are both root assumptions, which simply means that man accepts both and assumes that his reality is rooted in a series of moments and a dimension of space. So your inner experience is translated in those terms. Even the duration of an event or object in space or time is determined by the intensity of the thoughts or emotions that gave it birth. Duration in space is not the same as duration in time, however, though it may seem that this is the case. I am speaking in your terms now. An event or object that exists briefly in space may have a much greater duration in time. It may have far greater importance and intensity, existing in your memory, for example, long after it has disappeared in space. Such an event or object does not merely exist symbolically within your mind or memory, but in your terms its actual reality continues as a time event. Nor is its reality in space annihilated as long as it exists within your mind. Let us take a very simple example. A child has been told not to play with a doll. The order is disobeyed. The child, wittingly or unwittingly, breaks the doll, and it is finally thrown away. The doll exists in time quite vitally as long as the child or the adult-to-be remembers it. If the doll sat on a bureau, and this is all vividly recalled, then the space in which the doll sat still carries the impression of the doll, though other objects may be placed there. You react, therefore, not only to what is visible to your physical eyes in space, or to what is directly in front of you in time, but also to objects and events whose reality is still with you, though they may seem to have disappeared. Basically, you create your experience through your beliefs about yourself and the nature of reality. Another way to understand this is to realize that you create your experience through your expectations. Your feeling tones are your emotional attitudes toward yourself and life in general, and these generally govern the large areas of experience. They give the overall emotional coloration that characterizes what happens to you. You are what happens to you. Your emotional feelings are often transitory, but beneath there are certain qualities of feeling uniquely your own. They are like deep musical chords. While your day-to-day feelings may rise or fall, these characteristic feeling tones lie beneath. Sometimes they rise to the surface, but in great long rhythms. You cannot call these negative or positive. They are instead tones of your being. They represent the most inner portion of your experience. This does not mean that they are hidden from you or are meant to be. It simply means that they represent the core from which you form your experience. If you have become afraid of emotion or in the expression of feeling, or if you have been taught that the inner self is no more than a repository of uncivilized impulses, then you may have the habit of denying this deep rhythm. You may try to operate as if it did not exist, or even try to refute it, but it represents your deepest, most creative impulses. To fight against it is like trying to swim upstream against a strong current. These feeling tones, then, pervade your being. They are the form your spirit takes when combined with flesh. From them, from your core, your flesh arises. Everything that you experience has consciousness, and each consciousness is endowed with its own feeling tone. There is great cooperation involved in the formation of the earth as you think of it, and so the individual living structures of the planet rise up from the feeling tone within each atom and molecule. Your flesh springs about you in response to these inner chords of your being, and the trees, rocks, seas, and mountains spring up as the body of the earth from the deep inner chords within the atoms and molecules, which are also living. Because of the creative cooperation that exists, the miracle of physical materialization is performed so smoothly and automatically that consciously you are not aware of your part in it. The feeling tone then is the motion and fiber, the timber, the portion of your energy devoted to your physical experience. Now it flows into what you are as a physical being and materializes you in the world of seasons, space, flesh, and time. Its source, however, is quite independent of the world that you know. Once you learn to get the feeling of your own inner tone, then you are aware of its power, strength, and durability, and you can to some extent ride with it into deeper realities of experience. The incredible emotional richness and variety and splendor of physical experience is the material reflection of this inner feeling tone. It pervades the events in your life, the overall inner direction, the quality of perception. It fills up and illuminates the individual aspects of your life, and largely determines the pervasive subjective climate in which you dwell. It is the essence of yourself. Its sweeps are broad in range, however. It does not determine, for example, specific events. It paints the colors in the large quote-unquote landscape of your experience. It is the feeling of yourself, inexhaustible. In other terms, it represents the expression of yourself in pure energy from which your individuality rises, the you of you, unmistakably given identity that is never duplicated. This energy comes from the core of being, from all that is, and represents the source of never-ending vitality. It is being in you. As such, all of your energy and power of being is focused and reflected through you in the direction of your three-dimensional existence. While your feeling tone is uniquely yours, still it is expressed in a certain fashion that is shared by all consciousnesses focused in physical reality. So in those terms, you spring from the earth as all the other creatures and natural living structures. You are, while physical, a portion of nature therefore, not apart from it. Trees and rocks possess their own consciousness, and also share a gestalt consciousness, even as the living portions of your body. The cells and organs have their own awarenesses, and a gestalt one. So the race of man also has individual consciousness and a gestalt, or mass consciousness, of which you individually are hardly aware. The mass race consciousness, in its terms, possesses an identity. You are a portion of that identity while still being unique, individual, and independent. You are confined only to the extent that you have chosen physical reality, and so placed yourself within its context of experience. While physical, you follow physical laws or assumptions. These form the framework for corporeal expression. Within this framework, you have full freedom to create your experience, your personal life in all of its aspects, the living picture of the world. Your personal life, and to some extent your individual living experience, help create the world as it is known in your time. In this book, we will be speaking about your own subjective world and your part in the creation of events, both private and shared. It is important, before we continue, that you realize that consciousness is within all physical phenomena, however. It is vital that you realize your position within nature. Nature is created from within. The personal life that you know rises up from within you, yet is given. Since you are a part of being, then in a certain fashion you give yourself the life that is being lived through you. You make your own reality. There is no other rule. Knowing this is the secret of creativity. I have spoken of quote-unquote you, yet this must not be confused with the you that you often think you are, the ego alone, for the ego is only a portion of you. It is that expert part of your personality that deals directly with the contents of your conscious mind, and is concerned most directly with the material portions of your experience. The ego is a very specialized portion of your greater identity. It is a portion of you that arises to deal directly with the life that the larger you is living. The ego can feel cut off, lonely and frightened, however, if the conscious mind lets the ego run away with it. The ego and the conscious mind are not the same thing. The ego is composed of various portions of the personality. It is a combination of characteristics, ever-changing, that act in a unitary fashion, the portion of the personality that deals most directly with the world. The conscious mind is an excellent perceiving attribute, a function that belongs to inner awareness, but in this case is turned outward toward the world of events. Through the conscious mind, the soul looks outward. Left alone, it perceives clearly. In certain terms, the ego is the eye through which the conscious mind perceives, or the focus through which it views physical reality. But the conscious mind automatically changes its focus throughout life. The ego, while appearing the same to itself, ever changes. It is only when the conscious mind becomes rigid in its direction, or allows the ego to take on some of its own functions, that difficulties arise. Then, the ego allows the conscious mind to work in certain directions and blocks its awareness in others. And so it is from your larger identity that you form the reality that you know. It is up to you to do this with joy and vigor, clearing your conscious mind so that the deeper knowledge of your greater identity can form joyous expressions in the world of flesh. End of the chapter. Chapter 2. Reality and Personal Beliefs. You form the fabric of your experience through your own beliefs and expectations. These personal ideas about yourself and the nature of reality will affect your thoughts and emotions. You take your beliefs about reality as truth and often do not question them. They seem self-explanatory. They appear in your mind as statements of fact, far too obvious for examination. Therefore, they are accepted without question too often. They are not recognized as beliefs about reality, but are instead considered characteristics of reality itself. Frequently, such ideas appear indisputable, so a part of you that it does not occur to you to speculate about their validity. They become invisible assumptions, but they nevertheless color and form your personal experience. Some people, for example, do not question their religious beliefs but accept them as fact. Others find it comparatively easy to recognize such inner assumptions when they appear in a religious context, but are quite blind to them in other areas. It is far simpler to recognize your own beliefs in regard to religion, politics, or similar subjects than it is to pinpoint your deepest beliefs about yourself and who and what you are, particularly in relationship with your own life. Many individuals are completely blind to their own beliefs about themselves and the nature of reality. Your own conscious thoughts will give you excellent clues. Often, you will find yourself refusing to accept certain thoughts that come to your mind because they conflict with other usually accepted ideas. Your conscious mind is always trying to give you a clear picture, but you often allow preconceived ideas to block out this intelligence. It has been fashionable to blame the subconscious for personality problems and difficulties, the idea being that early events, charged and mysterious, are lodged there. In this country, several generations grew up believing that the subconscious portions of the personality were unreliable, filled with negative energy, and contained only locked-up unpleasant episodes best forgotten. They grew up believing that the conscious mind was relatively powerless, that adult experience was set in the days of infancy. These concepts themselves set up artificial divisions. People learned that they should not be aware of quote-unquote subconscious material. The doors to the inner self were to be shut tight. Only lengthy psychoanalysis could or should open them. The normal individual felt that he had best leave such areas alone, so in cutting off these portions of the self, barriers were also set up against the joy of the inner spontaneous self. People felt divorced from the core of their own reality. The concept of original sin was a very poor, limited, and distorted one, but at least along with it went rather simple procedures. Through baptism you might be saved, or through certain words or sacraments or rituals redemption could be found. The idea of the tainted subconscious, however, left man no such relatively easy way out. The few rituals possible required years of analysis, which only the very wealthy were privileged to experience. About the same time that the idea of the savory subconscious arose so strongly, the idea of the soul went out the window. Millions of people therefore believed in a reality in which they were deprived of the idea of a soul, and burdened by the concept of a very unreliable, if not definitely evil, subconscious. They saw themselves as vulnerable, solitary points of egos, riding perilously and unprotected upon the tumultuous waves of involuntary processes. At about the same time, many intelligent persons were realizing that organized religions' idea of God and of heaven and hell were distorted, unjust, and smacked of children's fairy tales. For these individuals, there was no place to look for help. Under the circumstances, to look within would have seemed foolhardy, for they had been taught that this within contained the source of their problems to begin with. Those who could not afford therapy tried the harder to inhibit any messages from the inner self, for fear they would be swallowed by the savage infantile emotions. Now, first of all, there are no limitations or divisions to the self, though for purposes of discussion, a word like ego may be used here because you understand what you think it means. You can indeed depend upon seemingly unconscious portions of yourself. As you will see later, you can become more and more consciously aware, therefore, bringing into your consciousness larger and larger portions of yourself. You breathe, grow, and perform multitudinous delicate and precise activities constantly, without being consciously aware of how you carry out such manipulations. You live without consciously knowing how you maintain this miracle of physical awareness in the world of flesh and time. The seemingly unconscious portions of yourself draw atoms and molecules from the air to form your image. Your lips move, your tongue speaks your name. Does the name belong to the atoms and molecules within your lips or tongue? The atoms and molecules move constantly, forming into cells, tissues, and organs. How can the name the tongue speaks belong to them? They do not read or write, yet they speak complicated syllables that communicate to other beings such as yourself, anything from a simple feeling to the most complicated information. How do they do this? The atoms and molecules of the tongue do not know the syntax of the language they speak. When you begin a sentence, you do not have the slightest conscious idea then of how you will finish it, yet you take it on faith that the words will make sense and your meaning will flow out effortlessly. All of this happens because the inner portions of your being operate spontaneously, joyfully, freely. All of this occurs because your inner self believes in you, often even while you do not believe in it. These unconscious portions of your being operate amazingly well, frequently despite the greatest misunderstanding on your part of their nature and function, and in the face of strong interference from you because of your beliefs. Each person experiences a unique reality, different from any other individual's. This reality springs outward from the inner landscape of thoughts, feelings, expectations, and beliefs. If you believe that the inner self works against you rather than for you, then you hamper its functioning, or rather, you force it to behave in a certain way because of your beliefs. The conscious mind is meant to make clear judgments about your position in physical reality. Often, false beliefs will prevent it from making these, for the egotistically held ideas will cloud its clear vision. Your beliefs can be like fences that surround you. You must first recognize the existence of such barriers. You must see them, or you will not even realize that you are not free, simply because you will not see beyond the fences. They will represent the boundaries of your experience. There is one belief, however, that destroys artificial barriers to perception, an expanding belief that automatically pierces false and inhibiting ideas. The self is not limited. That statement is a statement of fact. It exists regardless of your belief or disbelief in it. Following this concept is another. There are no boundaries or separations of the self. Those that you experience are the result of false beliefs. Following this is the idea that I have already mentioned. You make your own reality. To understand yourself and what you are, you can learn to experience yourself directly, apart from your beliefs about yourself. What I would like each reader to do is to sit quietly. Close your eyes. Try to sense within yourself the deep feeling tones that I mentioned earlier. This is not difficult to do. Your knowledge of their existence will help you recognize their deep rhythms within you. Each individual will sense these tones in his or her own way, so do not worry about how they should feel. Simply tell yourself that they exist, that they are composed of the great energies of your being made flesh. Then let yourself experience. If you are used to terms like meditation, try to forget the term during this procedure. Do not use any name. Free yourself from concepts and experience the being of yourself and the motion of your own vitality. Do not question, is this right? Am I doing this correctly? Am I feeling what I should feel? This is the book's first exercise for you. You are not to use other people's criteria. There are no standards but your own feelings. No particular time limit is recommended. This should be an enjoyable experience. Accept whatever happens as uniquely your own. The exercise will put you in touch with yourself. It will return you to yourself. Whenever you are nervous or upset, take a few moments to sense this feeling tone within you, and you will find yourself centered in your own being, secure. When you have tried this exercise several times, then feel these deep rhythms go out from you in all directions, as indeed they do. Electromagnetically, they radiate out through your physical being, and in ways that I hope to explain later, they form the environment that you know, even as they form your physical image. I told you that the self was not limited. Yet surely you think that your self stops where your skin meets space, that you are inside your skin. Yet your environment is an extension of yourself. It is the body of your experience, coalesced in physical form. The inner self forms the objects that you know as surely and automatically as it forms your finger or your eye. Your environment is the physical picture of your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs made visible. Since your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs move through space and time, you therefore affect physical conditions separate from you. Consider the spectacular framework of your body just from the physical standpoint. You perceive it as solid, as you perceive all other physical matter. Yet the more matter is explored, the more obvious it becomes that within it energy takes on specific shape, in the form of organs, cells, molecules, atoms, electrons, each less physical than the last, each combining in a mysterious gestalt to form matter. The atoms within your body spin. There is constant commotion and activity. The flesh that seemed so solid turns out to be composed of swiftly moving particles, often orbiting each other, in which great exchanges of energy continually occur. The stuff, the space outside of your body, is composed of the same elements but in different proportions. There is a constant physical interchange between the structure you call your body and the space outside it, chemical interactions, basic exchanges without which life as you know it would be impossible. To hold your breath is to die. Breath, which represents the most intimate and most necessary of your physical sensations, must flow out from what you are, passing into the world that seems to be not you. Physically, portions of you leave your body constantly and intermix with the elements. You know what happens when adrenaline is released through the bloodstream. It stirs you up and prepares you for action. But in other ways, the adrenaline does not just stay in your body. It is cast into the air and it affects the atmosphere, though it is transformed. Any of your emotions liberate hormones, but these also leave you as your breath leaves you, and in that respect you can say that you release chemicals into the air that then affect it. Physical storms, then, are caused by such interactions. I am telling you that you form your own reality once again, and this includes the physical weather, which is the result in mass of your individual reactions. I will elaborate much more specifically on this particular point later in the book. You are in physical existence to learn and understand that your energy, translated into feelings, thoughts, and emotions, causes all experience. There are no exceptions. Once you understand this, you have only to learn to examine the nature of your beliefs, for these will automatically cause you to feel and think in certain fashions. Your emotions follow your beliefs. It is not the other way around. I would like you to recognize your own beliefs in several areas. You must realize that any idea you accept as truth is a belief that you hold. You must then take the next step and say, it is not necessarily true, even though I believe it. You will, I hope, learn to disregard all beliefs that imply basic limitations. Now, later we will discuss some of the reasons for your beliefs, but for now I simply want you to recognize them. I am going to list some limiting false beliefs. If you find yourself agreeing with any of them, then recognize this as an area in which you must personally work. 1. Life is a valley of sorrows. 2. The body is inferior. As a vehicle of the soul, it is automatically degraded, tinged. You may feel that the flesh is inherently bad or evil, that its appetites are wrong. Christians may find the body deplorable, thinking that the soul descended into it, quote-unquote descent automatically meaning the change from a higher or better condition to one that is worse. Followers of Eastern religions often feel it is their duty also to deny the flesh, to rise above it, so to speak, into a state where nothing is desired. Using a different vocabulary, they still believe that earth experience is not desirable in itself. 3. I am helpless before circumstances that I cannot control. 4. I am helpless because my personality and character were formed in infancy, and I am at the mercy of my past. 5. I am helpless because I am at the mercy of events from past lives and other incarnations, over which I now have no control. I must be punished, or I am punishing myself for unkindnesses done to others in past lives. I must accept the negative aspects of my life because of my karma. 6. People are basically bad and out to get me. 7. I have the truth and no one else has, or my group has the truth and no other group has. 8. I will grow frailer, sicker, and lose my powers as I grow older. 9. My existence is dependent upon my experience in flesh. When my body dies, my consciousness dies with it. Now, that was a rather general list of false beliefs. Now, here is a more specific list of more intimate beliefs, any of which you may have personally about yourself. 1. I am sickly and always have been. 2. There is something wrong with money. People who have it are greedy, less spiritual than those who are poor. They are unhappier and snobs. 3. I am not creative. I have no imagination. 4. I can never do what I want to do. 5. People dislike me. 6. I am fat. 7. I always have bad luck. These are all beliefs held by many people. Those who have them will meet them in experience. Physical data will always seem to reinforce the beliefs, therefore, but the beliefs formed the reality. We are going to attempt to knock down such limiting concepts. First of all, you must realize that no one can change your beliefs for you, nor can they be forced upon you from without. You can indeed change them for yourself, however, with knowledge and application. Look about you. Your entire physical environment is the materialization of your beliefs. Your sense of joy, sorrow, health, or illness. All of these are also caused by your beliefs. If you believe that a given situation should make you unhappy, then it will, and the unhappiness will then reinforce the condition. Within you is the ability to change your ideas about reality and about yourself, to create a personal living experience that is fulfilling to yourself and others. I would like you to write down your beliefs about yourself as you become aware of them. Later, you can use this list in a way that you do not now suspect. Now, your conscious beliefs direct the functioning of your body. It is not the other way around. Your inner self adopts the physically conscious, physically focused mind as a method of allowing it to manipulate in the world that you know. The conscious mind is particularly equipped to direct outward activity, to handle waking experience and oversee physical work. Its beliefs about the nature of reality are then given to inner portions of the self. These rely mainly upon the conscious mind's interpretation of temporal reality. The conscious mind sets the goals, and the inner self brings them about, using all its facilities and inexhaustible energy. The great value of the conscious mind lies precisely in its ability to make decisions and set directions. Its role is dual, however. It is meant to assess conditions both inside and outside, to handle data that comes from the physical world and from the inner portions of the self. It is not a closed system, then. To be human necessitates fine discrimination in the use of such consciousness. Many people are afraid of their own thoughts. They do not examine them. They accept the beliefs of others. Such actions distort data from both within and without. There is no battle between the intuitive self and the conscious mind. There only seems to be when the individual refuses to face all the information that is available in the conscious mind. Sometimes it seems easier to avoid the frequent readjustments in behavior that self-examination requires. In such cases, an individual collects many second-hand beliefs. Some contradict each other. The signals given to the body and to the inner self are not smoothly flowing or clear-cut, but a muddied jumble of counter-directions. These will immediately set off alarms of various natures. The body will not function properly, or the overall emotional environment will suffer. Such reactions are actually excellent precautions, meant to be taken as a sign that change is needed. At the same time, the inner self will transmit to the conscious mind insights and intuitions meant to clear its sight. But if you believe that the inner self is dangerous and not to be trusted, if you are afraid of its dreams or any intrusive psychic material, then you deny this help and turn aside from it. If you believe, moreover, that you must accept your difficulties, then this belief alone can deter you from solving them. I repeat, your ideas and beliefs form the structure of your experience. Your beliefs and reasons for them can be found in your conscious mind. If you accept the idea that the reasons for your behavior are forever buried in the past of this life or any other, then you will not be able to alter your experience until you change that belief. I am speaking now of more or less normal experience. Later, we will discuss more particular areas, such as circumstances in which illnesses date from birth. The realization that you form your own reality should be a liberating one. You are responsible for your successes and your joys. You can change those areas of your life with which you are less than pleased, but you must take the responsibility for your being. Your spirit joined itself with flesh, and in flesh to experience a world of incredible richness, to help create a dimension of reality, of colors, and of form. Your spirit was born in flesh to enrich a marvelous area of sense awareness, to feel energy made into corporeal form. You are here to use, enjoy, and express yourself through the body. You are here to aid in the great expansion of consciousness. You are not here to cry about the miseries of the human condition, but to change them when you find them not to your liking, through the joy, strength, and vitality that is within you, to create the spirit as faithfully and beautifully as you can in flesh. The conscious mind allows you to look outward into the physical universe and see the reflection of your spiritual activity, to perceive and assess your individual and joint creations. In a manner of speaking, the conscious mind is a window through which you look outward, and looking outward, perceive the fruits of your inner mind. Often, you let false beliefs blur that great vision. Your joy, vitality, and accomplishment do not come from the outside to you as the result of events that quote-unquote happen to you. They spring from inner events that are the result of your beliefs. Much has been written about the nature and importance of suggestion. One of the current ideas in vogue holds that you are constantly at the mercy of suggestion. Your own conscious beliefs are the most important suggestions that you receive. All other ideas are rejected or accepted according to whether or not you believe they are true, in line with the steady conscious chattering that goes on within your mind most of the day. The suggestions given to you by yourself. You will accept the suggestion given by another only if it fits in with your own ideas about the nature of reality in general, and your concepts about yourself in particular. If you use your conscious mind properly, then, You examine those beliefs that come to you. You do not accept them willy-nilly. If you use your conscious mind properly, you are also aware of intuitive ideas that come to you from within. You are only half-conscious when you do not examine the information that comes to you from without, and when you ignore the data that comes to you from within. Many false beliefs, therefore, are indiscriminately accepted because you have not examined them. You have given the inner self a faulty picture of reality. Since it is the function of the conscious mind to assess physical experience, it hasn't been able to do its job properly. If the inner portions of the self were supposed to have that responsibility, then you would not need a conscious mind. When the inner self is alerted, it will immediately try to remedy the situation by an influx of self-corrective measures. On occasion, when the situation gets out of hand, it will bypass those restrictive areas of the conscious mind and solve the problems by shooting forth energy in other layers of activity. It will manage to work around the blind spots in the reasoning mind, for example. Often, it will sift out from the barrage of conflicting beliefs the particular set that is the most life-giving, and send these forth in what then appears as a burst of revelation. Such revelations result in new patterns that change behavior. You must be aware of the contents of your own reasoning mind. Find the ambiguities. Regardless of the nature of your beliefs, they are indeed made flesh and material. The miracle of your being cannot escape itself. Your thoughts blossom into events. If you think the world is evil, you will meet with events that seem evil. There are no accidents in cosmic terms, or in terms of the world as you know it. Your beliefs grow as surely in time and space as flowers do. When you realize this, you can even feel their growing. Now, the conscious mind is basically curious, open. It is also equipped to examine its own contents. Because of the psychological theories of the last century, many Western people believed that the primary purpose of the conscious mind was to inhibit so-called unconscious material. Instead, as mentioned, it is also meant to receive and interpret important data that comes to it from the inner self. Left alone, it does this very well. It receives and interprets impressions. What has happened, however, is that man has taught it to accept only data coming from the outside world, and to set up barriers against inner knowledge. Such a situation denies the individual his full strength, and cuts him off, consciously now, from the important sources of his being. These conditions inhibit creative expression in particular, and deny the conscious self the continually emerging insights and intuitions otherwise available. Thought and feeling then seem separate. Creativity and intellect do not show themselves as the brothers that they are, but often as strangers. The conscious mind loses its fine edge. It cuts out from its experience the vast body of inner knowledge available to it. Divisions, illusionary ones, appear in the self. Left alone, the self acts spontaneously as a unit, but as an ever-changing one. Listening to voices both within and without, the conscious mind is able to form beliefs that are in league with the self's knowledge as received from material and non-material sources. Then examination of beliefs takes its place along with other activities, naturally, easily, without effort. Once the conscious mind has accepted a collection of conflicting beliefs, however, a definite attempt is necessary to sort these out. Remember, even false beliefs will seem to be justified in terms of physical data, since your experience in the outside world is the materialization of those beliefs. So you must work with the raw material of your ideas, even while your sense data may tell you that a given belief is obviously a truth. To change your experience, or any portion of it then, you must change your ideas. Since you have been forming your own reality all along, the results will follow naturally. You must be convinced that you can alter your beliefs. You must be willing to try. Think of a limiting belief as a muddy color, and your life as a multidimensional painting that is marred. You change the idea as an artist would his palette. The artist does not identify with the colors he uses.
He knows he chooses them and applies them with a brush. So you paint your reality with your ideas in the same manner. You are not your ideas, nor even your thoughts. You are the self who experiences them. If a painter finds his hands stained with pigment at the end of a day, he can wash the stain off easily, knowing its nature. If you think that limiting thoughts are a portion of you, permanently attached therefore, you will not think of washing them off. You would behave instead like a mad artist who says, "My paints are a part of me, they have stained my fingers, and there is nothing I can do about it." There is no contradiction, though there may seem to be, between spontaneously being aware of your thoughts and examining them. You do not have to be blind to be spontaneous. You are not being spontaneous when you indiscriminately accept as your own, for a fact, every bit of data that comes to you. Many beliefs would automatically fall away quite harmlessly if you were being truly spontaneous. Instead, you often harbor them. Previously limiting ideas, accepted, figuratively form a restraining bed, gathering other such material so that your mind becomes filled with debris. When you are spontaneous, you accept the free nature of your mind, and it spontaneously makes decisions as to the validity or non-validity of data it receives. When you refuse to allow it this function, it becomes cluttered. No apple tree tries to grow violets. Quite automatically, it knows what it is, and the framework of its own identity and existence. You have a conscious mind, but this is only the quote-unquote topmost portion of your mind. Much more of quote-unquote it is available to you. Much more of your knowledge can be conscious therefore, but a false belief, a limiting one, is as ambiguous to your nature as an apple tree's idea that it was a violet plant. It could not produce violets, nor could it be a good apple tree while it tried to. The mistaken belief is one that does not fit with the basic conditions of your inner being. So if you believe that you are at the mercy of physical events, you entertain a false belief. If you feel that your present experience was set in circumstances beyond your control, you entertain a false belief. You had a hand in the development of your childhood environment. You chose the circumstances. This does not mean that you are at the mercy of those circumstances. It means that you set challenges to overcome, set goals to be reached, set up frameworks of experience through which you could develop, understand, and fulfill certain abilities. The creative power to form your own experience is within you now, as it has been since the time of your birth and before. You may have chosen a particular theme for this existence, a certain framework of conditions, but within these you have the freedom to experiment, create, and alter conditions and events. Each person chooses for himself the individual patterns within which he will create this personal reality. But inside these bounds are infinite varieties of actions and unlimited resources. The inner self is embarked upon an exciting endeavor in which it learns how to translate its reality into physical terms. The conscious mind is brilliantly attuned to physical reality then, and often so dazzled by what it perceives that it is tempted to think physical phenomena is a cause rather than a result. Deeper portions of the self always serve to remind you that this is not the case. When the conscious mind accepts too many false beliefs, particularly if it sees that inner self as a danger, then it closes out these constant reminders. When this situation arises, the conscious mind feels itself assailed by a reality that seems greater than itself, over which it has no control. The deep feeling of security in which it should be anchored is lost. The false beliefs must be weeded out so that the conscious mind can become aware of its source once again, and open to the inner channels of splendor and power available to it. The ego is an offshoot of the conscious mind, so to speak. The conscious mind is like a gigantic camera with the ego directing the view and the focus. Left alone, the various portions of the identity rise and form the ego, degroup and reform, all the while maintaining a marvelous spontaneity and yet a sense of oneness. Your ego is your idea of your physical image in relation to the world. Your self-image is not unconscious then. You are quite aware of it, though often you reject certain thoughts about it in favor of others. False beliefs can result in a rigid ego that insists upon using the conscious mind in one direction only, further distorting its perceptions. Often you quite consciously decide to bury a thought or an idea that might cause you to alter your behavior, because it does not seem to fit in with the limiting ideas that you already hold. Listen to your own train of thought as you go about your days. What suggestions and ideas are you giving yourself? Realize that these will be materialized in your personal experience. Many quite limiting ideas will pass without scrutiny under the guise of goodness. You may feel quite virtuous, for example, in hating evil, or what seems to you to be evil. But if you find yourself concentrating upon either hatred or evil, you are creating it. If you are poor, you may feel quite self-righteous in your financial condition, looking with scorn upon those who are wealthy, telling yourself that money is wrong, and so reinforcing the condition of poverty. If you are ill, you may find yourself dwelling upon the misery of your condition, and bitterly envying those who are healthy, bemoaning your state, and therefore perpetuating it through your thoughts. If you dwell upon limitations, then you will meet them. You must create a new picture in your mind. It will differ from the picture your physical senses may show you at any given time, precisely in those areas where changes are required. Hatred of war will not bring peace. Another example. Only love of peace will bring about those conditions. I quite realize that many of my statements will contradict the beliefs of those of you who accept the idea that the conscious mind is relatively powerless, and that the answers to problems lie hidden beneath. Obviously, the conscious mind is a phenomenon, not a thing. It is ever-changing. It can be concentrated or turned by the ego in literally endless directions. It can view outward reality or turn inward, observing its own contents. There are gradations and fluctuations within its activity. It is far more flexible than you give it credit for. The ego can use the conscious mind almost entirely as a way of perceiving external or internal realities that coincide with its own beliefs. It is not that certain answers do not lie openly accessible, therefore, but that often you have set yourself on a course of action in which you believe, and you do not want to open yourself to any material that may contradict your current beliefs. If you are sick, for example, there is a reason. To recover thoroughly without taking on new symptoms, you must discover the reason. You may dislike your illness, but it is a course you have decided upon. While you are convinced that the course is necessary, you will keep the symptoms. Now, these may be the result of one specific belief, or caused by a complex of beliefs held together. The beliefs, of course, will be accepted by you not as beliefs, but as reality. Once you understand that you form your reality, then you must begin to examine these beliefs by letting the conscious mind freely examine its own contents. We will speak about health and illness more specifically later in the book. I would like to make one point here, however, that often psychoanalysis is simply a game of hide-and-seek, in which you continue to relinquish responsibility for your actions and reality and assign the basic cause to some area of the psyche, hidden in a dark forest of the past. Then you give yourself the task of finding this secret. In so doing, you never think of looking for it in the conscious mind, since you are convinced that all deep answers lie far beneath, and, moreover, that your consciousness is not only unable to help you, but will often send up camouflages instead. So you play that game. When and if you manage to change your beliefs in that self-deceptive framework, then any suitable quote-unquote forgotten event from the past will be used as a catalyst. One would do as well as another. The basic beliefs, however, were always in your conscious mind, and the reasons for your behavior. You simply had not examined its contents with the realization that your beliefs were not necessarily reality, but often your conceptions of it. At the same time, in psychoanalysis you are often programmed to believe that the quote-unquote unconscious, being the source of such dark secrets, cannot be counted upon as any bed of creativity or inspiration, and so you are denied the help that the inner portions of the self could give to your consciousness. Usually, when you do examine your conscious mind, you do so looking through or with your own structured beliefs. The knowledge that your beliefs are not necessarily reality will allow you to be aware of all the data that is consciously available to you. I am not telling you to examine your thoughts so frequently and with such vigor that you get in your own way, but you are not fully conscious unless you are aware of the contents of your conscious mind. I am also emphasizing the fact that the conscious mind is equipped to receive information from the inner self as well as the exterior universe. I am not telling you to inhibit thoughts or feelings. I am asking that you become aware of those you have. Realize that they form your reality. Concentrate upon those that give you the results that you want. If you find all of this difficult, You can also examine your physical reality in all of its aspects. Realize that your physical experience and environment is the materialization of your beliefs. If you find great exuberance, health, effective work, abundance, smiles on the faces of those you meet, then take it for granted that your beliefs are beneficial. If you see a world that is good, people that like you, take it for granted again that your beliefs are beneficial. But if you find poor health, a lack of meaningful work, a lack of abundance, a world of sorrow and evil, then assume that your beliefs are faulty and begin examining them. We will later discuss the nature of mass reality, but for now we are dwelling upon the personal aspects. The main point I wanted to make in this chapter was that your conscious beliefs are extremely important, and that you are not at the mercy of events or causes that dwell far beneath your awareness. That is the end of the chapter. Chapter 3. Suggestion, Telepathy, and the Grouping of Beliefs. Ideas have an electromagnetic reality. Beliefs are strong ideas about the nature of reality. Ideas generate emotion. Like attracts like, so similar ideas group about each other, and you accept those that fit in with your particular quote-unquote system of ideas. The ego attempts to maintain a clear point of focus, of stability, so that it can direct the light of the conscious mind with some precision and concentrate its focus in areas of actuality that seem permanent. As mentioned, the ego, while a portion of the whole self, can be defined as a psychological quote-unquote structure, composed of characteristics belonging to the personality as a whole, organized together to form a surface identity. Now, generally speaking, through the period of a lifetime, this allows for the easy emergence of many tendencies and abilities. It permits many more potentials to emerge than would otherwise be possible. If this were not the case, for example, your interests throughout life would not change. The ego, while appearing to be permanent then, forever changes as it adapts new characteristics from the whole self, and lets others recede. Otherwise, it would not be responsive to the needs and desires of the entire personality. Because it is intimately connected with other portions of the self, it does not basically feel alienated or alone, but proudly acts as the director of the conscious mind's focus. It is an adjunct of the conscious mind in that respect. Basically, it understands its source and its nature. It is the portion of the mind, then, that looks out upon physical reality and surveys it in relation to those characteristics of which it is composed at any given time. It makes its judgments according to its own idea of itself. It is the most physically oriented portion of your inner self, but it is not, however, apart from your inner self. It sits on the windowsill, so to speak, between you and the exterior world. It can also look in both directions. It makes judgments about the nature of reality in relationship to its and your needs. It accepts or does not accept beliefs. It cannot shut out information from your conscious mind, however, but it can refuse to pay attention to it. This does not mean that the information becomes unconscious. It is simply thrown into a corner of your mind, unassimilated, and not organized into the parcel of beliefs upon which you are presently concentrating. It is there if you look for it. It is not invisible, nor do you have to know exactly what you are looking for, which of course would make the situation nearly impossible. All you have to do is decide to examine the contents of your conscious mind, realizing that it contains treasures that you have overlooked. Another way to do this is to recognize through examination that the physical effects you meet exist as data in your conscious mind, and the information that formerly seemed unavailable will be obvious. The seemingly invisible ideas that cause your difficulties have quite obvious visible physical effects, and these will lead you automatically to the conscious area in which the initiating beliefs or ideas reside. Once more, if you become aware of your own conscious thoughts, these themselves will give you clues, for they clearly speak your beliefs. If, for example, you have scarcely enough money on which to live, and you examine your thoughts, you may find yourself constantly thinking, "I can never pay this bill, I never have any luck, I'll always be poor." Or you will find yourself envying those who have more, degrading the value of money perhaps, and saying that those who have it are unhappy, or at best spiritually poor. When you find these thoughts in yourself, you may say, and rather indignantly, "But those things are all true. I am poor. I cannot meet my bills," and so forth. In so doing, you see, you accept your belief about reality as a characteristic of reality itself, and so the belief is transparent or invisible to you, but it causes your physical experience. You must change the belief. I will give you methods to allow you to do this. You may follow your thoughts in another area and find yourself thinking that you are having difficulty because you are too sensitive. Finding the thought, you may say, "But it is true, I am. I react with such great emotion to small things." But this is a belief, and a limiting one. If you follow your thoughts further, you may find yourself thinking, "I am proud of my sensitivity. It sets me apart from the mob," or "I am too good for this world." These are limiting beliefs. They will distort true reality, your own true reality. These are but a few samples of the ways in which your own quite conscious ideas may be invisible to you while being available all the time, and limiting your experience. Now, we have been speaking of the conscious mind, for it is the director of your activities physically. I told you that it was important to realize the ego's position as the most quote-unquote exterior portion of the inner self, not alienated, but looking outward to physical reality. Using this analogy, portions of the self on the other side of the conscious mind constantly receive telepathic data. Remember, there are no divisions, so the terms used are simply to make the discussion easier. The ego tries to organize all material coming into the conscious mind. For its purposes, the egos are those that have come to the surface at any given time in the self's overall encounter with physical reality. As I said, the ego cannot keep information out of the conscious mind, but it can refuse to focus directly upon it. Now, the telepathic information, using our analogy, comes through deeper portions of the self. These parts have such an amazing capacity to receive that some organization is necessary to sift the data. Some is simply not important to you. It concerns people of whom you have no other knowledge. You are a sender and a receiver. Because ideas have an electromagnetic reality, beliefs, because of their intensity, radiate strongly. Due to the organizing structure of your own psychological nature, similar beliefs congregate, and you will readily accept those with which you already agree. Limiting ideas, therefore, predispose you to accept others of a similar nature. Exuberant ideas of freedom, spontaneity, and joy automatically collect others of their kind also. There is a constant interplay between yourself and others in the exchange of ideas, both telepathically and on a conscious level. This interchange follows, again, your conscious beliefs. It is fashionable in some circles to believe that you react physically to telepathically received messages despite your conscious beliefs or ideas. This is not the case. You react only to those telepathic messages that fit in with your conscious ideas about yourself and your reality. Let me add here that the conscious mind is itself spontaneous. It enjoys playing with its own contents, so I am not here recommending a type of stern mental discipline in which you examine yourself at every moment. I am telling you about countering measures that you can take in areas in which you are not pleased with your experience. Now, you will react, therefore, to all the information that you receive according to your conscious beliefs concerning the nature of reality. The deeper portions of the self do not have to take the ego's idea of time into consideration, so these portions of the self also deal with data that would ordinarily escape the ego's perception, perhaps until a certain quote-unquote point of ego time was reached. The ego, which must manipulate most directly with the everyday world, takes time, clock time, quite seriously. Even the ego, however, realizes to some extent that clock time is a convention, but it does not like such conventions broken. It will often neglect any clairvoyant or precognitive material that comes into the conscious mind from the deeper portions of the self. On occasion, when the ego recognizes that such data can be highly practical, it then becomes more liberal in its recognition of it, but only when such information fits in with its concepts of what is possible and not possible. Now, the ego's concepts are your concepts, since it is a part of you. If you dwell on ideas of danger or potential disaster, if you think of the world mainly in terms of your physical survival and consider all those circumstances that may work against it, then you may find yourself suddenly aware of precognitive dreams that foretell incidents of accidents, earthquakes, robberies, or murders. Your own idea of the perilous nature of existence becomes so strong that the ego allows this data to emerge, even though it is quote-unquote out of time, because your fearful beliefs convince you that it must be on guard. The incidents do not even have to involve you. From all the unconscious telepathic and clairvoyant data available, however, you will be aware of this particular grouping, and it will only serve to reinforce your idea that existence is above all perilous. If this information becomes available in the dream state, you may then say, "I am frightened of dreams. My bad dreams so often come true." So you try to inhibit memory of your dreams. Instead, you should examine your conscious beliefs, for they are so strong that they are causing you not only to focus upon calamity in the physical world, but to use your inner abilities to the same end. Telepathic communication is constant. This is usually at an unconscious level merely because your conscious mind is in a state of becoming. It cannot hold all of the information you possess. As an example, if your conscious ideas are relatively positive, you will react to telepathically received information of a similar nature, even if you do so on an unconscious level. As I mentioned earlier, you are also sending your own telepathic thoughts outward. Others will react to those according to their own ideas of reality. A family can constantly reinforce its joy, gaiety, and spontaneity by concentrating on ideas of vitality, strength, and creativity, or it can let half of its energy slip away by reinforcing resentments, angers, and thoughts of doubt and failure. Either way, the ideas of reality are reinforced both consciously and unconsciously, not only within the family, but among all those with whom the family comes in contact. You will get what you concentrate upon. There is no other main rule. It may be easy for you to see beliefs that are invisible to others in themselves. Reading this book, you may be able to point at friends or acquaintances and see clearly that their ideas are invisible beliefs which limit their experience, and yet be blind to your own invisible beliefs, which you take so readily as truth or characteristics of reality. Your sense data, again, will most definitely reinforce your ideas. You will also react clairvoyantly and telepathically to inner information at an unconscious level that is, once more, quote-unquote collected under the organization of your quite conscious concepts concerning existence in general, and your own in particular. So you are locked into physical situations that are corroborated by great evidence of sense data, and of course it is convincing because it reflects so beautifully, so creatively, and so actively your own ideas and beliefs, whether they are positive or negative. In greater terms, positive and negative have little meaning, for the physical experience is meant as a learning one. But if you are unhappy, then the word negative has a meaning. I expect that by now my readers have at least begun to examine their beliefs, and perhaps obtained a glimpse of some invisible ones that have been accepted before as definite aspects of reality. Now, if you are honest with your lists, you will finally come to what I call core beliefs, strong ideas about your own existence. Many other subsidiary beliefs that earlier seemed separate from each other should now appear quite clearly as being offshoots of core beliefs. They seem logical only in their relationship to a core idea. Once the core belief is understood to be a false one, the others will fall away. It is the core belief which is strong enough to so focus your perception that you perceive from the physical world only those events that correlate with it. It is also the strength of the core belief that draws up from the vast bank of inner knowledge only those events that seem to fit within its organization. Now, let me give you a brief example of a core belief. It is a blanket belief. Human nature is inherently evil. This is a core belief. About it will spring events that only serve to reinforce it. Experiences, both personal and global, will come into the perception of a person who holds this belief that will only serve to deepen it further. From all the available physical data of newspapers, television, letters, and private communication, he or she will concentrate only upon those issues that quote-unquote prove that point. Suspicion of others will grow, to say nothing about the individual's personal distrust. The belief will reach into the most intimate areas of his or her life, and finally no evidence will seem to be available to disprove it. This is a sample of an invisible core belief at its worst. A person holding it will not trust a mate, family, friends, colleagues, country, or the world in general. Another more personal core belief: my life is worthless. What I do is meaningless. Now, a person who holds such an idea will ordinarily not recognize it as an invisible belief. Instead, he or she may emotionally feel that life has no meaning, that individual action is meaningless, that death is annihilation. And connected to this will be a conglomeration of subsidiary beliefs that deeply affect the family involved and all those with whom such a person comes in contact. In writing down your list of personal beliefs, therefore, leave nothing out. Examine the list as though it belonged to someone else. I did not want to imply that you make a list of specifically negative ideas, however. It is of supreme importance that you recognize the existence of joyful beliefs, and take into consideration those elements of your own experience with which you have had success. I want you to capture that feeling of accomplishment, and to translate it or transfer it to areas in which you have had difficulty. But you must remember that ideas exist first, and the experience physically follows. You make your own reality. I cannot say this too often. There will be periods where all of your beliefs are at an even par, so to speak. They will agree. The ideas may be quite limited. They may be false. They may be based upon premises that are not true. Their vitality and strength, however, will be quite real and seem to bring excellent results. Wealth is everything. Now, this idea is far from a truth. The person who accepts it completely, though, will be wealthy and in excellent health, and everything will fit in quite well with his beliefs. Yet the idea is still a belief about reality, and so there will be invisible gulfs in his experience of which he is ignorant. On the outside, the situation will look most advantageous, and while the person seems quite content, beneath there will still be the gnawing knowledge of incompletion. On the surface, there will be balance. So as your beliefs change, there will be alterations in your experience and behavior, and points of stress, creative stress, while you are learning. Our rich man just mentioned may suddenly realize that his belief is limiting, and that he concentrated upon it exclusively so that money and health became his sole aims. The shattered belief may leave him open to illness, which would seem like a negative experience. Yet through the illness, he may be led to areas of perception he had earlier denied, and he may be enriched in that particular manner. The shifting of belief may then open him to question his other beliefs, and he realizes that in the area of wealth, for example, he did very well because of his beliefs, but in those others, perhaps, deeper experiences opened by his illness, he learns that human experience includes dimensions of reality that had earlier been closed to him, and that these are also easily within his reach, and without the illness that originally brought them forth. A new conglomeration of beliefs might emerge. In the meantime, there was stress, but it was creative. Now, here is another example. Your conscious thoughts regulate your health. The persistent idea of illness will make you ill. While you believe that you become ill because of viruses, infections, or accidents, then you must go to doctors who operate within that system of belief. And because you believe in their cures, hopefully you will be relieved of your difficulty. Because you do not understand that your thoughts create illness, you will continue to undergo it, however, and new symptoms will appear. You will again return to the doctor. When you are in the process of changing beliefs, when you are beginning to realize that your thoughts and feelings cause illness, then for a while you may not know what to do. In the larger context, you realize that the doctor can at best give you temporary relief. Yet you may not be completely convinced as yet of your own ability to change your thoughts, or you may be so cowed by their effectiveness that you are frightened. So there is a period of stress in between beliefs, so to speak, while you dispense with one set and are learning to use another. But here you become involved with one of the most meaningful aspects of the nature of personal reality, as you test your thoughts against what seems to be. There may be a time before you learn how to change your thoughts effectively, but you are engaged in a basic, meaningful endeavor. The truth is then that you form your reality directly. You react consciously and unconsciously to your beliefs. You collect from the physical universe and the interior one data that seems to correlate with your beliefs. Believe, then, that you are a being unlimited by nature, born into flesh to materialize as best you can the great joy and spontaneity of your nature. Now, core beliefs are those about which you build your life. You are consciously aware of these, though often you do not focus your attention upon them. They become invisible, therefore, unless you become aware of the contents of your conscious mind. To become acquainted with your own ideas and beliefs, you must walk among them, symbolically speaking, without blinders. You must look through the structures that you have yourself created, the organized ideas upon which you have grouped your experience. To see clearly into your own mind, you must first of all unstructure your thoughts, follow them without judging them, without comparing them to the framework of your beliefs. Structured beliefs collect and hold your experience, packaging it, so to speak, and so when you look at a given experience that seems like another, you put it into the same structured package, often without examination. Such beliefs can hold surprises. When you lift up the cover of one, you may find that it has served to hide valuable information that did not belong there. An artificial grouping of ideas, like paper flowers, can be collected under a standard core belief. The core belief, because of its intensity and because of your habits, will often tend to attract to itself others of a like nature. They will hang on. If you are not accustomed to examining your own mind, then you can allow separate growths of this kind to form about a belief until you cannot distinguish one from the other. This can develop to such an extent that all of your experience is seen only in relationship to this idea growth. Data that seems unrelated to this core belief is then not assimilated but thrown into the corners of your mind, unused, and you are denied the value of that information. Separate portions of your mind can contain such chambers of inactive material. This information will not be a part of the organized structure of your usual thoughts. Though the data is consciously available, you can be relatively blind to it. Usually, when you look into your conscious mind, you do so for a particular reason, to find some information. But if you have schooled yourself to believe that such data is not consciously available, then it will not occur to you to find it in your conscious mind. If, furthermore, your conscious data is strongly organized about a core belief, then this will automatically make you blind to experience that is not connected with it. A core belief is invisible only when you think of it as a fact of life, and not as a belief about life. Only when you identify with it so completely that you automatically focus your perceptions along that specific line. For example, here is a seemingly very innocent core belief. I am a responsible parent. Now, on the surface, there is nothing wrong with that belief. If you hold to it and do not examine it, however, you may find that the word responsible is quite loaded and collects other ideas that are equally unexamined by you. What is your idea of being responsible? According to your answer, you can discover whether the core belief works to your advantage or not. If responsible means, I must be a parent 24 hours a day to the exclusion of everything else, then you may be in difficulty, for that core belief might prevent you from using other abilities that exist quite apart from your parenthood. You may begin to perceive all physical data through the eyes of that core belief alone. You will not look out upon physical reality with the wonder of a child anymore, or with the unstructured curiosity of an individual, but always through parental eyes. Thus, you will close yourselves off from much of physical experience. Now, telepathically, you will also attract unconscious data that fits into this rigid pattern, according to the strength and stubbornness of this idea, and whether or not you are willing to deal with it. You may narrow your life still further, all information of any kind finally becoming relatively invisible to you unless it touches upon your parental reality. Now, the core belief just given is of one kind. You hold some basic assumptions that are also core beliefs. To you, they seem to be definitions. They are so a part of you that you take them for granted. Your idea of time is one. You may enjoy manipulating thoughts of time in your mind. You may find yourself thinking that time is basically different from your experience of it. But fundamentally, you believe that you exist in the hours and the years, and the weeks come at you one at a time, that you are caught in the onrush of the seasons. Naturally, your physical experience reinforces this belief. You structure your perception, therefore, in terms of the lapses that seem to happen between events. This in itself forces you to concentrate your attention in one direction only, and discourages you from perceiving the events in your life in other fashions. You may occasionally employ the association of ideas, one thought leading easily to another. When you do this, you often perceive new insights. As the events fall away from time continuity in your mind, they seem to take on fresh vitality. You have unstructured them, you see, from the usual organization. As you apprehend them through association, you come quite close to examining the contents of your mind in a free fashion. But if you drop the time concept and then view the conscious content of your mind through other core ideas, you are still structuring. I am not saying that you should never organize those contents. I am saying that you must become aware of your own structures. Build them up or tear them down, but do not allow yourself to become blind to the furniture of your own mind. You can stub your toe as easily on a misplaced idea than you can upon an old chair. It will help you, in fact, if you think of your own beliefs as furniture that can be rearranged, changed, renewed, completely discarded, or replaced. Your ideas are yours. They should not control you. It is up to you to accept those that you choose to accept. Imagine yourself then rearranging this furniture. Images of particular pieces will come clearly to you. Ask yourself what ideas these pieces represent. See how well the tables fit together. Open up the drawers inside. There will be no mystery. You know what your own beliefs are. You will see the groupings, but it is up to you to look inside your own mind and use the images in your own way. Throw out ideas that do not suit you. If you read this, find such an idea in yourself and then say, "I cannot throw this idea away," then you must realize that your inner remark is in itself a belief. You can indeed throw the idea away, the second one as easily as the first. You are not powerless before ideas. Using this analogy, you will certainly find some furniture that you did not expect. Do not simply look in the center of your inner room of consciousness, and make sure that you are on guard against the certain invisibility that was mentioned earlier, where an idea, quite available, appears to be a part of reality instead. The structuring of beliefs is done in a highly characteristic yet individual manner, so you will find patterns that exist between various groupings, and one can lead you to another. The idea of being the responsible parent, for example, may lead quite easily to other psychic structures involving responsibility, so that data is accepted on its own value. You may even think that it is wrong to view any situation except through your parental status. The belief in guilt, therefore, would be a cementing structure that would hold together other similar core beliefs and add to their strength. You must understand that these are not simply dead ideas like debris within your mind. They are psychic matter. In a sense, they are alive. They group themselves like cells, protecting their own validity and identity. You feed them, figuratively speaking, with like ideas. When you examine one such belief, then you obviously threaten the integrity of the structure, and so there are ways of inserting new supports, so to speak, methods to tide you over. The whole core belief need not fall down upon you as you examine its basis. Imagination also plays an important part in your subjective life, as it gives mobility to your beliefs. It is one of the motivating agencies that helps transform your beliefs into physical experience. It is vital, therefore, that you understand the inner relationship between ideas and imagination. In order to dislodge unsuitable beliefs and establish new ones, you must learn to use your imagination to move concepts in and out of your mind. The proper use of imagination can then propel ideas in the directions you desire. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4: Your Imagination and Your Beliefs, and a few words about the origin of your beliefs. In physical life, your conscious mind is largely dependent upon the workings of your physical brain. You have a conscious mind whether you are in flesh or out of it, but when you are physically oriented, then it is connected to the physical brain. The brain to some extent keeps the mind to a three-dimensional focus. It orients you toward the environment in which you must operate, and it is because of the mind's allegiance with the temporal brain that you perceive, for example, time as a series of moments. The brain channels the information that the mind receives to your physical structure, so that your experience is physically sifted and automatically translated into terms that the organism can understand. Because of this, physically speaking and in life as you know it, the mind is to a large extent dependent upon the brain's growth and activity. There is some information necessary to physical survival that must be taught and handed down from parent to child. There are basic assumptions of a general nature with which you are born, but because the specific conditions of your environment are so various, these must be implemented. So it is necessary that the child accept beliefs from its parents. These will reinforce the family group when the child most needs protection. This acquiescence to belief, then, is important in the early stages as infant develops into child. This sharing of mutual ideas not only protects the new offspring from dangers obvious to the parents, it also serves as a framework within which the child can grow. This provides leeway until the conscious mind is able to reason for itself and provide its own value judgments. Later, I will discuss greater aspects of the origin of ideas, but for now we will simply speak in terms of this life, the one you know. The beliefs that you receive, therefore, are your parents' conception of the nature of reality. They are given to you through example, verbal communication, and constant telepathic reinforcement. You receive ideas about the world in general and your relationship to it, and from your parents you are also given concepts of what you are. You pick up their ideas of your own reality. Underneath all of this, you carry indelibly within you your own knowledge of your identity, meaning, and purpose, but in the early stages of development, great care is taken to see that you relate in physical terms. There are directional beliefs that you receive from your parents, orienting you in ways that they feel are safe. Cushioned with these beliefs, the child can be safe and satisfy its own curiosity, develop its abilities, and throw its full energy in clearly stated areas of activity. So it is quite necessary that an acquiescence to belief does exist, particularly in early life. There is no reason, though, for an individual to be bound by childhood beliefs or experience. The nature of some such beliefs is that while seemingly obvious ones are recognized as harmful or foolish, others connected to them may not be so easily understood. For example, it may seem silly to you that you ever believed in, say, original sin. It may not be so obvious that many of your present actions are caused by a belief in guilt. We will have much to say about the ways in which your beliefs can be connected, simply because you are not used to examining them. You may say, I am overweight because I feel guilty about something in my past. You may then try to discover what the charged event was, but in such a case, your trouble is a belief in guilt itself. You do not have to carry such a belief. I am well aware that strong elements of your civilization are built upon ideas of guilt and punishment. Many of you are afraid that without a feeling of guilt there would be no inner discipline, and the world would run wild. It is running quite wild now, not despite your ideas of guilt and punishment, but largely because of them. But we will have more to say about that later in the book. The early ideas given to you by your parents, then, structure your learning experiences themselves. They set the safe boundaries within which you can operate in early years. Quite without your conscious knowing, because your mind connected with its brain is not that developed, your imagination is set along certain roads. Largely, but not completely, your imagination follows your beliefs, as do your emotions. To some extent, there are certain general patterns. A child will cry when it is hurt. It will stop when the hurt stops, and the emotion behind the cry will automatically change into another. But if the child discovers that a prolonged cry after the event gets extra attention and consideration, then it will begin to extend the emotion. From the earliest stages, the child automatically compares its interpretation of reality with its parents'. Since the parents are bigger and stronger and fulfill so many of its needs, it will attempt to bring its experience into line with their expectations and beliefs. While it is generally quite natural for the child to cry or feel quote-unquote badly when hurt, this inclination can be carried through belief to such an extent that prolonged feelings of desolation are adopted as definite behavioral patterns. Behind this would be the belief that any hurt was inherently a disaster. Such a belief could originate from an overanxious mother, for instance. If such a mother's imagination followed her belief, as of course it would, then she would immediately perceive a great potential danger to her child in the smallest threat. Both through the mother's actions and telepathically, the child would receive such a message and react according to those understood beliefs. Many such beliefs lie quite within the conscious mind. The grown adult, not used to examining his or her beliefs, however, may be quite unaware of harboring such an idea. The idea itself is not buried or unconscious. It is simply unexamined. So one of the most hampering beliefs of all, as earlier mentioned, is the idea that the clues to current behavior are buried and usually inaccessible. This belief itself closes to you the contents of your own conscious mind and prevents you from looking there for the answers that are available. Your beliefs always change to some extent. As an adult, you perform many activities that you believed you could not as a child. For instance, you may, at the age of 3, have believed it was dangerous to cross a street. By 30, hopefully you have dismissed such a belief, though it fit in very well and was necessary to you in your childhood. If your mother reinforced this belief telepathically and verbally through dire pictures of potential danger involved in street crossing, however, then you would also carry within you that emotional fear, and perhaps entertain imaginative considerations of possible accident. Your emotions and your imagination both follow your belief. When the belief vanishes, then the same emotional context is no longer entertained, and your imagination turns in other directions. Beliefs automatically mobilize your emotional and imaginative powers. Few beliefs are intellectual alone. When you are examining the contents of your conscious mind, you must learn or recognize the emotional and imaginative connotations that are connected with a given idea. There are various ways of altering the belief by substituting its opposite. One particular method is three-pronged. You generate the emotion opposite the one that arises from the belief you want to change, and you turn your imagination in the opposite direction from the one dictated by the belief. At the same time, you consciously assure yourself that the unsatisfactory belief is an idea about reality and not an aspect of reality itself. You realize that ideas are not stationary. Emotions and imagination move them in one direction or the other, reinforce them or negate them. Quite deliberately, you use your conscious mind playfully, creating a game as children do, in which for a time you completely ignore what seems to be in physical terms and quote-unquote pretend that what you really want is real. If you are poor, you purposely pretend that you have all you need financially. Imagine how you will spend your money. If you are ill, imagine playfully that you are cured. See yourself doing what you would do. If you cannot communicate with others, imagine yourself doing so easily. If you feel your days dark and pointless, then imagine them filled and joyful. Now, this may sound impractical, yet in your daily life you use your imagination and your emotions often at the service of far less worthy beliefs, and the results are quite clear, and let me add, unfortunately practical. As it took a while for the unsatisfactory beliefs to come materialized, so it may be a time before you see physical results. But the new ideas will take growth and change your experience as certainly as the old ones did. The process of imagining will also bring you face to face with other subsidiary ideas that may momentarily bring you up short. You may see where you held two quite conflicting ideas simultaneously, and with equal vigor. In such a case, you stalemated yourself. You may believe that you have a right to health, and yet with equal intensity believe that the human condition is by nature tainted. So you will try to be healthy and not healthy at the same time, or successful and not successful according to your individual system of beliefs. For later in the book, you will see how your beliefs will generally fall into a system of related ideas. It is somewhat fashionable to place feelings above conscious thoughts, the idea being that emotions are more basic and natural than conscious reasoning is. The two actually go together, but your conscious thinking largely determines your emotions and not the other way around. Your beliefs generate the appropriate emotion that is implied. A long period of inner depression does not just come upon you. Your emotions do not betray you. Instead, over a period of time, you have been consciously entertaining negative beliefs that then generated the strong feelings of despondency. If emotion could be trusted above conscious reasoning, then there would be little point in aware thought at all. You would not need it. You are not at the mercy of your emotions either, for they are meant to follow the flow of your reasoning. Your mind is meant to perceive the physical environment clearly, and its judgments about the environment then activate the body's mechanisms to bring about proper response. If your beliefs about existence are fearful, then the emotional reactions will be those leading to stress. Your own value judgments need examination in such a case. Your imagination, of course, fires your emotions, and it also follows your beliefs faithfully. As you think, so you feel, and not the other way around. Later, we will have some comments regarding hypnotism. Here, let me mention that in those terms you hypnotize yourself constantly with your own conscious thoughts and suggestions. The term hypnosis merely applies to a quite normal state in which you concentrate your attention, narrowing your focus to a particular area of thought or belief. You concentrate with great vigor upon one idea, usually to the exclusion of others. It is a quite conscious performance. As such, it also portrays the importance of belief. For using hypnosis, you quote-unquote force-feed a belief to yourself, or one given to you by another, a quote-unquote hypnotist. But you concentrate all of your attention upon the idea presented. Here, as in normal life, your emotions and actions follow your beliefs. If you believe you are sick, then for all intents and purposes, you are sick. If you believe that you are healthy, then you are healthy. There is much written about the nature of healing, and there will be material in this book dealing with it, but there is also healing in reverse, in which case an individual loses a belief in his or her health and accepts instead the idea of personal illness. Here, the belief itself will generate the negative emotions that will indeed bring about a physical or emotional illness. The imagination will follow, painting dire mental pictures of a particular condition. Before long, physical data bears out the negative belief, negative in that it is far less desirable than a concept of health. I mention this here simply because in the overall development of an individual, an illness may also be used as a method to achieve another constructive end. In such a case, belief would also be involved. Such a person would have to believe that an unhealthy condition was the best way to serve another purpose. Other means would seem closed to him because of various personal beliefs that would form a vacuum in his experience. That is, he would see no other way, perhaps, to achieve the same end. This will be discussed much more thoroughly later in the book. One belief, of course, can be dependent upon many others, each generating its own emotion and imaginative reality. The belief in illness itself depends upon a belief in human unworthiness, guilt, and imperfection, for example. The mind does not just hold active beliefs. It contains many others in a passive state. These lie latent, ready to be focused upon and used. Any of them can be brought to the fore when a conscious thought acts as a stimulus. If you are focusing upon ideas of poverty, illness, or lack, for example, your conscious mind also holds latently concepts of health, vigor, and abundance. If you divert your thoughts from the negative ideas to the positive ones, then your concentration will begin to alter the balance. The vast reservoir of energy and potential within you is called into action under the leadership of your conscious mind. Because you are reasoning as creatures, because you have available such varieties of experience, the human species developed reasoning abilities that are meant to evolve and grow as they are used. Your consciousness expands as you use it. You become quote-unquote more conscious as you exercise these faculties. A flower cannot write a poem about itself. You can, and in so doing, your own consciousness turns around about itself. It literally becomes more than it was. Existing in such diversified, rich environment possibilities, the human psyche needed and developed a conscious mind that could make fairly concise and accurate quote-unquote minute-by-minute judgments and evaluations. As the conscious mind grew now, so did the range of imagination. The conscious mind is a vehicle for the imagination in many ways. The greater its knowledge, the further the reach of imagination. In return, imagination enriches conscious reasoning and emotional experience. You have not learned to use your consciousness properly or fully, so that it seems that imagination, emotions, and reasoning are separate faculties, or sometimes set against each other. The mature conscious mind, once more, accepts data from the exterior world and from the interior one. It is only when you believe that consciousness must be attuned only to exterior conditions that you force it to cut itself off from inner knowledge, intuitional voices, and the depths from which it springs. I am not minimizing the importance of the inner self. All of its infinite resources are placed at the disposal of your conscious mind, however, and for your conscious purposes. There has been, on the one hand, a too great reliance upon the conscious mind, while its characteristics and mechanisms were misunderstood, so that proponents of the quote-unquote conscious reasoning mind above all theories advocated a use of intellect and reasoning powers while not recognizing their source in the inner self. The conscious mind was therefore expected to perform alone, so to speak, ignoring the highly intuitive inner information that is also available to it. It was not supposed to be aware of such data. Yet any individual knows quite well that intuitive hunches, inspiration, precognitive information, or clairvoyant material has often risen to conscious knowledge. Usually it is shoved away and disregarded because you have been taught that the conscious mind should not hold such quote-unquote nonsense. So you have been told to trust your conscious mind, while at the same time you were led to believe it could only be aware of stimuli that came to it from the outside physical world. On the other hand, there are those who stress the great value of the inner self, the emotional being, at the expense of the conscious mind. These theories hold that the intellect and usual consciousness are far inferior to the inner quote-unquote unconscious portions of being, and that all the answers are hidden from view. The followers of this belief consider the conscious mind in such derogatory terms that it almost seems to be a supercilious cancer that sprouted like a growth upon man's psyche, impeding rather than aiding his progress in understanding. Both groups ignore the miraculous unity of the psyche, the fine natural interworkings that exist between the so-called conscious mind and the so-called unconscious, the incredibly rich interaction as each gives and takes. The quote-unquote unconscious simply contains great portions of your own experience in which you have been taught not to believe. Again, your conscious mind is meant to look into the exterior world and into the interior one. The conscious mind is a vehicle for the expression of the soul in corporeal terms. It is your method of assessing temporal experience according to the beliefs that it holds about the nature of reality. It automatically causes the body to react in certain ways. I cannot say this often enough. Your beliefs form your reality, your body, and its condition, your personal relationships, your environment, and en masse, your civilization and world. Your beliefs automatically attract appropriate emotions. They reinforce themselves through imagination, and at the risk of repeating myself, because this is so important, imagination and feeling follow your beliefs. It is not the other way around. If, now, a brief innocuous enough example, you meet an individual often enough and think, "He gives me a pain in the neck," it is surely no coincidence that you find yourself with a painful neck in future encounters with this person. The suggestion is quite a conscious one, however, given by yourself and carried out not symbolically, but most practically, most literally. In other words, the conscious mind gives its orders, and the inner self carries them out. In this existence, you are physically oriented. Surely then, the conscious physically oriented mind is the one that is meant to make deductions about the nature of physical reality. Otherwise, you would have no free will. In Western culture since the Industrial Revolution, the idea grew that there was little connection between the objects in the world and the individual. Now, this is not a history book, so I will not go into the reasons behind this idea, but will merely mention that it was an overreaction, in your terms at least, to previous religious concepts. Before that time, man did believe that he could affect matter and the environment through his thoughts. With the Industrial Revolution, however, even the elements of nature lost their living quality in man's eyes. They became objects to be categorized, named, torn apart, and examined. You do not dissect a pet cat or dog, so when man began to dissect the universe in those terms, he had already lost his sense of love for it. It became soulless for him. Only then could he examine it, you see, without qualm, and without being aware of the living voice that protested. And so in his great fascination for what made things work, in his great curiosity to understand the heredity of a flower, say, he forgot that he could also learn by smelling a flower, looking at it, watching it be itself. So he examined quote-unquote dead nature. Often he had to kill life in order, he thought, to discover its reality. You cannot understand what makes things live when you must first rob their life. And so when man learned to categorize, number, and dissect nature, he lost its living quality and no longer felt a part of it. To some important extent, he denied his heritage, for spirit is born into nature and the soul, and for a time resides in flesh. Man's thoughts no longer seemed to have any effect upon nature, because in his mind he saw himself apart from it. In an ambiguous fashion, while concentrating upon nature's exterior aspects in a very conscious manner, he still ended up denying the conscious powers of his own mind. He became blind to the connection between his thoughts and his physical environment and experience. Nature became then an adversary that he must control. Yet underneath he felt that he was at the mercy of nature, because in cutting himself off from it, he also cut himself off from using many of his own abilities. It was at this point that the nature of the conscious mind itself became so misunderstood, and those unrecognized or denied powers were assigned to unconscious portions of the self by ensuing schools of psychology. Very natural functions of the conscious mind, therefore, were assigned to the quote-unquote underground and cut off from normal use. Now, because the conscious mind has been so stressed while stripped of many of its characteristics, there is now an overreaction occurring in which normal consciousness is being put down, colloquially speaking. Emotion and imagination are being considered as far superior. The displaced powers of consciousness are still being assigned to the unconscious, and great efforts are being made to reach what seem to be normally inaccessible areas of awareness. To this end, drugs are utilized, cults set up, and there are methods and training manuals galore. Yet there is nothing basically inaccessible about such quote-unquote inner knowledge or experience. It can all be quite conscious, and utilized to enrich the reality that you know. The conscious mind is not some prodigal child or poor relative of the self. It can quite freely focus into inner reality when you understand that it can. You, again, have a conscious mind. You can change the focus of your own consciousness. There have been tyrannies propagated for various reasons by the race of man upon itself. One of the greatest, however, is the idea that the conscious mind does not have any touch with the fountains of its own being, that it is divorced from nature, and that the individual is therefore at the mercy of unconscious drives over which he has no control. Man therefore feels himself powerless. If the purpose of civilization is to enable the individual to live in peace, joy, security, and abundance, then that idea has served him poorly. When a man or woman feels no connection between personal reality and experience and the surrounding world, then he or she loses even an animal's sense of pure competence and belonging. Your beliefs, once more, form your reality, shaping your life and all of its conditions. All of the powers of your inner self are set into activation as a result of your conscious beliefs. You have lost a sense of responsibility for your conscious thought because you have been taught that it is not what forms your life. You have been told that regardless of your beliefs, you are terrorized by unconscious conditioning. As long as you hold that conscious belief, you will experience it as reality. Some of your beliefs originated in your childhood, but you are not at their mercy unless you believe that you are. Because your imagination follows your beliefs, you can find yourself in a vicious circle in which you constantly paint pictures in your mind that reinforce quote-unquote negative aspects in your life. The imaginative events generate appropriate emotions, which automatically bring about hormonal changes in your body or affect your behavior with others, or cause you to interpret events always in the light of your beliefs. And so daily experience will seem to justify what you believe more and more. The only way out of it is to become aware of your beliefs, aware of your own conscious thought, and to change your beliefs so that you bring them more in line with the kind of reality you want to experience. Imagination and emotion will then automatically come into play to reinforce the new beliefs. As mentioned, the first important step is to realize that your beliefs about reality are just that, beliefs about reality, and not necessarily attributes of reality. You must make a clear distinction between you and your beliefs.
You must then realize that your beliefs are physically materialized. What you believe to be true in your experience is true. To change the physical effect, you must change the original belief, while being quite aware that for a time physical materializations of the old beliefs may still hold. If you completely understand what I am saying, however, your new beliefs will, and quickly, begin to show themselves in your experience. But you must not be concerned for their emergence, for this brings up the fear that the new ideas will not materialize, and so this negates your purpose. I mentioned a game in which you playfully adopt an idea that you want to materialize, then imagine it happening in your mind. Know that all events are mental and psychic first, and that these will happen in physical terms. But do not keep watching yourself. Continue with the game. You are doing the same thing now constantly and automatically with whatever beliefs you have, and they are being as constantly and automatically translated. It is the separation of self from beliefs that is so important initially, however. You are not to hammer at yourself consciously. Imagination and emotion are your great allies. Your conscious direction will automatically bring them into play. You can see why it is so important that you examine all of your beliefs about yourself in the nature of your reality, and one belief, if you let it, will lead you to another. Now, much has been written saying that if imagination and willpower are in conflict, imagination will win. Now I tell you, if you examine yourself, you will find that imagination and willpower are never in conflict. Your beliefs may conflict, but your imagination will always follow your willpower and your conscious thoughts and beliefs. If this is not apparent to you, then it is because you have not as yet completely examined your beliefs. Let us take a simple example. You are overweight. You have tried diets to no avail. You tell yourself that you want to lose weight. You follow what I have said so far. You change the belief. You say, because I believe I am overweight, I am, so I will think of myself at my ideal weight. But you find that you still overeat. In your mind's eye, you still see yourself as overweight. Imagine the goodies and snacks, and in your terms, quote-unquote, give in to your imagination, and you think that willpower is useless and conscious thought powerless. But pretend that you go beyond this point. In sheer desperation, you say, all right, I will examine my beliefs further. Now, this is a hypothetical case, so you may find one of innumerable beliefs. You may, for instance, find that you believe you are not worthy, and hence should not look attractive, or that health means physical weight and it is dangerous to be slim. Or you may find that you feel, and believe that you are, so vulnerable that you need the weight so people will think twice before they shove you around. In all of these cases, the ideas will be conscious. You have entertained them often, and your imagination and emotions are in league with them, and not in conflict. Now, you may be poor. Following my suggestions, you may try to alter the belief and say, my wants are taken care of, and I have great abundance. Yet you may still find yourself unable to meet your bills. Imaginatively, you may see the next bill coming, with you unable to pay it. I will have enough money, you say. This is my new belief. But nothing changes, so you think, my conscious thoughts mean nothing. Yet upon examination of your beliefs, you may find a deep conviction of your own unworthiness. You may find yourself thinking, I am no one to begin with, or the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, or the world is against me, or money is wrong, people who have it are not spiritual. You may discover again one of numerous beliefs that all lead to the fact that you do not want to have money or are afraid of it. In any case, your imagination and your beliefs go hand in hand. You may be trying to remember your dreams, another example. You may give yourself appropriate suggestions each night, only to awaken again with no memory of them. You may say, consciously I want to remember my dreams, but my suggestions do not work. Therefore, what I want on a conscious level has little significance. Yet, if you examine your beliefs more carefully, you will find one of many possible beliefs such as, I'm afraid to remember my dreams. Or, my dreams are always unpleasant. Or, I'm afraid to know what I dream about. Or, I want to remember my dreams, but they may tell me more than I want to know. In this case also, your reality colors your beliefs, and your experience is a direct result of your conscious attitudes. By such attitudes as these just mentioned, you put clamps upon your inner self, purposely hamper your experience, and reinforce beliefs in the negative aspects of your being. Only by examining these ideas of your own can you learn where you stand with yourself. Now, I do not mean to stress the negative by any means, so I suggest that you look to those areas of your life in which you are pleased and have done well. See how emotionally and imaginatively you personally reinforced those beliefs and brought them to physical fruition. Realize how naturally and automatically the results appeared. Catch hold of those feelings of accomplishment and understand that you can use the same methods in other areas. Now, you also communicate your beliefs to others, of course. When visitors enter your home, they do not see it exactly as you do because they also view it through the screen of their beliefs. In your own environment, however, your personal beliefs will usually predominate. People with like ideas reinforce each other's beliefs. You may meet with some misunderstanding when you suddenly decide to change your reality by changing your beliefs. According to the circumstances, you may be going in a completely different direction than the group to which you belong. The others may feel it necessary to defend ideas that all of you previously took for granted. In such cases, your beliefs merged. Each individual has his or her own ideas about reality for reasons that seem valid. Needs are met. When you abruptly change your beliefs, then in the group you no longer have the same position. You are not playing that game any longer. In the group you may suddenly cease to provide for the others a need that you satisfied earlier. This affects both intimate behavior and, say, social interactions. For a time then, you may experience a feeling of loss as you move from one group of beliefs to another. However, others sharing your new beliefs will gravitate towards you and you to them. I will say more about this later in the book, but it explains, for example, why a diet watcher, suddenly determined to lose weight, may meet with veiled or even open resistance from family or friends, why the person who makes new resolutions may find himself baffled by associates' ridicule, why the alcoholic trying not to drink finds others tempting him quite openly or teasing him into indulgence by hidden tactics. When someone who has been ill starts on the road to recovery through changing his beliefs, he may be quite surprised to find even his dearest allies suddenly upset, reminding him of the quote-unquote reality of his dire state for the same reasons. Because beliefs form reality, the structure of experience, any change in beliefs altering that structure initiates change to some extent, of course. The status quo, which served a certain purpose, is gone. New elements are introduced. Another creative process begins. Because your private beliefs are shared with others, because there is interaction, then any determined change of direction on your part is felt by others, and they will react in their own fashion. You are setting out to experience the most fulfilled reality that you can. To do this, you have, hopefully, begun to examine your beliefs. You may want others to change. In doing so, you begin with yourself. I told you to imagine a game in which you see yourself acting in line with the new desired belief. As you do so, see yourself affecting others in the new fashion. See them reacting to you in the new way. This is highly important because telepathically you are sending them interior messages. You are telling them that you are changing the conditions and behavior of your relationship. You are broadcasting your altered position. Some will be quite able to understand you at that level. There may be those who need the old framework, and someone, if not you, to play the part you played before. Those people will either drop out of your experience or you must drop them from yours. Once more, if you think of daily life as an ever-moving three-dimensional painting with you as the artist, then you will realize that as your beliefs change, so will your experience. You must accept the idea completely, however, that your beliefs form your experience. Discard those beliefs that are not bringing you those effects you want. In the meantime, you will often be in the position of telling yourself that something is true in the face of physical data that seems completely contradictory. You may say, I live amid abundance and am free from want, while your eyes tell you that the desk is piled with bills. You must realize that you are the one who produced that quote-unquote physical evidence that still faces you, and you did so through your beliefs. So as you alter the belief, the physical evidence will gradually begin to quote-unquote prove
your new belief as faithfully as it did your old one. You must work with your own ideas. While there are general categories of beliefs and general reasons for them, you must become personally aware of your own, for no one person is completely like any other. The old beliefs served a purpose and fulfilled a need. As mentioned earlier, you may have believed that of itself poverty was more spiritual than abundance, or that you were basically unworthy and should therefore punish yourself by being poor. According to your energy, power, and intensity, you can help change the beliefs of many people, of course. In your daily physical life, you are usually concerned simply with changing your beliefs about yourself, and then changing the beliefs others hold about you. You will find conflicting beliefs within yourself, and you must become aware of these. As an example, you may believe that you want to understand the nature of your inner self. You may tell yourself you want to remember your dreams, but at the same time still hold a belief in the basic unworthiness of the self, and be quite frightened of remembering your dreams because of what you might find there. It does no good in such a case to bemoan the situation and say, "I want to understand myself, but I'm frightened that I will not like what I find." You yourself must change your beliefs. You must stop believing that the inner self is a dungeon of unsavory, repressed emotion. It does contain some repressed emotion. It also contains great intuition, knowledge, and all the answers to all of your questions. Listen to your own conversation as you speak with friends, and to theirs. See how you reinforce each other's beliefs. See how your imaginations often follow the same lines. All of this is quite out in the open if you realize that it is. Almost everyone in this society is acquainted with the old suggestion, "Every day, in every way, I am getting better and better." Now, that is an excellent suggestion given by the conscious self to other portions of your being. The results of such a suggestion would also follow your conscious beliefs, however. Earlier I used, "I am a dependable parent," as an example of a belief. If to you this means, "I give great attention to seeing that my children brush their teeth, eat enough, and perform properly," then you will interpret the "better and better" suggestion in that light. If the belief means to you that love for children is best expressed in those terms, if you feel that there is something embarrassing about expressing affection directly, then the "better and better" suggestion may only reinforce that belief. You may become more and more efficient in that manner. That is why it is so vital that you examine your beliefs for yourself and understand what they mean to you personally. If, using that example, you suddenly begin to realize your position and begin to express your love to your children directly, you may find them quite surprised, delighted but confused. It may take them a while to understand your reactions, but as the old reality had a cohesiveness, so will a new. You must therefore understand and examine your beliefs, realize that they form your experience, and consciously change those that do not give the effects you want. In such an examination, you will be aware of many excellent beliefs that work for you. Trace these through. See how they were followed by your imagination and emotions. If possible, look in your own past for points where recognizable new ideas came to you and beneficially changed your experience. Ideas not only alter the world constantly, they make it constantly. Now, we are at the end of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Constant Creation of the Physical Body. As mentioned, the conscious mind is a portion of the inner self, that part that surfaces, so to speak, and meets physical reality more or less directly. You are mainly concerned now with physical orientation and the corporeal materialization of inner reality. Therefore, the conscious mind holds in ready access the information that you require for effective day-to-day living. It is not necessary that you hold in steady consciousness data that does not directly apply to what you consider your physical reality at any given quote-unquote time. As soon as the need for such data, aid, information, or knowledge arises, then it is immediately forthcoming unless your own conscious beliefs cause a barrier. The exquisite, precise, and concentrated focus of your conscious mind is quite necessary in physical life.
It is because of this highly selective quality that you can quote-unquote tune into the particular range of activity that is physical. In their own way, animals also possess this selective consciousness. They also focus their attention in very specific directions, perceiving from a vast general field of perception stimuli that is quote-unquote recognized and accepted in an organized manner. Now, the animals' conscious minds, connected with their physical brains, makes this necessary selectivity possible. Without it, there would be an quote-unquote out-of-focus effect that would make physical survival impossible, so certain portions of the inner self come to the foreground of being. Because your mind in life is connected with the brain and the physical organism, it is automatically attuned to corporeal reality, and to some extent, of course, it ignores some non-physical data that lies within any given field of perception. Quite simply, it does not allow it into the organizing perceptions. It is then blocked out. Again, this is quite necessary. There is some information and data that does not quote-unquote apply to physical reality. Some of it is perceived by quote-unquote non-physical entities who organize it into their system of reality, where it does have meaning, but we will not be concerned with it here. While you are physical then, you will always be concentrating upon certain data to the exclusion of other data. In other kinds of realities, you may ignore the physical system entirely, however, focusing instead upon those systems of existence that are not now recognized within your own. In your present life, the conscious mind assesses physical reality and has behind it all the energy, power, and ability of the inner self at its disposal. Any information that it requires will be available. Its job is to assess that reality effectively, using that fine focus mentioned earlier. Because of its character, consciousness, or the conscious mind, cannot be swamped by too much detail, too much information. The inner self sends to it only the information it asks for or feels necessary. To a very large extent, then, conscious beliefs act as great liberators of such inner data, or as inhibitors of it. The conscious mind is itself developing and expanding. It is not a thing. It learns through experience and through the effects of its behavior. The inner self brings about whatever results the conscious mind desires. It does not leave the conscious mind at loose ends nor isolate it from the fountains of its own being. Because the conscious mind is part of the inner self, it is obviously made of the same energy, filled with the same vitality, and revitalized by the deep sources of creativity from which all being emerges. You must understand that it is not cut off from the inner self. The inner self keeps the physical body alive, even as it formed it. The miraculous constant translation of spirit into flesh is carried on with inexhaustible energy by these inner portions of being, but in all cases, the inner self looks to the conscious mind for its assessment of the body's condition and reality, and forms the image in line with the conscious mind's beliefs. So, once more, you form reality through your beliefs, and your most intimate production is your physical body. Your beliefs about it are constantly fed into inner data. You organize on an unconscious level the atoms and molecules that compose your cells to form your body. But the blueprint is made by your conscious beliefs. To change your body, you change your beliefs, even in the face of physical data or evidence that conflicts. You each have a body, and you each have a consciousness. You can practice with these ideas by applying them to your body. For now, we are taking into consideration the fact that, generally speaking, you are not going to make yourself 5 physical feet taller if you are a grown adult already, because there are certain physical laws with which you must contend. We will discuss those more fully later. In that context, you can even appear taller and affect others as if you were, which would usually be what you wanted in any case under the circumstances. But except for some conditions which will be mentioned later, you can become healthy if you are ill, slim if you are overweight, gain weight if you prefer, or alter your physical image in profound fashion through the use of your ideas and beliefs. They form the blueprint by which you make your body, whether you have known this or not. Your body is an artistic creation, formed and constantly maintained at unconscious levels, but quite in line with your beliefs about what and who you are. Now, you constantly give yourself suggestions about your body, your health, or ill health. You think about your body often then. You send a barrage of beliefs and instructions to the inner self that affect your physical image. As I mentioned earlier, your thoughts have a very definite vital reality. Beliefs are thoughts reinforced by imagination and emotion concerning the nature of your reality. Now, thoughts in general possess an electromagnetic reality, but whether you know it or not, they also have an inner sound value. You know the importance of exterior sound. It is used as a method of communication, and it is also a byproduct of many other events, and it affects the physical atmosphere. Now, the same is true about what I will call inner sound, the sound of your thoughts within your own head. I am not speaking here of body noises, though you are usually oblivious to these also. Inner sounds have an even greater effect than exterior ones upon your body. They affect the atoms and molecules that compose your cells. In many respects, it is true to say that you speak your body, but the speaking is interior. The same kind of sound built the pyramids, and it was not sound that you would hear with your physical ears. Such inner sound forms your bone and flesh. The sound exists connected with, but quite apart from, the mental words you use in thinking. It does not matter in which language you are addressing yourself, for example. The sound is formed by your intent, and the same intent, I'm putting this simply now, will have the same sound effect upon the body, regardless of the words used. But usually you think in your own language, and so in quite practical terms, the words and the intent merge. For all practical purposes then, the two are one. When you say, "I am tired," mentally, you are not only giving silent messages to yourself. I say messages rather than message, because the general statement is broken down. Many portions of the body must be affected before you feel tired. But beside this, the inner sound value of the messages automatically affects the body in just that way. What should you do then if you find yourself feeling tired? This is your conscious assessment of your body's reality at a given time. You want to change it so that you do not reinforce it. Instead, you say mentally that the body can now begin to rest and refresh itself. You take your initial judgment for granted then without restating it, and instead suggest the remedy be carried out. You can, if the conditions warrant, physically rest by lying down, or make whatever adjustments seem appropriate. If none are possible, then several such suggestions, that the body can refresh itself, will give you benefit. To tell yourself over and over that you are tired, however, reinforces the condition. The inner sound value of the countering suggestion automatically begins to refresh the body. It is fashionable now to think about noise pollution, yet the same kind of circumstances occur with inner sound, particularly when your inner thoughts are self-contradictory, scrambled, and random. Diverse and highly conflicting instructions are then given to the body. As you should know, the body's inner environment changes constantly, and it is you who change it. Change is quite necessary, and as a rule, the body's overall balance is maintained. But the directions that you give are often not clear or advantageous, and your beliefs largely determine the kind of information you send to that environment. The inner self always attempts to maintain the body's equilibrium and health, but many times your own beliefs prevent it from coming to your aid with even half of the energy available to it. Often, only when you are in dire straits do you open up the doors to this great energy, when it is much too clear that your previous beliefs and behavior have not worked. You have at your disposal the means to ensure your health. My friend Joseph brought up a point concerning this before our session. He wanted to know why so many in this country wore glasses. He wondered if people unacquainted with glasses and suddenly introduced to them would develop a need for them. And they would. Many individuals are given glasses to correct an eye difficulty at an early age. Left alone, in many cases, the eyes would correct themselves. The glasses can impede any such self-correction by providing a crutch that further weakens eye muscles, for example, and instead fixes the condition. When you believe that only glasses will correct poor vision, then only glasses will. Instead, you must discover the reason for the belief behind the physical poor function or non-function, and if this is done, the condition will automatically clear up. Now, for most people, it is easier to get glasses. To be healthy, you must believe in health. A good physician is a changer of beliefs. He will replace an idea of illness with one of health. Whatever methods or drugs he uses will not be effective unless this change of belief takes place. Unfortunately, when man became a labeler, he also made maps, so to speak, of great complexity, categorizing various diseases with greater effectiveness than ever before. He studied dead tissue to discover the nature of the disease that killed it. Physicians began to think of men as carriers of disease and diseases, which in certain terms they, the physicians, did themselves create through some new medical procedures. The old medicine men often dealt far more directly with the patient himself and understood the nature of beliefs and the prime importance of suggestion. Many of their techniques were adopted for their psychological shock value, in which the patient was quite effectively, quote-unquote, brainwashed out of the disease he believed that he had. The present medical profession is sadly hampered because of its own beliefs. Often it operates as a framework in which poor health and disease are not only accepted as normal, but the concepts behind them strengthened. Here you have, again, as in psychoanalysis, a hide-and-seek arrangement in which both doctor and patient take part. Both believe they need the other, of course. Behind this is the psychic pattern of beliefs in which the patient often assigns to the doctor the powers of knowledge and wisdom that his beliefs have taught him he does not have. Knowing otherwise, the patient still wants to consider the doctor omnipotent. Upon the patient, a doctor often assigns and projects his own feelings of helplessness against which he combats. The interactions continue with the patient trying to please the doctor, and at best merely changing from one group of symptoms to another. Far too often, the doctor shares the patient's unshakable belief in poor health and disease. Not only this, but the medical profession often provides blueprints for diseases, and the patient too often tries them on for size. This is not to say that the medical profession often is not of great aid and benefit, but within the value system in which it operates, much of its positive influence is negated. Because they are held in such high esteem, the suggestions given by doctors are paid particular attention. The patient's emotional condition is such that he or she readily accepts statements made under such circumstances less critically than usual. The naming and labeling of quote-unquote diseases is a harmful practice that to a large extent denies the innate mobility and ever-changing quality of the psyche as expressed in flesh. You are told that you have quote-unquote something. Out of the blue, quote-unquote it has attacked you, and your most intimate organs perhaps. You are usually told that your emotions or beliefs or system of values has nothing to do with the unfortunate circumstances that beset you. The patient, therefore, often feels relatively powerless and at the mercy of any stray virus that might come along. The facts are that you choose even the kind of illness that you have according to the nature of your beliefs. You are immune to ill health as long as you believe that you are. These are quite practical statements. Your body has an overall body consciousness filled with energy and vitality. It automatically rights any imbalances, but your conscious beliefs also affect this body consciousness. Your muscles believe what you tell them about themselves. So does every other portion of your physical body. While you believe that only doctors can cure you, you had better go to them, because in the framework of your beliefs, they are the only people who can help you. But the framework itself is limiting, and again, while you may be cured of one difficulty, you will only replace it with another as long as your beliefs cause you to have physical problems. Now, the same applies to what is frequently called spiritual healing. If through the concentrated use of psychic energy your body is cured by such a healer, you will also simply trade symptoms for others unless you change your initial beliefs. Now, sometimes a healer or a doctor, with his effectiveness in healing a condition, will show you by inference that the healing energy was always within yourself, and this realization may be strong enough to allow you to change your beliefs about health entirely. In such a case, you will realize that your previous ill health was caused by your belief. If you have any physical problems, concentrate instead upon the healthy portions of your body and the unimpeded functions that you have. In the healthy areas, your beliefs are working for you. As I mentioned, inner sounds are extremely important. Each of the atoms and molecules that compose your body has its own reality in sound values that you do not hear physically. Each organ of your body, then, has its own unique sound value too. When there is something wrong, the inner sounds are discordant. The unharmonious sounds have become a part of that portion of the body as a result of the inner sound of your own thought beliefs. That is why it is vital that you not reinforce these inner sounds through repeating the same negative suggestions to yourself. Verbal suggestions are translated into inner sound. This passes through your body in somewhat the same way that some kinds of lights do. Now, while you are physical creatures, then your perceptions must be largely physically oriented. Even your bodies exist in other terms than you usually suppose. You perceive them as objects with bulk, composed of bone and flesh. They also have quote-unquote structures of sound, light, and electromagnetic properties that you do not perceive. These are all connected with the physical image that you know. Any physical disabilities will show themselves in these other structures initially. The sound, light, and electromagnetic patterns give strength and vitality to the physical form that you recognize. They are more mobile than the physical body, and even more susceptible to the changing pattern of your thought and emotion. I told you that thoughts are translated into this inner sound, but thoughts always attempt to materialize themselves also. As such, they are incipient images, collectors of energy. They build up their own embryonic form until it is in one way or another physically translated. Mental images, therefore, are extremely powerful, combining inner sound and its effects with a clear mental picture which will seek physical form. Your imagination adds motivating and propelling power to such images, and so you will find that many of your beliefs are entertained by you in an inner visual manner. They will have mental pictures connected with them. One such image may represent one particular belief, or it may stand for several. As you make lists of your beliefs, you will find some of these pictures coming into your mind. Look at them as you would a painting you have created. If you do not like what you see, then quite consciously change the picture in your mind. These images are interior, yet because they are so a part of your beliefs, you will see them exteriorized also in your experience. Let me give you a simple example. You have a sore toe. Now and then you see it quite clearly in your mind. You may find yourself looking at the toe more frequently than usual, and you may also find yourself picking out from the populace anyone who is not walking properly. These people might escape your notice ordinarily, but suddenly the world seems to be full of sore toes. We are dealing to make a point with a belief already made physical. But if you continued such concentration, the toe either would not heal or would develop into a worse condition. Behind all this, of course, would be the belief that caused the difficulty, but once you have brought about a group of systems, you must be very careful that you do not begin to view your field of reality from that position. When you do, you add both inner and outer images that reinforce the condition. There is light then that you do not see with physical eyes, as there is sound that you do not hear with your ears. These combine to mentally form the physical image that you know, so you must work from the inside out. Your beliefs are your palette, using the analogy of a painting again. Your thoughts give the general outline of the reality that you physically experience. Your emotions will fill in the patterns with light. Your imagination will forge these together. The sound of your inner thoughts is the medium that you actually use. This is far more than an analogy, however, for in simple terms it explains quite clearly the way in which your beliefs form your reality. In quiet moments, the word Om, said slowly, mentally, or aloud, will be of benefit in toning up your general physical condition. The sounds contain within them a built-in impetus toward energy and well-being, as I will explain shortly. The body reacts not so much to physical sound as to the interior sounds into which the physical sounds are translated. As mentioned, it also reacts to sounds that have no physical quote-unquote counterparts. There are certain properties within the structure of the chromosomes that must be activated by specific internal sound values. If this activation does not take place, then the quote-unquote attributes latent within the chromosomes remain so. There are chains of influence that are actually composed of inner values of sound that thread together, as it were, the complicated interweavings of both the genes and chromosomes. These sound values are literally interwoven in an electromagnetic pattern. The sounds weave themselves thoroughly and help form this pattern. The activity of cells within the body also causes what you might call minute explosions of interior sound. The electromagnetic and inner sound values are impinged upon by certain kinds of light. Together, these all form the prototype upon which and out of which the physical body is formed. Now, when you create a mental image in your mind, it is composed of the same properties just mentioned. A mental image, then, is also a pattern of internal sound with electromagnetic properties imbued with certain light values. In a sense, and a very real one, the mental image is incipient matter, and any structure so composed, combining the electromagnetic sound and light values, will automatically try to reproduce itself in physical existence or materialization. There is a definite connection, then, with the nature of such images and the way in which your body itself is composed. Electrons, atoms, and molecules all have their independent interior sound and light values. There are definite sounds produced when messages leap from your nerve ends. It is very difficult to explain some of this, but there is quote-unquote invisible light then, an inaudible sound, that affects your body and helps form the pattern about which it constantly emerges. Your body is obviously continually created during your present lifetime in your terms. It is not a mechanism once created, then left to fend for itself. You were not given a certain amount of quote-unquote life force at birth that you use up as you go along, contrary to many schools of thought. The atoms and molecules within you are quite literally dying and being completely replaced all the time. You are being created physically each instant. The body reacts to exterior sounds and to the stimuli brought to it by the physical senses. These patterns of reaction can be clearly shown. They are all that is presently observable, however, of far greater interactions that also occur. The atoms and molecules that compose your cells in your flesh, for instance, do not react to the physical sounds that you hear or to the light patterns that your physical eyes perceive. In times of danger, your entire body must be able to move swiftly. The hormonal system must react with great rapidity, sometimes completely changing the balance of a moment earlier. The muscles must be immediately alert, and the entire body flexible enough to respond as a whole. This includes every organ and the most minute portion. Say you are in the middle of a street, and suddenly a car is about to hit you. It has come seemingly from nowhere. The cells that compose your intestines, your heart, your muscles, obviously do not see the car as quote-unquote you do. Yet the whole system must be instantly activated, and the data that quote-unquote you perceive must be translated in terms that will energize every portion of your body. This is done by translating exterior stimuli into interior stimuli, but the physical carriers of the data are all that scientists or physicians have been able to follow thus far. The greater interactions have not been perceived, and the true story of the decoding of such messages has not been understood. Now, the nerves are also composed of the same kind of interior structures as mentioned earlier, around or rather from which the physical nerves form. Here, the exterior data is translated and broken down into inner terms. That is, it is decoded in terms of the internal sound, light, and electromagnetic patterns discussed before. It then becomes usable information, even in terms of the atoms and molecules that compose the cells. The physical lapse that occurs between an incoming message and its intended destination does not occur on these other levels. The quote-unquote interior message gets to its destination ahead of the physical one. By the time the organism responds, the inner patterns have already reacted, and this must and always does precede any physical response to stimuli. Therefore, the invisible body pattern, composed of its interior light, sound, and electromagnetic properties, reacts first, and actually initiates the later physical response. There is always this translation of exterior stimuli. The perceived lapse noted by scientists is of course the physical one, caused by the quote-unquote time it takes the message to leap the nerve endings. The interior translation, however, is simultaneous. Now, return in your mind to the situation of the near accident. That event with the car, its driver, and your own precarious position exists as another structure besides the one that you physically see. It also, the event, exists in the terms mentioned earlier, in a reality composed of invisible light, inaudible sound, and electromagnetic patterns. Consciously, you react to the physical data, the noise, the squeal of brakes perhaps, the visual shock of seeing the car so close. But the entire inner reality of that scene or event is instantly quote-unquote recognized by what I refer to as your inner senses. These respond to the interior patterns I've told you about. The physical data is carried through the nerves with the necessary time lapses that must occur. These represent the temporal end of the spectrum of perception. Because you are flesh and blood creatures, the interior aspects of perception must have their physical counterparts. But material awareness and bodily response to it would be impossible were it not for these internal webworks. Now, before you see anything physically, you do so through these inner pathways. The interior perception activates the outside one. When you experience physical motion or activity, events or phenomena, you are becoming aware of the tail end of a long quote-unquote series of interior comprehensions. I am saying that all exterior events, including your own bodies with their insides, all objects, all physical materializations, are the outside structures of inside ones that are composed of interior sound and invisible light, interwoven in electromagnetic patterns. Beneath temporal perception, then, each object and event exists in these terms, in patterns that interact with each other. On a physical level, you seem to be separated from everything that is not yourself. This is not true, but in your day-to-day existence it seems to be, and it is an assumption that you usually take for granted. On the interior level of which I have been speaking, all happenings and objects are connected. A movement or change in one affects others. You will physically respond to and recognize some of this alteration as in the example of the near accident. But whether or not you are consciously aware of such activity, it changes the interior environment of your body through these inner pathways. Your own thoughts and beliefs, having the same kind of inner reality, also transform the interior environment of others. The near accident mentioned was a physical event, but it was initially a mental one. It existed in this non-temporal reality then before, in your terms, it was physically materialized, perceived, and reacted to. It was propelled from inner reality to outward reality through belief, emotion, and imagination. Because you cannot see them, it may seem to you that these qualities are not as real, say, as an object. Physically, you can only see the results of an emotion, for instance. You cannot hold it in your hands as you can a stone. Ideas represent your psychic intent. They generate emotion and imagination. These activate the interior patterns. They are the motive force of action, the means by which all interior events are exteriorized. They are energy, formed and directed, formulations of interior and exterior patterns of reality. They are a part of the creative force from which all realities spring. Again, we run into difficulties in explanation simply because there are few verbal equivalents for what I am trying to say. Imagination and emotions are the most concentrated forms of energy that you possess as physical creatures. Any strong emotion carries within it far more energy than, say, that required to send a rocket to the moon. Emotions, instead of propelling a physical rocket, for example, send thoughts from this interior reality through the barrier between non-physical and physical into the quote-unquote objective world, no small feat, and one that is constantly repeated. The physically alive body, its activities and condition, are directed through the beliefs of the conscious mind. The body, as explained in this chapter, also has quote-unquote invisible counterparts composed of the electromagnetic properties and the interior sound and light qualities. These invisible structures preceded the emergence of the physical body. They also exist after the body's death. While the conditions of the body is directed by the conscious mind in life, then, the idea or mental pattern for the body existed before the conscious mind's connection with the physical brain. The genes and chromosomes do not just happen to have within them the precisely definite coded information that will be needed. The data is impressed upon them from within. The identity exists before the form. You could say that the identity, existing in another dimension entirely, plants the seed into the medium of physical reality from which its own material existence will spring. Therefore, the inner self forms first the quote-unquote invisible body structure, which will quote-unquote later emerge in flesh. At the event of this mental seeding, the conscious mind, in your terms, is obviously not connected with the brain, which has not yet been formed in flesh. The idea of the body is held and made physical by a conscious mind. Consciousness, then, is not dependent upon physical perception, though this attribute does require an awareness immersed within a material form. While physical consciousness is sifted through the bodily apparatus, you are usually unaware of non-corporeal kinds of that process. The general framework, properties, and characteristics of the body exist, therefore, before its formation. In simple terms, you choose ahead of time the kind of body you will inhabit and impress. It may seem to you that you do not have any conscious control over your body's conditions in life as you know it, much less before your birth. You have been taught that there is little connection between your thought and your body's activities. A man believing he has heart trouble will finally, through his own anxiety, affect the functioning of his quote-unquote involuntary system until his heart is definitely harmed if the belief goes unchecked. The conscious mind directs the so-called involuntary systems of the body, and not the other way around. No idea slips insidiously past your awareness to affect your involuntary system unless it fits in with your own conscious beliefs. Once more, you will not be sick if you think you are well, but there may be other ideas that make you believe in the necessity for poor health. You are not aware of how the body performs its many involuntary functions. The conscious mind could not handle all this data, but those functions perfectly mirror your consciously held ideas and beliefs. As I mentioned, the conscious mind is not basically cut off from the inner self or from those deep inner sources of knowledge available to it. The aware mind is not any one event for that matter. It represents various portions of the inner self that quote-unquote surface at any given time. Within the basic framework of the body chosen before physical birth, the reasons that will be discussed later, the individual has full freedom to create a perfectly healthy functioning form. The form is, however, a mirror of beliefs, and will accurately materialize in flesh those ideas held by the conscious mind. That is one of the body's primary functions. A sick body is performing that function then in its way as well as a healthy one. It is your most intimate feedback system, changing with your thought and experience, giving you in flesh the physical counterpart of your thought. So it is futile to become angry at a symptom or to deride the body for its condition when it is presenting you with the corporeal replica of your own thought, as it was meant to do. Your environment and your experience in the physical world also provide you with the same kind of feedback. It is just as useless to berate your environment or your experience in it as it is to deride your body for the same reasons. It often seems, when such ideas as these are presented, that the ideal results in your terms would be perfection, quote-unquote heaven on earth, a state in which everyone would be healthy, wealthy, and wise. You are, however, in physical existence using your body as a medium for learning and expression. You are each unique. Many of you, for your own reasons, pursue courses that do not involve an even development of abilities, an overall balanced picture, for example, but choose to express and experiment with certain qualities to the exclusion of others. Such a course would not, in physical reality, present you with anything like a balanced picture of perfection. Later in the book, we will discuss other kinds of existence in which you are also involved, and these to some extent color your intents and purposes in physical life as you now understand it. If all of your beliefs, not just your quote-unquote fortunate ones, were not materialized, you would never thoroughly understand on a physical level that your ideas create reality. If only your quote-unquote positive beliefs were materialized, then you would never clearly comprehend the power of your thought, for you would not completely experience its physical results. The conscious mind exists before material life and after it. In corporeal existence, it is intertwined with the brain, and during physical life, your earthly perceptions, your precise and steady focus within your particular space and time system, are dependent upon that fine alliance. Before physical birth, then, you form a mental concept of the body you will have. The image is impressed into matter in this way. You tune yourself into a highly specific dimension of reality. You form a physical structure that will have existence within that intensely concentrated area, that will have validity and actuality, that will come alive within those quote-unquote frequencies. Now it is here that the seeming division of the self occurs, for in physical life the conscious mind must be connected with the brain, and in terms of time that organ itself must grow and develop. So all of your consciousness cannot be physically aware. The portion that must quote-unquote wait for the brain's development is the part you call in life quote-unquote the conscious mind. The other portions can be called the inner self. Now all of this inner self cannot be expressed even with its connection with the brain, since the brain must sift its perception through the physical apparatus. The brain, with its bodily connections, must deal with the time lapses that sensual perceptions always imply. The interior workings of the body, to be conscious, would have to deal with time sequences that would present the physically attuned consciousness with quote-unquote mathematical deductions and calculations far too numerous for it to handle. For example, it would have to keep conscious track of all the muscles, nerves, organs, cells, molecules, and atoms, while manipulating the body in space and time. Therefore, a seeming division occurs, in which a portion of the invisible conscious mind is connected with the physical brain, and a portion of it is free from that connection. That latter part forms what you think of as the involuntary system of the body. Again, it is important that you realize the initial non-physical reaction to stimuli that sparks off all physical reactions. There is constant interplay and communication between the areas of consciousness that are connected to the brain and those that are not. The quote-unquote deeper purposes of the consciousness involved quote-unquote circulate, sometimes arising in the awareness that is joined with the brain. Information coming from those deeper sources of the self, reaching the areas connected to the brain, will be interpreted according to the beliefs of that most physically focused segment of the self. To some degree, such inner data will be colored by the current beliefs of that part of the self most directly confronting the physical world. Those beliefs, however, are also constantly being examined by the inner self. Chapter 6. The Body of Your Beliefs and the Power Structures of Beliefs. Quite literally, you live in the body of your beliefs. You perceive through the body of your beliefs. Your beliefs can increase your vision or diminish it. They can increase or diminish your hearing or any sense function. If, for example, you believe that after a certain time of life hearing will fade, then so it will. You will begin to use the faculty less and less, unconsciously transfer your attention to the other senses to compensate, and rely less and less upon your ears until the functions themselves do atrophy. Functions in this particular regard are habits. You simply forget how to hear properly, following your belief. All of the minute manipulations necessary to hearing are unconsciously repressed. The actual physical deterioration then does indeed follow. The deterioration, however, does not occur first, but after.
The same kind of development can occur in almost any physical category. Usually, more than one belief is involved. Parallel with the belief that vision will fail, you may also have the before-mentioned belief that hearing will dim, and these two ideas may be reinforced by the belief that age automatically makes you less of a person, turning you into an individual who can no longer relate in the daily pattern of environment. The belief, you see, would work to ensure the materialization of that state. On the other hand, you may believe that wisdom grows with age, that self-understanding brings a peace of mind not earlier known, that the keen mind is actually far better able to assess the environment, and that the physical senses are much more appreciative of all stimuli. And so those conditions will be physically met in your experience. The physical apparatus itself, following your beliefs, will continue in health. You must understand again that your ideas and thoughts do not exist as phantoms or shadow images without substance. They are electromagnetic realities. They affect your physical being, and they are automatically translated by your nervous system into the stuff of your flesh and of your experience. Your conscious mind is meant to assess and evaluate physical reality, and to help you chart your course in the corporeal universe of which you are presently part. Other portions of your being, as mentioned, rely upon you to do this. All energy at the inner self's disposal is then concentrated to bring about the results asked for by the conscious mind. Your effective power of action follows the lines of your beliefs. To believe in your own weakness is to deny yourself the power of action. To accept uncritically all beliefs that come to you is to open yourself to a barrage of conflicting data at best, in which the clear lines of action and power become blurred. Contradictory demands and assessments are then sent into the inner self, which by various methods will try to tell you that something is wrong. Beliefs of like nature attract each other, for you are bound to look for consistencies in your behavior and experience. You must learn to deal with your own beliefs directly, or you will be forced to deal with them indirectly, by reacting to them quite without knowing it in your physical experience. When you rail against an unfavorable environment or a situation or condition, basically, you are not acting independently, but almost blindly reacting. You are reacting to events that seem to happen to you, and always in response to a situation. To act in an independent manner, you must begin to initiate action that you want to occur physically by creating it in your own being. This is done by combining belief, emotion, and imagination, and forming them into a mental picture of the desired physical result. Of course, the wanted result is not yet physical, or you would not need to create it, so it does no good to say that your physical experience seems to contradict what you are trying to do. Because ideas and beliefs have this electromagnetic reality then, constant interplay between those strong contradictory beliefs can cause great power blocks, impeding the flow of inner energy outward. At times, a polarization can occur. Unassimilated beliefs, unexamined ideas, can seem to adopt a life of their own. These can effectively dominate certain areas of activity. Now, not long ago, Rupert was presented with a demonstration embodying the nature and power of beliefs. He received a phone call from a man who lived in another state. There was a request for an interview. Without knowing why, Rupert felt an impulse to see the man and set up an appointment. The visitor arrived from the airport with his wife in tow. He was a study, a living example of the effects of conflicting unexamined beliefs, a fierce and yet agonized personification of what can happen when an individual allows his conscious mind to deny its responsibilities, when an individual becomes afraid of his own consciousness. Here was a young man whose beliefs were alive with their own life while he was relatively powerless. No effort had been made to reconcile directly opposing beliefs until the personality itself was quite literally polarized. You were faced with what could be called a classic instance of secondary personality. I am discussing it here because it so beautifully illustrates the nature and power of beliefs, and the conflicts that can arise when an individual does not accept responsibility for his own thoughts. This is not a usual case, but to some extent or another, such a division occurs physically or mentally when the contents of the conscious mind are not examined. Entering, the man bristled with belligerence and hostility. Having requested help, he then hated himself for the weakness that he believed caused such a need. He glowered at our friend Rupert with great vehemency, projecting all of the energy at his command to show that he would not be cowed, and that if anyone took over the situation, he would be the one to do so. He spoke of another personality far more powerful than he, though he said he could force a room full of 150 people to follow his commands. The other personality, however, originated in another galaxy, and came as a friend to help and protect him. At his behest, he said this invisible friend killed a lawyer. The lawyer not only did not understand the condition, according to the story, but hurt the feelings of the man under discussion. We will call the man Augustus. To begin with, Augustus was brought up to believe that the inner self was dangerous, that individuals reacted because of inner conflicts over which they had little conscious control. He believed that the individual personality was relatively powerless to understand itself, and that it stood precariously alone and undefended, with a chasm of evil beneath, and with an unattainable, cold, just, but not compassionate God above. He felt bewildered in a world of opposites. Conflicting beliefs were uncritically accepted. The conscious mind will always attempt to make sense out of its beliefs, to form them into patterns and sequences. It will usually organize ideas in as rational a way as possible, and dispense with those that seem to contradict the overall system of its beliefs. Augustus had been taught to fear his own thoughts, to avoid self-examination. Beliefs or ideas that frightened him were not faced, therefore, but initially shoved into corners of the conscious mind, where they lay relatively harmlessly in the beginning. As the time went on, the number of unexamined frightening beliefs began to accumulate. Ideas and beliefs do feed upon themselves. There is within them a built-in impetus toward growth, development, and fulfillment. Over the years, two opposing systems of beliefs built up strongly, vying for Augustus's attention. He believed that he was utterly powerless as an individual, that despite all his efforts he would come to nothing, go unnoticed. He felt completely unloved. He did not feel worthy of love. At the same time, he let his conscious mind wander, and to compensate saw himself as all-powerful, contemptuous of his fellow human beings, and able to work greater vengeance upon them for their misunderstanding of him. In this line of beliefs, he was able to do anything, cure mankind's ills if he chose, or withhold such knowledge from the world to punish it. Now, all of these ideas were quite conscious, but he held each group separately. The conscious mind, again, tries to obtain overall integrity and unity, lining up its beliefs into some kind of consistent system. When opposing beliefs that directly contradict each other are held for any length of time, and little attempt is made to reconcile them, then a quote-unquote battle begins within the conscious mind itself. Since it is the beliefs of the conscious mind that regulate the involuntary bodily motions and the entire physical system, then contradictory beliefs obviously set up adverse physical reactions and imbalances. Before, Augustus's opposing beliefs lined themselves up into separate camps, so to speak. The body was in continual turmoil. Contradictory messages were constantly sent to the muscular system and the heart. The hormonal system teetered. Even his physical temperature varied rather drastically. Because like ideas do attract like, both electromagnetically and emotionally, the conscious mind found itself with two complete contradictory systems of belief and two self-images. To protect the integrity of the physical structure, Augustus's conscious mind neatly divided itself up. No longer were the minute-to-minute messages to the body scrambled. The part of Augustus who felt powerful and alien became personified. When Augustus felt threatened, then the conscious mind switched over, accepting as operating procedure the system of beliefs in which Augustus saw himself as all-powerful, secure, but as alien. This part of his beliefs, therefore, and this particular self-image, took over his conscious mind and became what we will call here Augustus II. When Augustus II assumed leadership then, the physical body itself was not only strong and powerful, but capable of physical feats far surpassing those of Augustus I. Augustus II, you see, believes that his body is nearly invincible, and following this belief, the body does perform much better. Augustus II believes that he is an alien. In this case, the rationale, because there must be one, is that he is a being from another planet, in fact from another galaxy. His purpose in this case is quite clear and simple. He is to help Augustus I to use his power on the latter's behalf, rewarding his friends and terrifying his enemies. Augustus I quite deeply believes he needs this kind of help. Now,
This is a split of the conscious mind. It does not originate within the inner self. When Augustus II takes over, he is quite conscious. He simply views physical reality through an undeviating system of beliefs. The messages sent to the body are not in the least contradictory. The body is under excellent control. Augustus I's moods, of course, were a direct result of the ideas he was entertaining. It was this unceasing swing from high states of exaltation and power to low ones of powerlessness and depression that the body could not tolerate because of the vast alterations entailed. For the greater periods of time, Augustus I predominates, since his ideas of worthlessness, in your terms, were adopted earlier, and worse, are only reinforced by the contrast between him and Augustus II. Augustus II comes on sometimes for as long as a week at a time. He does all the things and says all the things that Augustus I would dearly love to do and say, with only certain safeguards. Augustus I, however, is not literally unconscious during this time, but quite aware of the quote-unquote vicarious activities and fulfillments. Again, it is a game of hide and seek, in which the so-called unconscious mind is relatively innocent. Augustus II can therefore rant and rave, lie and cheat, assert himself, show his contempt for his fellows, and absolve Augustus I of any responsibility. Now, there is nothing evil in the nature of Augustus II. In spiritualistic circles, however, he would most certainly be interpreted as an evil spirit or guide. His nature is protective. The basic ideas and beliefs that have been personified into his being, that became his being, were formed to protect Augustus I from the destructive ideas given to him in his childhood, to combat the beliefs in powerlessness and futility. To that degree, they were added on to the original ideas, but still at an early age, so it was from the child's concept of a powerful being that Augustus II sprang. The greater the feelings of weakness, then, the greater the compensating feelings of power and strength, but again, with no attempt at conscious reconciliation. Augustus's mother noted only that her son seemed highly changeable. Augustus II did not present himself as obviously, quote-unquote, another personality, until after Augustus's marriage, when the demands of fatherhood and making a living were placed upon him. He could not cope. His beliefs in his unworthiness prevented him from using his abilities, or even pursuing a course of effective action with any persistence. It was then that Augustus II began to assert himself, and to Augustus's wife. In his own way, Augustus II would prove to her that she was married to quite an unusual, powerful man, a paragon of virility and strength. But to do so, Augustus I must appear as Augustus II to her. This continued for some time. Augustus I would first develop a splitting headache, and then this alien from outer space would arrive, the commanding male that Augustus I was not. Here, however, the quote-unquote deception brought about certain difficulties. Not only was Augustus II more sexually promiscuous, but by contrast, Augustus I seemed very pallid indeed. Augustus II was originally intended to help Augustus I. It's true that the exotic conditions spilled over, casting some glamour on Augustus I when Augustus II left for a time, but the contrast was too blatant, too out in the open. Augustus I, still the primary personality, became even more frightened. He knew that gradually Augustus II was outliving his purpose, showing him up, and had to go. In fact, once Augustus II obviously quote-unquote took over the body of Augustus I, it was all out in the open in the family. The wife began to take notes of what was done and said. When these events were repeated to Augustus I later, the lying and cheating was evident. So was the infantile nature of the quote-unquote personality. Yet Augustus II purported to be all-wise, from a galaxy far surpassing Earth in every category of endeavor. And here he was making predictions that never happened, and boasted and lying like a trooper. The beliefs whose energy generated this quote-unquote alternate self-image then appeared in the daylight, acting out their natural results in physical reality. Augustus I, now in manhood, was forced to perceive the nature of these beliefs to some extent, yet when he was here visiting Rupert, he still would not examine them. Augustus II had not taken over now for 2½ months. Augustus is in a dilemma, for he still holds intact the beliefs in his own powerlessness, and the contradictory beliefs of omnipotence are not now being expressed through Augustus II. Yet expressed they will be, and so in the interview Augustus I, who we will now simply call Augustus, at one moment came through with his gigantic belligerence, staring at Rupert and telling him that he could annihilate anyone who hurt him. In the next moment the great plea for help would surface, the love of his wife and child. In one sentence Augustus would make a statement, and 10 minutes later make it clear with another remark that the first fact had not been true. Here the polarity between Augustus I and II had dissolved, so that the two opposing systems of belief operated alongside each other. Still, Augustus would not examine his own words, his own thoughts, or see the contradictions so obvious to others. The nature and importance of belief appeared so eloquently that Rupert was astounded, and found himself forced into some complicated psychological footwork. The two quote-unquote personalities were no longer separate, but merging. Augustus said, "My friend killed a neighbor of mine who was against me by giving him pneumonia. He looks out for me." Another neighbor has ulcers, and Augustus told Rupert that after he touched this neighbor the ulcers seemed to have been healed. So he said, "I would like to know how much of this great ability belongs to me." And looking briefly away, "Perhaps I do not need my friend to protect me after all." Now, this was definitely to the good, in that Augustus was beginning to feel that perhaps he was not powerless. His own personality, however, is left to handle the definite unsavory characteristics of an Augustus II who is no longer personified. He is left with the questions: if I am so powerful, how is it that I am so weak and cannot even support my family? If I am so great, why cannot I effectively use my energy? For the body of Augustus is once again under the sway of beliefs about himself that are highly contradictory. Before, he was physically powerful when he was Augustus II, and weak when he was Augustus I. Now, as Augustus, he is alternately strong and weak, and the body stresses are apparent. As Augustus II, he could stay up night and day and perform physical tasks quite difficult for the normal human being to do, for he operated under the indivisible idea of power and strength. It had taken some courage for him to let Augustus II vanish. Because the neat divisions of beliefs no longer exists, however, he will seem even more difficult to his wife since the characteristics of Augustus II now quote-unquote bleed into his own. He will lie, for example, where before only Augustus II lied. Here then is a case where directly opposing beliefs dominated the conscious mind at various times, each operating the body in its own manner. Physically, the body has the same capacity for strength regardless of which group of ideas were dominant, but practically speaking, Augustus I was incapable of performing the feats of Augustus II. Augustus II once leaped from a second-story window to the ground in anger and without injury, a highly unusual feat. Augustus, however, is so exhausted that he can barely get through a normal day. You had a situation in which an individual, through beliefs, put his power and energy literally beside himself. He could use it only when he switched beliefs completely. It was only because the childlike characteristics of Augustus II finally appeared so blatantly that Augustus II had to be dispensed with. Augustus's wife made the difference, for it was obvious that she did not have the same opinion of this quote-unquote friend that her husband had. Her beliefs then became the new foundation, the one point of change that allowed Augustus to view this alternate self-image with any kind of detachment at all. There is no real adequate framework in your society in which people like Augustus can be treated with any effectiveness. An analyst might consider Augustus as schizophrenic and label him neatly, but such terms are basically meaningless. If the analyst, over a period of time, should convince Augustus that his condition in the present resulted from some specific inhibited event in the past, and if the analyst was an intuitive and understanding man, then Augustus might change his beliefs enough so that some kind of quote-unquote cure was worked. He would then conveniently remember such an event and display the expected emotions as he re-experienced it. Unfortunately, in his present state, powerless as it were without Augustus too, he might also simply call on his quote-unquote alter ego to show the good doctor that he was no one to trifle with. Then there would be the matter of helping Augustus to face the implications of his other self's behavior in such a way that he could accept it as a portion of his own identity. When Augustus too was in control of the body, the chemical makeup varied considerably. It showed significant differences over Augustus's usual hormonal status. The chemical changes were caused by the transition in beliefs that operated, and not the other way around. If chemical alteration were made in Augustus too, he would return to the Augustus I personality, but the change would be artificial, not permanent, and possibly quite dangerous. The chemically inhibited tendencies would to some extent be forcefully blanketed through medication. The problem would remain though, and it is quite possible that overt suicidal tendencies would result, or more insidious hidden suicidal inclinations, where vital organs would be attacked. Sometimes such cases are handled within another framework, in which Augustus would be considered possessed by an independent quote-unquote evil entity whenever Augustus too took over. Now again, if Augustus somehow changed his beliefs, it is possible that even within that framework some kind of cure would be effected, but at the same time, the dangers and difficulties would make such a cure relatively impossible. If a practitioner who believed that Augustus was possessed then convinced Augustus of the quote-unquote fact, their joint charged beliefs might possibly work for a while. Convincing Augustus that he was under the domination of an evil entity would be step 1. Step 2, getting rid of the intruder, could at least follow. The trouble is that working within that framework, the self-structure is further weakened, for the normally repressed characteristics of Augustus too are forever denied. Augustus must then always be quote-unquote good, and yet he would always feel vulnerable to another such invasion of evil. The same results as those given could be possible: the growth of suicidal tendencies or other self-destructive behavior. Luckily, the human mind and body are far more flexible, durable, and creative than ever given credit for. Many cases like Augustus's never come to light. The individuals involved cure themselves. Sometimes this is done when such a person chooses to undergo a traumatic experience. Often one part of the personality will plan this quite deliberately, while the other portion closes its eyes. These events can seem to be disasters or near disasters, and yet they can sufficiently mobilize the entire personality for survival's sake. In a moment of high critical tension, the personality may put itself together again. Such critical uniting episodes usually do not involve long sickness, though they may, but instead events such as bad accidents. The difficulty may be exteriorized as a broken limb, for example, instead of a broken self, and as the body is repaired, the necessary assimilation of belief takes place. There are various kinds and stages in such cases. Each individual is unique. Sometimes the framework includes another method of cure, in which portions of each conflicting side of the personality break off, to form a clearer psychological structure which can communicate with the other two, act as a referee, and reconcile the opposing beliefs held by each. This is done many times without the main personality realizing what is really going on. On occasion, automatic writing is utilized, or the Ouija board. Both are methods to uncover invisible conscious beliefs that are accepted by you consciously at any given time, say, and deliberately ignored at another given time. When people using such methods are told that their writing comes through from a demon or the devil or an evil spirit, then those invisible beliefs are shoved farther away. Any search into the mind becomes frightening and dangerous, since it might lead to further such quote-unquote invasion. Now, such invasion is usually the sudden appearance of previously unacceptable beliefs, quite conscious but invisible, tucked away. Then they suddenly appear as alien. In most instances,
The possession concept makes it all the more upsetting. Easier to face often is the idea that the responsibility for such ideas must belong to another entity or being. In all cases of this nature involving Augustus-type episodes, the problem is one of unassimilated beliefs. Instead of such comparatively drastic behavior, however, such beliefs can be expressed through various parts of the body. Unfortunately, a system of medicine that largely deals with symptoms only encourages a patient to project such beliefs on new organs, for instance, after already sacrificing others in operations. The solutions lie in the conscious mind. I cannot emphasize this too strongly, and in those beliefs that you accept about the nature of reality, and specifically about the nature of your being. While the most basic work must be done by the individual, help is always available from a variety of sources, both within and without. You will literally interpret and use almost any data that comes to you as helpful, and it will be highly effective, unless your beliefs lead you to think, perhaps, that everyone is against you, or that you are beyond help, or that you do not deserve it. Other such ideas can also close you off from help, of course, but you will instinctively look for it and use it when possible. Chapter 7. The Living Flesh. Often individuals go overboard, forgetting that ideas have their own vitality. Such people make divisions where basically there are none. They consider ideas as completely mental properties, separate from their concepts of the body. They think ideas reside in their heads. Who, for example, imagines that an idea is alive in his elbow or knee or toe? Generally, people believe that ideas have little to do with the living flesh. The flesh seems physical, and ideas do not. Those given to love of the intellect often make an unnecessary separation between the world of concepts and that of the flesh. While it is true that the body is the living materialization of idea, it is also true that these ideas form an active, responsive, alive body. The body is not just a tool to be used. It is not just a vehicle for the spirit. It is the spirit in flesh. You impose your ideas upon it and largely affect its health and well-being through your conscious beliefs. But the body is composed of living, responding atoms and molecules. These have their own consciousnesses, alive in matter, their drive to exist and be within the framework of their own nature. They compose the cells, and these combine to form the organs. The organs possess the combined consciousnesses of each of the cells within them, and in their way, the organs sense their own identity. They have a purpose, that function they provide within the organism as a whole. This cooperation of consciousness continues so that you have a body consciousness that is vital, that strives to maintain its own equilibrium and health. The stuff of the body should not be considered as some metaphysical result then, but as a living gestalt of responsive flesh. Your body is composed of other living entities, in other words. Though you organize this living material, it has its own right to fulfillment and existence. You are not a soul encased in inert clay. The quote-unquote house of clay does not immediately deteriorate when you leave it. It disintegrates at its own rate. It is no longer organized by your own domain. The life of its atoms and molecules and cells is translated into other living natural forms. Your perception is merely that which you are aware of. Even the atoms and molecules have their own fine vision and appreciate their environment in their own way. The same power that moves your mind forms your body. There is no difference between the energy that shapes your ideas and the energy that grows a flower or that heals your finger if you burn it. The soul does not exist apart from nature.
It is not thrust into nature. Nature is the soul in flesh, in whatever its materializations. The flesh is as spiritual as the soul, and the soul is as natural as the flesh. In your terms, the body is the living soul. Now, the soul can live, and does, in many forms, some physical and some not. But while you are material, the body is the living soul. The body constantly heals itself, which means the soul in the flesh heals itself. The body is often closer to the soul than the mind is, because it automatically grows as a flower does, trusting its nature. Now, physical existence is valuable for many reasons, one being that the flesh is so responsive to thought and yet so resilient. There are built-in guidelines so that the body consciousness itself, while mirroring your negative images at times, will also automatically struggle against them. You must remember that you dwell always in a natural framework, which means that your thoughts themselves are as natural, say, as the locks of your hair. In what may seem to you to be an odd analogy, I will compare your thoughts with viruses, for they are alive, always present, responsive, and possess their own kind of mobility. Physically speaking, at least, thoughts are chemically propelled, and they travel through the universal body as viruses travel through your temporal form. Thoughts interact with the body and become part of it as viruses do. Some viruses have great therapeutic value. The physical body will often let down its own barriers to these, knowing they will counteract certain others that are not beneficial at the time. So-called harmful viruses are ever present within the body. You are very rarely vulnerable to any but a small percentage, though you carry within you traces of the most deadly of them all the time. Viruses themselves undergo transformations completely unsuspected by medical men. If one virus disappears and another is found, it is never suspected that the first may have changed into the second, and yet through certain alterations of quite natural character, such is the case. So, viruses can be beneficial or deadly according to the condition, state, and needs of the body at any given time. It is known that one disease can often cure another. Sometimes, left alone, an individual will go from a serious disease through a series of less severe ones that are seemingly unrelated to the original problem. Now, in the context of usual Western learning, and with the introduction of modern drugs, you are in somewhat of a quandary. The body knows how to handle quote-unquote natural drugs coming directly from the earth, whether ground or boiled, minced or steamed. A large variety of quote-unquote manufactured drugs offer an unfamiliarity to the body's innate structure, which can lead to strong defense mechanisms. These are often aimed directly against the drug instead of the disease itself. Such a situation means that you must then use another drug to counteract the one just given. I am not suggesting that you not visit doctors or take drugs of that nature, as long as you believe in the structure of medical discipline that the Western world has evolved. Your bodies have been conditioned to it through the use of such medications since birth. There are many casualties, but this is still a system that you have chosen, and your ideas still form your reality. No one dies who has not made the decision to do so, and no disease is accepted blindly. Put simply, your thoughts can be regarded as invisible viruses, carriers, sparks setting off reactions not only within the body, but the entire physical system as you know it. Your thoughts are as natural as the cells within your body, and as real. They interact with one another as viruses do. While you are in this reality, there is no division between the mental, the spiritual, and the physical. If you think there is, then you do not sufficiently understand the spirituality of the flesh, or the physical reality of your thought. Now, as stated, thoughts are as natural as any portion of the body. They are as much a part of nature as feelings are. But if you set up an arbitrary division, considering thoughts mental as distinguished from the physical, then your body may give a truer reflection of your being than your thoughts do. In the body's spontaneous functioning, you see the easy mobility of the soul, the quote-unquote going with what I am, which is an indication of the soul's inner freedom and yet innate sense of direction. All portions of the body's reality are versions in flesh of the soul's reality, even as all segments of the exterior universe mirror an internal one. The latter is as alive and natural and changing as the exterior world. Physical phenomena is only a portion of what nature is, and all realities are natural. In your terms, Probabilities are extensions and variations on the growth principle that is quite obvious in your daily reality. Such growth is a natural manifestation, flourishing within your particular area of actuality, observable to your senses. Again, other entirely natural manifestations of that principle exist. Some can only be glimpsed in distorted form because of other quote-unquote natural conditions that you cannot perceive. Probabilities involve you with a rich psychological growth and development, present but not observable in your quote-unquote home ground. Any kind of existence happens within the context of nature, and nature includes the soul. Your definition of nature has simply been too limiting. It is natural to live after death, and natural to return the body to earth and then to form another. It is natural for your thoughts to be as quick, responsive, and alive as viruses. It is natural for you to have probable selves, as well as reincarnational existences. When you consider ideas as mental and apart from nature, then you feel separated from nature itself. When you imagine a life after death as unnatural or supernatural, then you feel divorced, cut off, and bewildered. You must try to understand that there are different kinds of nature within nature. Your physical life, your human nature, is, in your terms, dependent upon a time when you were not. You must realize that not being, in that connotation, is quite as natural as physical being. Your existence before and after death is as much a normal phenomenon as your present life. As most of you know, the atoms that compose your cells, as well as the cells themselves, constantly die and are replaced. The stuff of the internal organs changes, and yet they always retain their form. Their identity is intact. So is your own identity, secure in the midst of all these births and deaths of which your conscious self is unaware. The memory of all its experiences is retained. Each cell remembers its past, though all of its parts have been and are being continually replaced. As your cells have their own memories, so the conscious mind has a more overt kind of memory. Your conscious thoughts act as triggers, bringing both kinds of memory into activation. Within your physical being, then, each joyful, expanding, traumatic, and tragic quote-unquote past event lies indelibly written. In your terms, this is your working material, the memory of your physical being since the time of its conception in corporeal form. There are, in your memory, the most complex organizations and associative frameworks that exist both in the depths of your cellular structure and in the highest reaches of your conscious activity. Earlier, I compared your thoughts to viruses. Think of them now as living electromagnetic cells, differing from the physical cells in your body only in the nature of their materialization. Your thoughts direct the overall functioning of your body's cells, even though you do not consciously know how those cells operate. The work is unconscious. Each physical cell is, in its way, a miniature brain, with memory of all of its personal experiences, and of its relationship with other cells, and with the body as a whole. In your terms, this means that each cell operates with an innate picture of the body's entire history, past, present, and future. Now, this picture is ever-changing and mobile. An alteration in just one cell is instantly noted by the body consciousness, the combined consciousnesses of the cells, and the future effect perceived. This information is used together with all other data from the body, and a prediction made. This body prediction is then assessed, and on more levels than it is possible for me to explain. Briefly, the picture is quote-unquote shown in the invisible arena where flesh and spirit meet. This arena is not a place, of course, but an inner state of Gestalt consciousness. The state is brought about through certain interactions that occur deep within the body. Magnetic structures are formed. They are created on a physical level through certain activations of the nerves, in which the normal patterns are jumped, so to speak, and images are formed. The nerves and the cellular structures at their tips take pictures. These are all assembled and used to form the larger picture of the body's condition. These are not images as you think of them, but highly coded information, electromagnetically imprinted, that would not appear as images to the physical eye. In any case, they cannot be perceived except by the body. But this procedure is so far superior to anything that you know that the body, therefore, actually takes precognitive pictures of its future condition, as if the body's situation at the time were projected into the future. This predictive picture is then set against two models. First, it is checked against the body's ideal standard of health in its individual case, its own greatest fulfillment. Then it is checked against the image of the body sent to it by the conscious self. Correlations are made instantaneously. In an organizational framework that would certainly be envied by the most advanced technological concern, communications spring back and forth with great rapidity. The body makes whatever changes are necessary in order to bring the two pictures in line with the present corporeal condition. There is built-in equilibrium to some extent. The body is so responsive to conscious thought that it has its own innate system of self-preservation and its own guiding image of fulfillment. Say that at the age of 4 you were severely injured. An accident took place at 3:20 in the afternoon. It was snowing. Your mother was roasting a turkey. Imagine that you burned a hand severely. Though all of the tissue in that hand has been completely replaced by the time you are 27, for example, the identity within each of those present cells remembers that injury. There were countless other events that happened to you on different afternoons at the same hour, both before and after that one. The cells within your hand contain within themselves memories your conscious mind would be dazzled to behold. Yet remember that the cells in your 27-year-old hand are in no physical way the same cells that experienced any of those events. In some underground of sensation, however, the buried evidences of stimuli and reaction experienced during those numberless quote-unquote past afternoons still exist. Some of those memories will certainly be played back to affect what you think of as your current experience at 27. Your conscious thoughts and habits regulate which of them will intermix with the maelstrom of the present. You consciously give the signals for reaction. It is not the other way around. Past events do not intrude in this manner unless they are beckoned by the conscious expectations and thoughts that exist within your mind. Those unconscious memories will be activated according to your current beliefs. You will be replenished and renewed as your thoughts motivate joyful body sensations and physical events, or will be depressed as you bring into your awareness unpleasant past body happenings. At times, of course, both can be highly beneficial. A conscious realization of danger, for example, will call up all information dealing with similar situations, so that the body can deal with it at once from the vast bank of its living memory. But constant unpleasant thoughts put the body into a state of turmoil that is quote-unquote unrealistic, and in turn force it to reactivate such old patterns. The living flesh is quite aware of certain facts that escape you on a conscious level. It knows it dies and is reborn constantly, and yet retains itself. I use the term quote-unquote dies and quote-unquote is reborn because you make sense of them, but the body does not. The body, while being always itself, comes and goes. It does not feel less or diminished when a cell dies, for it is also in the process of forming a new one. For a moment, think of your body as one large cell in the moment of its being. You, the larger self, have many bodies, each turning into the other as one dies and is reborn. Yet you maintain your identity and your memory even as the smallest cell in your present body does. This is merely an analogy, but it will explain your body's concept of itself, for as a whole, it knows it quote-unquote dies, as now its portions do, but is also aware of its quote-unquote future transformation. Within this framework, it protects and maintains its own stability and survival. At one level of your being, there is a common ground where body consciousness merges with that higher consciousness from which your own identity springs. This is the result of your being where soul and flesh meet, both in time and out of it. Now, because you are conscious of being, you form your physical reality through conscious thought. I am quite aware that I am repeating myself again and again when I make that statement, but you need to be reminded that you are not at the mercy of unconscious events. You have the body's innate wisdom behind you, and it will always try to correct your errors. These suggestions will appear in numberless ways, some quite physical to your way of thinking, and some through other means. The body may of itself begin to crave certain foods, for example, or fresh air or exercise. These are simple instances, and later we will be more specific. You may have dreams urging you to move in such a such direction, or pointing out areas in which corrections should be made. Often, such dreams bring about behavior changes, whether or not you remember them in the morning. You may request dreams in which proper direction is given, and you will receive them. If you ask on the one hand, however, and do not believe in the therapeutic nature of dreams on the other, you will short-circuit any such activity. In such a case, you are not being honest with the contents of your conscious mind. Instead, you are saying, "I will have a dream to help me, and yet I do not believe I can have such a dream." In all cases, when you are concerned about your health, there is a choice of directions for you to follow. The living flesh is yours. It is the materialization of your soul, and through the body, the soul will provide you with those answers you require. In the next chapter, we will begin to discuss those methods that can be used to refresh and heal the body, and that will help you arouse from within the physical form those memories and experiences most to your advantage. For best results, you must remember that ideas are as alive as the cells within your hand. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Health, Good and Bad Thoughts, and the Birth of quote-unquote demons. Try a simple experiment. The results will be self-explanatory. Think of a sad event from your life. Similar feelings will soon follow, and with them, memories of other such unpleasant episodes strung together through association. Scenes, odors, words, perhaps half forgotten, will suddenly come upon you with new freshness. Your thoughts will activate the appropriate feelings. Beneath your awareness, however, they will also trigger the cell's ever-present memory imprints of stimuli received when those events occurred. There is, to some extent now, a cellular memory playback, and on the part of the entire body, the recognition of its state at that time. If you pursue such sorrowful thoughts persistently, you are reactivating that body condition. Think of one of the most pleasant events that ever happened to you, and the reverse will be true, but the process is the same. This time, the associated memories are pleasant, and the body changes accordingly. Remember, these mental associations are living things. They are formations of energy, assembled into invisible structures through processes quite as valid and complicated as the organization of any group of cells. Comparing them with cells, they are of briefer duration, generally speaking, though under certain conditions this does not apply. But your thoughts form structures as real as the cells. Their composition is different in that no solidity is involved in your terms. As living cells have a structure, react to stimuli, and organize according to their own classification, so do thoughts. Thoughts thrive on association. They magnetically attract others like themselves, and like some strange microscopic animals, they repel their quote-unquote enemies, or other thoughts that are threatening to their own survival. Using this analogy, your mental and emotional life forms a framework composed of such structures, and these act directly upon the cells of your physical body. Now let us return to Augustus, for here we find again in one individual an excellent example of the way in which seemingly non-physical thoughts and beliefs can affect and alter the corporeal image. Now, first of all, Augustus has been told in various ways, "You think too much. You should be doing something physical, involved in sports, more outgoing." Such repeated remarks, with other childhood conditions, made him afraid of his own mental activity. He also felt unworthy, so how could his thoughts be good? Feelings of violence accumulated early, but in his family there were no acceptable ways of releasing normal aggressive feelings. When these built up into felt violent eruptions, Augustus was only the more convinced of his unacceptable nature. For some time in his normal state as a teenager, he tried harder and harder to be quote-unquote good. This meant the banishing of thoughts or impulses that were sexually inspired along various lines, aggressive, or even just unconventional. Considerable energy was used to inhibit these portions of his inner experience. The denied mental events did not disappear, however. They increased in intensity and were kept apart from his quote-unquote safer, usual thoughts. In such a way, Augustus actually created a mental structure whose organization followed the principles I mentioned. Under other circumstances and possessing different characteristics, another individual could damage a physical organ by literally attacking it, as surely as it might be assaulted by a virus. Because of Augustus's particular temperament and nature, however, and his native though conventionally undeveloped creativity, he formed a structure rather than destroying one. In his normal state, he accepted only the beliefs he considered were expected of him. As mentioned, there was a time before his condition developed when his quote-unquote good self-thoughts and his quote-unquote bad self-thoughts vied for his attention, and the body tried desperately to react to constant alternating and often contradictory concepts. What developed was a situation in which the conflicting sets of thoughts and feelings finally took turns, though Augustus maintained his own integrity for most of the time. But those beliefs that he shoved away were, by attraction, instantly seized by the other mental structure, again composed of ideas and feelings combined into what you might think of as an invisible cellular organization, with all capabilities of reaction. In his normal condition, Augustus thought of his own powerlessness, for he had denied himself normal aggressive action, and felt this weak. The beliefs activated the body's cellular memory, weakening the body and impeding its function. Yet for a time, while performance was dulled, it was steady. A balance was maintained that suited his purposes. He became afraid that the body would go out of control and commit violent action, because he was of course aware of the strength of the denied thoughts and feelings. When a crisis situation arose, and when he became lost in despair, an acceleration began that he pretended not to notice, and Augustus II would appear. Augustus II was filled with a sense of power, because Augustus considered power wrong and set it aside from what he thought of as his normal self. Yet Augustus knew the body needed the vitality that he had denied it. Therefore, enter Augustus II with his great ideas of extraordinary power, vigor, and superiority, and with fantasies of exceptional heroism, and the memories of all of those denied by Augustus himself. Aggressive action conveniently forgotten by Augustus was now recalled with exuberant glee by Augustus II. As a result, the chemical nature of the body was instantly revitalized. Muscular tone was greatly improved. There were changes in the amount of sugar in the blood and an alteration in the flow of energy throughout the body. I knew when Rupert interviewed Augustus that the young man identified Augustus II with the left side of himself. In his normal state, that side of the body contained more tension than the right. In Augustus II, the tension found release, and the energy flow became more even after initial bursts of activity. The longer Augustus II stayed, however, the weaker his position became, a fact recognized by Augustus and Augustus II. Augustus, you see, had to build up sufficient repressed thoughts and emotion because of a situation with which he could not cope. This threat would then bring about the emergence of Augustus II. The body behaves as you think it must behave, so Augustus and Augustus II, with their alternating patterns of behavior, caused the body to react in quite different ways. Forget now that in this case such a division occurred, and imagine instead the successive thoughts and feelings that you possess. When you feel weak, you are weak. When you feel joyful, your body benefits and becomes stronger. Augustus's case simply shows in exaggerated form the effects of your beliefs upon your physical image. If you think, aha, then from now on I will only think good thoughts, and therefore be healthy and inhibit my bad thoughts, or do anything at all with them but think them, then in your own way you are doing what Augustus did. He began by believing that some of his thoughts were so evil that they must somehow be made non-existent. So inhibiting what you consider as negative thoughts, or assuming that they are so terrible, is no answer. Now, your beliefs about what is desirable and what is not, what is good and what is evil, cannot be divorced from the condition of your body. Your own ideas of values can help you achieve good health or bring about disease, can bring into your experience success or failure, happiness or sadness. Yet each of you will interpret that last remark in line with your own value system. You will have definite ideas about what success or failure means, or what good or evil is. Your own value system, then, is built up of your beliefs about reality, and those beliefs form your experience. Suppose you believe that to be quote-unquote good, you must try to be perfect. You may have been told or read that the spirit is perfect, and hence thought that your duty was to reproduce that perfect spirit in flesh as best you could. To this end, you attempt to deny all imperfect thoughts and emotions. Your own quote-unquote negative thoughts appall you. You may believe also what I have told you, that your thoughts create your reality. So you become all the more frightened at mental or actual expressions of an aggressive nature. You may be so concerned about hurting someone else that you hardly dare move. Trying to be perfect all the time can be far more than a nuisance. It can be disastrous because of your misunderstanding. The word perfect holds many pitfalls. In the first place, it presupposes something completed and done beyond change, and so beyond motion, further development, or creativity. The spirit is always in a state of becoming, ever-changing, supple, and in your terms, without end, as it was and is without a point of beginning. Rupert said recently that if he was sure of one thing about physical reality, that it was not anywhere near perfect in these terms. But in the same meaning of the word, neither is the spirit, which to fulfill the requirement of perfection would have to be set in some state of completion beyond which no fulfillment or creativity was possible. Your thoughts are. You may approve or disapprove of them in the way that you think of a storm, for example. Left alone, your thoughts are as various, magnificent, trivial, frightening, or glorious as a hurricane, a flower, a flood, a toad, a raindrop, or the fog. Your thoughts are perfectly themselves. Left alone, they come and go. You, with your conscious mind, are to discriminate among those thoughts as to which ones you want to form into your system of beliefs. But in so doing, you are not to pretend blindness. You may at times wish that a rainy day were a sunny one, but you do not stand at the window and deny that the rain is falling, or that the air is cold and the sky dark. Because you accept the rain as a present reality does not mean either that you must believe that all days are stormy and make that obvious misconception a part of your beliefs about reality. So you do not have to pretend that a quote-unquote dark thought doesn't exist. You do not have to take it as a fact that all of your thoughts would be murky, left alone, and try to hide them. Some people are afraid of snakes, even of the most harmless variety, and blind to their beauty and place in the universe. Some are afraid of certain thoughts, and so are oblivious to their beauty and their place in mental life. Since you have all kinds of thoughts, there are reasons for having them, as you have all kinds of geography. Within your reality, it is as foolish to deny the existence of certain thoughts as it would be, say, to pretend that deserts do not exist. In following such a course, you deny dimensions of experience and diminish your reality. This does not mean that you have to collect what you think of as negative thoughts, any more than it means that you should spend a month in a desert if you do not like them. It does mean that within nature as you understand it, nothing is meaningless or to be pretended out of existence. Now, each individual will have a slightly different definition for quote-unquote negative emotions. One person may find sexually stimulating thoughts delightful and a most enjoyable kind of diversion. Another may consider them impure, bad, unhealthy, or otherwise disadvantageous. Some individuals can with ease and exuberance imagine themselves in a fistfight, a brawl, unmercifully beating the devil out of an adversary. The same thoughts may fill another man with intense terror and grave feelings of guilt. The same man, however, who would not purposely entertain fantasies of such nature under normal conditions, may, in times of war, imagine himself killing the enemy with the greatest feelings of holy joy and righteousness. What is usually forgotten is the real nature of aggressiveness, which in its truest sense simply means forceful action. This does not necessarily imply physical force, but instead the power of energy directed into a material action. Birth is perhaps the most forceful aggression in your terms of which you are capable in your system of reality. In the same way, the growth of an idea into temporal realization is the result of creative aggression. It is impossible to try to erase true aggressiveness. To do so would obliterate life as you know it. Any attempt to impair the flow of true aggression results in a distortive, uneven, explosive pseudo-aggression that causes wars, individual neuroses, and a great many of your problems in all areas. Normal aggressiveness flows with strong patterns of energy, giving motive power to all of your thoughts, whether you consciously regard them as positive or negative, good or bad. The same thrusting creative surge brings them all forth. When you consider a thought good, you usually do not question it. You allow it its life and follow through. Usually, if you regard a thought as bad or beneath you, or if you are ashamed of it, then you try to deny it, stop its motion, and hold it back. You cannot restrain energy, although you may think you can. You simply collect it, whereupon it grows, seeking fulfillment. This will lead you to say, supposing I feel like killing my boss, then, or putting poison in my husband's tea, or worse, hanging my 5 children on the clothesline instead of the towels. Are you saying that I should merely follow through? I sympathize with your predicament. The fact is that before being quote-unquote assailed by what may seem to be such terrifying unnatural ideas, you have already blocked off an endless variety of far less drastic ones, any of which you could have expressed quite safely and naturally in daily life. Your problem, then, is not how to deal with normal aggressiveness, but how to handle it when it has remained unexpressed, ignored, and denied over a long period of time. Later in this book, we will deal specifically with methods to that end. Here, I simply want to point out the difference between healthy, natural aggressiveness and the explosive, distortive emergence of repressed aggression. You will each have to discover for yourself those areas in which you strongly repress your thoughts, for many energy blockages will be found there. All of this will be covered in the later section. For now, consider the blocked energy. Consciously, most people are already afraid of it. They did not repress it because they considered it good. When I use the term quote-unquote repressed, I do not mean forgotten or shoved into the unconscious or beyond reach. You may pretend that such material is hidden, but it is quite within your conscious awareness. You have only to honestly look for it and organize what you find. It is very possible to quote-unquote see such information and not see it at the same time, simply because you do not add all of the data together. No one can make you do that, of course. To do it, you must have a sense of courage and adventuresomeness, and tell yourself that you refuse to be cowed by ideas that after all belong to you, but not are you. Now, it is often said that man believes in devils because he believes in gods. The fact is that man began to believe in demons when he started to feel a sense of guilt. The guilt itself arose with the birth of compassion. Animals have a sense of justice that you do not understand, and built into that innocent sense of integrity, there is a biological compassion, understood at the deepest cellular levels. In your terms, man is an animal rising out of himself, from himself evolving certain animal capacities to their utmost, not forming new physical specializations of body any longer, again in your terms, but creating from his needs, desires, and blessed natural aggressiveness inner structures having to do with values, space, and time. To varying degrees, this same impetus resides throughout all creaturehood. Such a task meant that man must break out of the self-regulating, precise, safe, and yet limiting aspects of instinct. The birth of a conscious mind, as you think of it, meant that the species took upon itself free will. Built-in procedures that had beautifully sufficed could now be superseded. They became suggestions instead of rules. Compassion, quote-unquote, rose from the biological structure up to emotional reality. The quote-unquote new consciousness accepted its emerging triumph, freedom, and was faced with responsibility for action of a conscious level, and with the birth of guilt. A cat playfully killing a mouse and eating it is not evil. It suffers no guilt. On biological levels, both animals understand. The consciousness of the mouse, under the innate knowledge of impending pain, leaves its body. The cat uses the warm flesh. The mouse itself has been hunter as well as prey, and both understand the terms in ways that are very difficult to explain. At certain levels, both cat and mouse understand the nature of the life energy they share, and are not, in those terms, jealous for their own individuality. This does not mean that they will not struggle to live, but they have a built-in unconscious sense of unity with nature in which they know they will not be lost or immersed. Man, pursuing his own way, chose to step outside of that framework, on a conscious level. The birth of compassion then took the place of the animal's innate knowledge. The biological compassion turned into emotional realization. The hunter, freed more or less from animal courtesy, would be forced to emotionally identify with his prey. To kill is to be killed. The balance of life sustains all. He must learn on a conscious level then what he knew all along. This is the intrinsic and only real meaning of guilt and its natural framework. You are to preserve life consciously then, as the animals preserve it unconsciously. Now, the interpretations and uses to which this quite natural guilt has been put are horrendous. Guilt is the other side of compassion. Its original purpose was to enable you to emphasize on an aware level with yourselves and other members of creaturehood, so that you could consciously control what was previously handled on a biological level alone. Guilt in that respect, therefore, had a strong natural basis, and when it is perverted, misused, or misunderstood, it has that great terrifying energy of any runaway basic phenomenon. If you think you are guilty because you read one kind of book or another, or entertain certain thoughts, then you run particular risks. If you believe something is wrong, then in your experience it will be, and you will consider it negative. So you will collect an quote-unquote unnatural guilt, one that you do not deserve but accept and so create. You will not usually form a creation of it of which you are proud. If you believe firmly in poor health, you may use this repressed energy to attack a physical organ. A gallbladder may become quote-unquote bad. According to your own belief system, you may trust the integrity of your body and instead project this guilt out upon others, onto a personal enemy or a particular race, creed, or color. If you are religious-minded and fundamental in your beliefs, you may blame a devil who causes you to behave in such and such a manner. As the body creates antibodies to regulate itself, so you will set up mental and emotional antibodies, certain thoughts that are quote-unquote good, to protect you from the fantasies or ideas that you consider bad. If its built-in instincts are left alone, the body is basically self-regulating. It does not kill off all red blood cells if there are too many at a given time. It has better sense. But in your fear of negative thoughts, you often attempt to deny all normal aggressiveness, and at the first glimpse of it, bring up your mental antibodies prepared for action. In so doing, you try to repudiate the validity of your own experience. If you do not feel your individual reality, then you can never realize that you form it, and so can change it. It is this denial of experience and the energy blockages involved that build up the accumulation of unnecessary, quote-unquote, unnatural guilt. The body itself cannot understand these blocked messages and cries out to express its own corporeal knowledge of the moment as it experiences it. You mentally shout in such situations that you do not feel what you feel. Over a period of time, the conscious mind, because of its position, can override the body's messages. Yet the backed-up accumulation of energy will seek outlet. The smallest, most innocent symbol for the repressed material may then bring about behavior on your part that seems all out of proportion to the stimulus. On 10 justified occasions, you may have felt like telling someone to leave you alone, but refrained, not wanting to hurt their feelings, afraid that you would be rude, even though the occasion was one where your remark might well have been understood and taken calmly. Because you did not accept your feelings, much less express them, on the next occasion you might explode seemingly without reason and initiate a spectacular argument, completely unjustified. In this case, the other person has no idea as to why you reacted in such a fashion, and is deeply hurt, and your guilt grows. The trouble is that ideas of right and wrong are intimately involved with your chemistry, and you cannot separate your moral values from your body. When you believe that you are good, your body functions well. I am sure that many of you will say, "I try constantly to be good, yet I am in miserable health, so how can that be?" If you examine your own beliefs, the answer will be apparent. You try to be so good precisely because you believe you are so bad and unworthy. Demons of any kind are the result of your beliefs. They are born from a belief in quote-unquote unnatural guilt. You may personify them. You may even meet them in your experience, but if so, they are still the product of your immeasurable creativity, though formed by your guilt and your belief in it. If you shed the distorted concepts of unnatural guilt and accepted the wise ancient wisdom of natural guilt instead, there would be no wars. You would not kill each other mindlessly. You would understand the living integrity of each organ in your body and have no need to attack any of them. This obviously does not mean that the time of the body's death would not come. It does mean that the seasons of the body would be understood as following those of the mind, ever-changing and flowing, with conditions coming and going, but always maintaining the splendid unity within the body's form. You would not have chronic illnesses. Generally speaking, and ideally, the body would wear out gradually while still showing far greater endurance than it does now. There are many other conditions, though, all having to do with your conscious beliefs. You may think it is better to die quickly of a heart attack, for example. Your individual purposes are not the same, so you will manage your body experiences in a great variety of ways. Generally speaking, you are here to expand your consciousness, to learn the ways of creativity as directed through conscious thought. The aware mind can change its beliefs, and so to a large extent, it can alter its bodily experience.
Chapter 9. Natural Grace, the Framework of Creativity, and the Health of Your Body and Mind, the Birth of Conscience. With animals, there are varying degrees of division between the self who acts and the action involved. With the birth of the conscious mind in man, however, the self who acts needed a way to judge its actions. Again, we come to the importance of that period of reflection in which the self, with the use of memory, glimpses its own past experience in the present and projects its results into the future. The state of grace is a condition in which all growth is effortless, a transparent, joyful acquiescence that is a ground requirement of all existence. Your own body grows naturally and easily from its time of birth, not expecting resistance, but taking its miraculous unfolding for granted, using all of itself with great, gracious, creatively aggressive abandon. You were born into a state of grace, therefore. It is impossible for you to leave it. You will die in a state of grace, whether or not special words are spoken for you, or water or oil is poured upon your head. You share this blessing with the animals and all other living things. You cannot, quote-unquote, fall out of grace, nor can it be taken from you. You can ignore it. You can hold beliefs that blind you to its existence. You will still be graced, but unable to perceive your own uniqueness and integrity, and blind also to other attributes with which you are automatically gifted. Love perceives the grace in another. Like natural guilt, the state of grace is unconscious in the animals. It is protected. They take it for granted, not knowing what it is or what they do, yet it speaks through all their motions, and they dwell in the ancient wisdom of its ways. They do not have conscious memory again, but the instinctive memory of the cells and organs sustains them. All of this applies in degrees according to the species, and when I speak of conscious memory, I am using words that are familiar to you. I mean a memory that can at any time look back through itself. In some animals, for instance, the rising of such conscious memory is apparent, yet still highly limited, specialized. A dog may remember where he saw his master last, but without being to summon the memory and operating without the kind of mental associations that you use. His connections will be of a more biological nature and will not provide the leeway that your own mental conditions allow you. The dog does not recall joyful appreciation of his own state of grace from a past, nor anticipate a recurrence in any future. With the large freedom provided by the conscious mind, however, man could stray from that great inner joy of being, forget it, disbelieve in it, or use his free will to deny its existence. The splendid biological acceptance of life could not be thrust or forced upon his emerging consciousness. So to be effective, efficient, to emerge in the new focus of awareness, grace had to be expanded from the life of the tissue to that of the feelings, thoughts, and mental processes. Grace became the handmaiden of natural guilt then. Man became aware of his state of grace when he lived within the dimension of his consciousness as it was turned toward his new world of freedom. When he did not violate, he was aware of his own grace. When he violated, it fell back into cellular awareness, as with the animals, but he felt consciously cut off from it and denied. The simplicity of natural guilt does not lead to what you think of as conscience, yet conscience is also dependent upon that moment of reflection that in a large measure sets you apart from the animals. Conscience, as you think of it, is caused by a dilemma and a misunderstanding of the conditions set upon your physical existence. Conscience arose with the emergence of artificial guilt. Now, artificial guilt is still highly creative in its way, an offshoot made in man's image as his conscious mind began to consider and play upon the natural innocent guilt that originally implied no punishment. The conscious mind is a maker of distinctions. It brings to the surface of awareness whole gestalts of previously unconscious material, then assembles and organizes it in ever-changing form. Through purposeful focus, a literally infinite amount of such data can be unconsciously sorted, then only the desired elements will emerge. The conscious mind is endlessly creative. This applies to all areas of conscious mind thinking. It is also the organizer of physical data, so natural guilt became the basis for all kinds of variations. These closely followed man's religious and social groupings. The latter are also the result of the aware mind's capacity to play upon, mix and merge, and rearrange perception and experience. Man is innately good. His conscious mind must be free with its own will. He can, therefore, consider himself bad. He is the one who sets those standards in his own image. The mind is also equipped to see its own beliefs, reflect upon them, and evaluate their results. So using this tool as it was meant to be used would automatically help man in recognizing both his beliefs and their effects. Part of this great permissiveness has to do with the fact that man is to realize that he creates his own reality. Free will is a necessity. The leeway given allows him to materialize his ideas, meet them in physical experience, and evaluate for himself their particular kind of validity. The animal has no such need. It nestles safely within the confines of its instincts, while exploring other aspects of awareness with which man is not so intimately familiar. Yet natural grace and natural guilt are given you, and these will also grow more fully into conscious awareness. If you can sit quietly and realize that your body parts are replacing themselves constantly, if you turn your conscious mind into the consideration of such activity, then you can realize your own state of grace. If you can sense your thoughts steadily replacing themselves, then you can also feel your own elegance. You cannot feel guilty and enjoy such recognition, however, not on a conscious level. If you find that you are berating yourself because of something you did yesterday or 10 years ago, you are not being virtuous. You are most likely involved with artificial guilt. Even if a violation occurred, natural guilt does not involve penance. It is meant as a precautionary measure, a reminder before an event. Do not do this again is the only afterward message. I am placing these concepts within your time scheme because in your terms they were born out of it. But the fact is that all quote-unquote time is simultaneous. In a simultaneous time, punishment makes no sense. The punishment as an event and the event for which you are being punished exist at once, and since there is no past, present, and future, you could just as well say that the punishment came first. We have mentioned reincarnation hardly at all, yet here let me state that the theory is a conscious mind interpretation in linear terms. On the one hand, it is highly distorted. On the other hand, it is a creative interpretation, as the conscious mind plays with reality as it understands it. But in the terms used, there is no karma to be paid off as punishment unless you believe that there are crimes for which you must pay. In larger terms, there is no cause and effect either, though these are root assumptions in your reality. I use these concepts again because of their familiarity to you.
In the world of time, they appear as real. We return once more to the moment of reflection, for it is here that both causes and effects first appear. Dimly, in your terms, it can be traced by observing the animals that even now roam the earth, for each, in its own degree, far less than yours, shows that reflection. In some, for all intents and purposes, it does not exist at all, yet it is there, latent. Now, the greater your quote-unquote period of reflection, the greater the amount of time that seems to pass between events. You seem to think that there is an expanse of time between reincarnational existences, that one follows the other as one moment seems to follow another. Because you perceive a reality of cause and effect, you hypothesize a reality in which one life affects the next one. With your theories of guilt and punishment, you often imagine that you are hampered in this existence by guilt collected in the last life, or worse, accumulated through the centuries. These multiple existences, however, are simultaneous and open-ended. In your terms, the conscious mind is growing toward a realization of the part it has to play in such multidimensional reality. It is enough that you understand your part in this existence. When you fully comprehend that you form what you think of as your current reality, all else will fall into place. Your beliefs, thoughts, and feelings are instantly materialized physically. Their earthly reality occurs simultaneously with their inception, but in the world of time, lapses between appear to occur. So I say one causes the other, and I use those terms to help you understand, but all are at once. So are your multiple lives occurring as the immediate realization of your being in the natural extension of its many-faceted abilities. Quote-unquote "at once" does not imply a finished state of perfection, nor a cosmic situation in which all things have been done, for all things are still happening. You are still happening, but both present and future selves, and your past self, is still undergoing what you think is done. Moreover, it is experiencing events that you do not recall, that your linear attuned consciousness cannot perceive on that level. Your body has within it the miraculous strength and creativity with which, in your terms, it was born. You most probably take this to mean that I am implying the possibility of an unending state of youth. While youth can be physically, quote-unquote, prolonged far beyond its present duration, this is not what I am saying. Physically, your body must follow the nature into which you were born, and in that context, the cycles of youth and age is highly important. In some ways, the rhythm of birth and death is like a breath taken and exhaled. Feel your own breath as it comes and goes. You are not it, yet it comes into you and leaves you, and without its continuous flow, you could not physically exist. So let your lives go in and out of you and yet not you. And a portion of you, while letting them all go, remembers them and knows their journey. Imagine where your breath goes when it leaves your body, how it escapes through an open window perhaps and becomes a part of the space outside, where you would never recognize it. And when it has left you, it is no longer a part of what you are, for you are already different. So the lives you have lived are not you, while they are of you. Close your eyes. Think of your breaths as lives, and you the entity through which they have passed and are passing. Then you will feel your state of grace, and all artificial guilt will be meaningless. None of this negates the supreme and utter integrity of your individuality, for you are as well the individual entity through whom the lives flow, and the unique lives that are expressed through you. No one atom of air is like another. Each in its own way is aware and capable of entering into greater transformations and organizations, filled with infinite potential. As your breath leaves you and becomes part of the world, free, so do your lives leave you and continue to exist in your terms. You cannot confine a personality that you quote-unquote were to a particular century that is finished and deny it other fulfillments, for even now it exists and has fresh experience. As your moment of reflection gave birth to consciousness as you think of it, for both really came together, so then can another phenomenon and kind of reflection give birth to at least some dim conscious awareness of the vast dimensions of your own reality. The animal moves, say, through a forest. You move through psychic, psychological, and mental areas in the same way. Through his senses, the animal gets messages from distant areas that he cannot directly perceive, and of which he is largely unaware, and so do you. The you that you consider yourself is never annihilated. Your consciousness is not snuffed out, nor is it swallowed, blissfully unaware of itself in some nirvana. You are as much a part of a nirvana now as you ever will be. To some extent, we have discussed your body and its composition of cells. All of the cells that now make up your physical form obviously exist at once. Imagine that you have many lives enduring in the same fashion. Instead of cells, then you have selves. I told you that each cell has its own memory. The self-memory is, of course, of far greater dimension. Think of the greater you. Call it the entity, if you want to, as forming a psychic structure quite as real as your physical one, but composed of many selves. As each cell in your body has its position within your corporeal space and boundaries, so each self within the entity is aware of its own quote-unquote time and dimension of activity. The body is a temporal structure. The cells, however, while a part of the body, are not aware of the entire dimension in which your consciousness dwells. They do not perceive all of the elements that are available even in three-dimensional experience. Yet your present consciousness, seemingly so much more sophisticated, physically rests upon cellular awareness. So the entity, or quote-unquote greater psychic structure of which you are a part, is aware of much larger dimensions of activity than you are, yet in the same way, its more sophisticated consciousness rests upon your own, and one is necessary to the other. In physical life, there is a lapse when messages leap the nerve ends. In other terms and on other levels, this was represented in that quote-unquote moment of reflection that took place as man's consciousness emerged from that of the animals. I did not say that man emerged from the animals. In still other terms and at different levels this lapse occurs. This moment of reflection extends itself, as the self leaps clear of physical form, even as the cell at one time deserts the body. In this regard now, and for the sake of our analogy only, think of the life of the self as one message leaping across the nerve cells of a multidimensional structure, again as real as your body, and consider it also a greater quote-unquote moment of reflection on the part of such a many-sided personality. I make these analogies because they are pertinent, yet I am aware that they can make you feel small or fear for your identity. You are more than a message, say, passing through the vast reaches of a super-self. You are not lost in the universe. In a book we must use words, but such analogies can, if you let them, conjure up within your imagination some feeling of your intimate relationship with all other reality. To some extent, the feeling of grace is your emotional recognition of the necessity, purpose, and freedom, the innate appreciation of your rightness and place in existence. Remember also, in your terms now, the great gulf that separates you as a self from those cells that physically compose you. Your own present identity contains the knowledge and quote-unquote memory of all those simultaneous existences, even as the cells in their way retain memory of all those physical structures which they have formed. Consciously, because of your time concepts, you will interpret those simultaneous lives in reincarnational terms, one seemingly before the other. Now, your conscious ideas, expectations, and beliefs direct the health and activity of the cells. The cells do not have free will in your terms. They have the innate capacity to form other organizations, but not while affiliated with you. To leave you, they must change their form. To some extent, you determine their quote-unquote good health within the framework of their nature. They also help maintain yours. In terms of consciousness, the entity or greater you knows as much more than you know as you know more than yourselves. You, however, do have free will, for while the entity's psychic structure can be compared to the body, it is a part of and inhabits far greater dimensions. All of this may seem to have little to do with your personal reality, yet your daily experience is as connected with yourself or entity as it is with the cells of your physical form. There is an obvious intimate relationship between each cell and another. There is a constant give and take and grouping of awareness within the body's own miraculous corporeal structure. Your idea of reality and its experience is much different than that of any cell, yet each is interconnected. A group of cells forms an organ. A group of selves forms a soul. I am not telling you that you do not have a soul to call your own. You are a part of your soul. It belongs to you and you to it. You dwell within its reality as a cell dwells within the reality of an organ. The organ is temporal in your terms. The soul is not. The cell is material in your terms. The self is not. The entity, then, or greater self, is composed of souls. Because the body exists in time and space, the organs have specific purposes. They help keep the body alive, and they must stay, quote-unquote, in place. The entity has its existence in multitudinous dimensions, its souls free to travel within boundaries that would seem infinite to you. As the smallest cell within your body participates to its degree in your daily experience, so does the soul to an immeasurably greater extent share in the events of the entity. You possess within yourself all of those potentials in which consciousness creatively takes part. The cell does not need to be consciously aware of you in order to fulfill itself, even though your expectations of health largely influence its existence. But your recognition of the soul and entity can help you direct energies from those other dimensions into your daily life. You, dear reader, are in the process of expanding your psychic structure, of becoming a conscious participant with the soul, in certain terms of becoming what your soul is. As cells multiply and grow within their own nature and physical framework, so do selves, quote-unquote, evolve in terms of value fulfillment. Souls are also creative psychic structures, ever-changing, and yet always retaining individual integrity, and all are dependent one upon the other. Souls make up the life of the entity in those terms, yet the entity is quote-unquote more than the soul is. Now, when you are aware of the existence of the entity and of the soul, you can consciously draw upon their greater energy, understanding, and strength. It is inherently available, but your conscious intent brings about certain changes in you that automatically trigger such benefits. The results will be felt down to the smallest cells within your body, and will affect even the most seemingly mundane events of your daily life. You are growing in consciousness, therefore. Using it expands its capabilities. It is not a thing, but an attribute and characteristic. That is why your understanding and desire are so important. The processes initiated are beyond your normal awareness. They occur automatically with your intent if you do not block them through fear, doubt, or opposing beliefs. Imagine yourself as a portion of an invisible universe, but one in which all the stars and planets are conscious and full of inexhaustible energy. You are aware of this. Think of this universe as having the form of a body. If you want to, visualize its outline brilliant against the sky. The suns and planets are your cells, each filled with energy and power, but awaiting your direction. Then see this image exploding into your own consciousness, which is unbelievably bright. Realize that it is a portion of a far greater multidimensional structure, spread out in an even richer dimension. Feel the entity sending you energy as you send energy to your cells. Let it fill your being, and then direct it, physically, any place within your body that you choose. If instead there is a physical event that you strongly desire, then use that energy to imagine its actual occurrence as vividly as you can. If you follow these directions and understand the meaning for them as given, you will find the results most startling and effective. Energy may be directed to any portion of the body, and if you do not block its actions by disbeliefs, the portion will be cured. Remember, however, if you hold the belief that you are a sickly person, that can hinder you. In that case, then, to change that particular kind of belief is your first concern. One of the purposes of this book is to tell you that no one is born to be a sickly person, so reading it can help you there. In your terms, if you believe that you chose illness to compensate for a past life deficiency, then it will help you to realize that you form your reality now in your present, and can therefore change it. Later, we will discuss such matters as birth defects. Here, we are speaking about conditions that can be physically corrected, but not the growth of an arm if you were born without one, for example, or the correction of other lacks in the body at birth. Your body is the basic product of your creativity on a physical level. From its integrity, all other constructions in your lifetime must come. Your greatest artistic endeavors must arise out of the soul in flesh. You create yourselves on a daily basis, changing your form according to the incalculable richness of your multitudinous abilities. So out of the soul's resplendent psychic richness do you spring with your free will and desire. You, in turn, create other living creatures. You also produce forms of art, fluid living constructs that you do not understand in terms of societies and civilizations, and all of these flow through your alliance with flesh and blood. This creativity, the strongest force within all reality, reaches from sources we have not as yet discussed in this book, down to the smallest atom and molecule. Your health is an extension of your creativity. So is your relationship with your mate, your boss, and the kinds of events with which you are uniquely familiar. I can see that my analogy comparing the soul to an organ within a multidimensional psychic structure of the entity is confusing you. We will clear it up by comparing the same properties, changing the word soul to quote-unquote oversoul. As mentioned earlier, and simply following the analogy, each self has its own soul within the oversoul, and the oversoul is itself a part of the entity's multidimensional structure. All of this material, I understand, is complicated. It is also difficult to explain. It becomes highly pertinent, however, in many instances of your lives, and affects your daily being and experience. I gave the information in this chapter purposely when I did, knowing that our visitor from the psychiatric clinic would be here. I want to discuss the state of grace in some detail and in different ways throughout this book. The young man who came here described in some detail the way in which LSD is used in therapy work with patients. The psychologists hope to bring about a cure for various emotional difficulties, to literally induce a quote-unquote state of grace. The material that I have just given you is necessary for any understanding of the ways in which massive doses of LSD can affect the individual. Here we are dealing with an artificial and forced method of hopefully bringing about physical, psychic, and spiritual illumination. Such enlightenment is supposed to lead to better health, self-knowledge, and provide an inner state of peace. Through such therapy, conscience is to be encountered and conquered once and for all. It is believed that the self must shed its ego and die symbolically in order that the inner self can be free. A discussion involving LSD, conscience, the quote-unquote death and birth of the self, mental health, and spiritual illumination may not seem applicable to those of you who have not taken drugs, but all of you do hope for illumination, greater vitality, and understanding in one way or another, and wonder what methods might help you achieve these ends. Much of this book will be devoted to various techniques that will help you change your own reality for the better. The next chapter will actually deal with a further discussion of some subjects that have been mentioned in this one. How aware can you be as an individual of your own greater reality? Can you use such knowledge beneficially to improve your daily life? If you are in serious difficulty, can LSD with therapy help you? Can a chemical open up the doorways to the soul? End of chapter. Part 2 of the book. Your body as your own unique living sculpture. Your life as your most intimate work of art. And the nature of creativity as it applies to your personal experience. Chapter 10. The nature of spontaneous illumination and the nature of enforced illumination. The soul in chemical clothes. Now, the young man, an assistant to a famous doctor, wrote and requested a session. He came here a few evenings ago, and then attended Rupert's class the next night. I spoke to him on both occasions. He had been working with the drugs in a therapeutic framework for some time. Before this, he had wandered through India, finally following a guru. He left the guru to follow the doctor. Like many young men all through the ages, he was on his individual journey, looking for truth, overturning all stones in an effort to find those methods that would help him to discover the way. Meditation had brought him some enlightenment, yet the guru in India told him that he must follow blindly in obedience. The doctor offered greater freedom, and the hope that perhaps chemically the doors to truth, within his own soul at least, could be opened. So our searcher returned to this country and became part of a large organization. He saw the sick, unhappy, and neurotic brought to this new temple of truth in which chemicals take the place, say, of communion of bread. He felt that some good had been done, yet he also feared that some unnecessary and dangerous tampering might also be accomplished. He himself took drugs under controlled conditions several times, first small doses and then larger ones. He encountered some particularly frightening material. The doctor suggested that he face himself by taking another massive dose, and though he did not want to, he acquiesced. The experience was so shattering that he pleaded for a counter-drug, knowing as he did so that this was against all the rules. The drug was refused him in any case. He said that he was glad that he was forced to see the thing through, yet grave doubts brought him here, and will finally lead him into other areas away from such therapy. Many have come to me or written after quote-unquote bad trips, the young especially, always great searchers after truth, and very tempted to look to the chemical LSD now as the latest method of finding it. I am not speaking of marijuana at all, which is a different thing altogether and is a natural product of the earth. I am talking about a chemical that is a result of your technological knowledge. When you are fairly happy and content in your daily life, you can be said to be in a state of grace. On those occasions when you feel at one with the universe or come upon an exceptional experience in which you seem to go beyond yourself, you can be said to be in a state of illumination, and this has many degrees and levels. In any such state, your physical health benefits, generally speaking, though there may be some beliefs blocking in that direction. These natural states activate within your cells quote-unquote past memory, having to do with joyful cellular response, brought about by particular events in your lifetime, whether you are aware of them or not. This personal kind of cellular memory in turn triggers other layers within the cells to varying degrees. Again, each atom and molecule contains within it quote-unquote memory of its quote-unquote previous experiences. According to the state of illumination or grace, those mass memories may be activated that do not necessarily involve your personal experience, though your own involvement and the events of your life may appear within them in an entirely different framework than the one with which you are familiar. Any event of your life is written in the memory of the universe, for example, as you think of it. So, in a state of illumination, private cellular memory may be animated, and beyond this, a deeper level of knowing in which your own birth and death may or may not be explained. Naturally, left alone, you will at various times spontaneously experience such states of grace or illumination, though you may not use those terms. You will feel at peace with yourself and your world, or you will surpass yourself, suddenly feeling a part of events and phenomena usually considered not yourself. But to some extent or another, such experiences are natural and a part of your heritage. Your conscious mind, again, is a part of your inner self and ever-changing. In terms of species consciousness, it is a development of great significance. It draws strength from such sources of vitality and rejuvenation. They come naturally up to consciousness. Psychologists usually see people who are already in difficulty. The happy man has no need for such a visit. Few studies have been done to discover why the happy man is happy, yet his answers would be highly pertinent. In therapy, using massive doses of LSD, a condition of chemically enforced insanity takes place. By insanity, I mean a situation in which the conscious mind is forced into a state of powerlessness. There is a literal assault made upon not only the psyche, but upon the organizational framework that makes it possible for you to exist rationally in the world that you know. The ego, of course, cannot be annihilated in physical life. Kill one, and another will and must emerge from the inner self, which is its source. Now, under such enforced conditions, you are literally facing egotistical consciousness with its own death in an encounter that need not occur, and while the physical body is fighting for its own life and vitality. You are bringing about a dilemma of great proportions. The landscape of the psyche is indeed revealed, bringing good data to the psychiatrist. But the experiences undergone by the patients, and all of this applies to massive doses, represent the enactment, through a terrible encounter, of the species' birth into consciousness, and its death as consciousness falls back, annihilated, followed by its rebirth as the individual patient struggles to emerge again from dimensions not native under those conditions. The deepest biological and psychic structures are altered. I did not say that they were damaged, though they may be according to the situation. Consciousness is assaulted at its roots. When periods of transcendence are felt under such conditions, they represent the psychic birth of a new personality from the sources of the old, and from the death, psychically, of the old. In some cases, the genetic messages have changed, in that they are different. This is a psychic slaying in a technological framework. Under LSD, you were highly suggestible. You were told that the ego must die, then you must kill it. You will telepathically follow the ideas of your guide under even the best of conditions. The psychic quote-unquote rebirth may leave you with a completely new set of problems, rising on the bed of the old, and as yet undecipherable. The new ego is quite aware of the conditions of its birth. It knows it was born out of the death of its predecessor, and for all its feelings of transcendent joy, natural enough at its birth, it fears the annihilation from which it sprang. The natural creature integrity is not the same. The physical world will never be trusted in quite the same way. The alliance with it is not as secure. The quote-unquote self that was born into the body and grew with it has gone, and another quote-unquote self has risen from that previous organization. Now, such self-changes happen naturally as life progresses, and when the self modulates at any given time, it is different from what it was. When this occurs, quote-unquote, all by itself, it is an innate reflection of the psyche's creativity and happens with its own rhythm, connected to seasons of the mind and blood and consciousness and cells in ways that you do not as yet understand. But the whole structure and its subsidiary relationships change together, and the conscious mind is able to assimilate what is happening. You grow and live through deaths that happen to you constantly, and travel through births within your lifetime that you do not comprehend. Such massive doses of LSD chemically activate all levels of cellular memory to such an extent that in certain terms they are no longer in charge of themselves, and the memories can then emerge unpredictably when the system is under stress. The fine biological and psychological alliance is now weakened. Now, it is only because you believe that the ego is such a stepchild of the self that you go to such great lengths to bring about inner knowledge. It is just because individuals are not aware of the resiliency of their own consciousness that they agree to such proceedings. So patient and therapist share the belief that the conscious mind does not have easy access to the needed knowledge. They also share other beliefs, for example, that the inner self is a repository for repressed fears, terrors, and uncivilized savagery, that the inner self must be forced to get rid of such material before it is possible for it to express its power, energy, and strength in creative, positive terms, and that, therefore, the self must first encounter and deal with all those terrors of its past before it can be free of the fears of the present. Now, this is simply another system of belief in which patient and therapist operate. The spontaneity of such sessions do indeed seem to present psychiatrists and psychologists with a map of the psyche. Statistically, the individual experiences, while different, will of course follow a pattern, the pattern of beliefs consciously acknowledged and telepathically reacted to. Beneath this, a definite though distorted landscape of the psyche can be glimpsed in symbols. These symbols are consciousness's attempt to portray cellular memory. Psychic motion always excites the molecules. The latent, easily flowing, innate quote-unquote knowledge of the molecules builds up the quote-unquote knowledge of the cells. They work smoothly together. Under the enforced psychic assault of massive doses of LSD, the very comprehension of the molecules tries to split open. Now, this is not something you can physically perceive. Cellular integrity itself can be threatened. Rupert is quite right in thinking that this is far worse than any physical shock therapy. Worst of all, there is no need for it. All of this treatment rests upon the idea that the conscious mind is highly inadequate, that deep problems are unknown to it, that it is meant to be simply analytical and is unable to handle very intuitive or psychic material. Your beliefs alone make this so. Assaults upon your consciousness in such a manner challenge the stability of your species and insult the integrity of your creaturehood. You may say that such chemicals are natural because they exist within the reality that you know, but the body is equipped to deal with ingredients that come from the earth. Great doses of such quote-unquote artificial drugs are not easily assimilated and bring about biological confusion. Within their own framework, some American Indians use peyote in their own way, but not as gluttons, stunning and annihilating their systems. They accept it as a natural ingredient belonging to their earthly structure. They do not try to blast themselves out of existence. They use it to increase the innate perceptions that they have. They become part of all that is, as they should, without dying as they are. They are able to assimilate their knowledge, to purposefully direct it into both their individual lives and their social structure. They also use it within their own system of beliefs, of course, in which their creaturehood is understood and taken for granted. The conscious mind is seen as a complement rather than a detriment to biological being. As mentioned earlier, there are, simply speaking, two schools of thought in current favor. One believes that the conscious mind and the intellect have all the answers, but to this school this means that the conscious mind is analytical above all, and that it can find all the answers through reason alone. The other school believes that the answers are in feelings and emotion. Both are wrong. Intellect and feeling together make up your existence, but the fallacy is particularly in the belief that the aware mind must be analytical above all, as opposed to, for example, the understanding or assimilation of intuitive psychic knowledge. Neither school understands the flexibility and the possibilities that are inherent within the conscious mind, and mankind has barely begun to use its potentials. Now, your body is you in flesh. As I have mentioned in other books, the soul cannot affirm itself fully through bodily experience at any given quote-unquote time, so in those terms there are always portions of you that are unexpressed. All of your physical experience must, of course, be pivoted in the corporeal reality of the body. The energy that moves your image comes from the soul. Through your own thoughts you direct the body's expression, and it can be of health or of illness. Out of the knowledge of the contents of your own conscious mind, you can definitely heal most maladies of the body within conditions to be given later. Your ideas themselves follow certain laws of creativity. They have their own rhythms. The associative processes of your mind, working through the brain, have great connection with the minute behavior of your cells. As you learn to use your thoughts, or even as they naturally change, resulting alterations take place within the cells. There is an orderly progression, an intimate relationship. When massive doses of LSD are used, you are artificially creating a disaster area from which you hope to salvage an efficient working self. It is true that the old interactions between an associative pattern of thought and its habitual action may be broken down, but it is also true that the inner ordered structure has been shocked psychically and biologically. In normal daily life, considerable natural therapy often takes place in the dream state, even when nightmares of such frightening degree arise that the sleeper is shocked into awakening. The individual's conscious mind is then forced to face the charged situation, but after the event, in retrospect. The nightmare itself can be like a shock treatment given by one portion of the self to another, in which cellular memory is touched off, much as it might be in such an LSD session. But the self is its own best therapist. It knows precisely how many such quote-unquote shocks the psyche can take to advantage, which associations to animate through such intense experience and imagery, and which ones to leave alone. Nightmares in series are often inner-regulated shock therapy. They may frighten the conscious self considerably, but after all it comes awake in its normal world, shaken perhaps, but secure in the framework of the day. Other dream events, though forgotten, may also cushion the individual to withstand the effects of such quote-unquote nightmare therapy. In the same way that some LSD treatment finally results in a feeling of rebirth, that is often only temporary, however, so a period of such nightmares often lead quite naturally to dreams in which the self finally makes new and greater connections with the source of its own being. If scientists studied the body and the mind in terms of natural healing abilities, they could learn how to encourage these, for such processes, and I have mentioned only one of them, are continuous through your lifetime. When large doses of chemicals are used, the conscious mind is confronted full blast with very potent experiences that it was not meant to handle, and by which it is purposely made to feel powerless. Faced with the exterior nightmares of wars and natural disasters, The conscious mind is still directed outward into that world with which it knows it was formed to cope. In periods of great physical stress, it draws upon the powers of the body and inner self to perform remarkable feats of heroism that leave it wondering afterward at the power and energy of the self in crisis. Its own stability and awareness can be vastly deepened and strengthened. In times of seemingly calamitous encounters with nature, individuals may find themselves amazed at their capacity to relate with other people. But in the artificially induced psychic disaster area of massive LSD therapy, the situation is reversed. Consciousness finds itself in a crisis situation, not because of one coming from the exterior world, but because it is forced to fight on a battleground for which it was never designed and cannot understand, where it basically counted upon allies of association, memory, and organization, and all the powers of the inner self are suddenly turned into enemies. It is made vulnerable to all those forces it was meant to lead, while being stripped of its natural logical abilities, indeed of its very sense of identity. There is nothing exterior against which it can work, and no framework in which it can get balance. Rubert has been working on a book of poems called The Dialogues, and in it recently he wrote of the double worlds. One night he stood at the kitchen window and, quite without drugs, saw a rainy puddle below suddenly turn into an alive, beautifully fluid creature who stood up and walked while the rain slid off its liquid sides. He was filled with joy as he observed this reality. He knew that in the physical world the puddle was flat, but that he was perceiving another just as solid reality, a larger one in fact, in which the rain creature had its being. For a moment he saw double worlds with his physical vision. While the experience was exhilarating, it could have turned into a quote-unquote nightmare had his conscious mind not clearly understood. Had he walked outside, for example, and found himself encountering living creatures rising out of each rainy puddle, and if for the life of him he could not have turned the creatures back. As it was a beneficial experience. But when the conscious mind is forced to face far less pleasant encounters, and is robbed of its power to reason at the same time, then you do indeed insult the basis of its being. Now, a few moments following Rupert's experience with the rain creature, he had another. His eyes were wide open, and he stood in the exceedingly small kitchen, when suddenly there appeared before him a round, soft yellow light. He saw it physically, yet could find no physical cause for it. It lasted several seconds and disappeared. As soon as Rupert saw it, he leapt back. The last line in the poem he had completed just before dinner spoke of a light that would illuminate both worlds, one of the soul and one of the flesh. Consciously he thought the light must have been caused by lightning, even while he knew with another portion of himself that that was not the case. A moment later the line from his poetry came to him, and he made the proper connection. The conscious mind was disturbed for a moment, but it assimilated the data. The meaning of the light will become even clearer through Rupert's dreams, the intuitive continuation of the poem and physical example. The meaning of the light will normally become unfolded as he is ready to fully perceive it. While the event has happened, therefore, like any event, it is not completed. In the drug experience mentioned before, startling enforced symbols and occurrences are suddenly thrust upon the conscious mind, and more within a context in which time as it knows it has little meaning. It, the conscious mind, cannot reflect upon phenomena subjectively. They happen too quickly. Within their happening, there may be a distorted, to it, grotesque duration in which action may be seemingly impossible. No separation between self and experience may be allowed. Even an exalted experience can be an assault upon consciousness if it is forced. The price paid is much too high as far as the entire personality is concerned. The feelings that are often realized in later sessions, say of rebirth, are indeed that. The old organizations of the self have fallen, and the new structures do indeed rejoice in their oneness and vitality. A strong suicidal base frequently exists here. The knowledge is present that the quote-unquote old self did not make it. So what assurance does the so-called new self have? Again, the body is a living sculpture. You are in it and you form it. And it is to all intents and purposes you while you are physical. You must identify your material being with it. Otherwise, you will feel alienated from your biological identity. This identity is your physical self through which now, in your terms, all expression must come. You are more than your temporal being alone. Your life as a creature is dependent upon your alliance with flesh. You will exist when your body is dead, but practically speaking, you will always be working through an image of yourself. If you identify with your body alone, then you may feel life after death is impossible. If you consider yourself a mental being only, however, you will not feel alive in the flesh, but separated from it. Think of yourself as a physical creature now. Know that later you will still operate through another form, but that the body and the material world are your present modes of expression. These attitudes are highly important. In a strong drug experience, you take physical demonstration out of its natural framework, presenting it in such a way that its usual reactions make no sense. A world may be tumbling down upon you, for example, yet there is no adequate physical defense or retaliation possible. The psychiatrist may say, "Go along entirely with the experience. If necessary, become annihilated." This flies directly in the face of your biological heritage and the common sense of the conscious mind. I am quite aware of the distorted religious connections made here. Die to yourself and you will be reborn. You will not kill yourself. What you think of the self dies and is reborn constantly, as the cells of your body do. Biologically and spiritually, new life relies upon these innumerable changes and transformations, deaths and births that occur naturally both in the seasons of the earth and those of the psyche. Change flexibly with the gracious dance of all being that is reflected in the universe of the body and mind. This does not include the crucifixion of the ego. It is always because you do not trust the natural self that you resort to such drug therapy. The individuals who seek out treatment fear the nature of their own identity more than anything else. They are then only too willing to sacrifice it. Your thoughts and beliefs form your reality. There is, as Joseph said in our break, no magic therapy, only an understanding of your own great creativity and the knowledge that you yourself make your world. In physical life, the soul is clothed in chemicals, and you will use the ingredients you take into your body to form an image that is in line with your beliefs. Some of these ideas will undoubtedly be accepted by you from your culture. Others will be your own private interpretation of yourself in flesh. Your beliefs about any chemical will affect what it does to you. Under LSD therapy, you expect a drastic reaction and are told to prepare yourself. Your experience will follow your beliefs and your therapist's, communicated verbally and telepathically. If you believe, however, that the chemicals in certain foods will harm you drastically and bring about disastrous consequences, then even small doses of these can do you harm. Now, in the normal cycle of the death and rebirth of cells, and the usual pattern in which the ego constantly changes, there is a smooth flow and no loss of orientation. Previous cellular memory is carried along easily from one cell generation to another. As mentioned earlier, what you call the ego is a portion of the inner identity that rises to face the world of physical existence. In the regular course of events, it will change into another ego, but while losing its quote-unquote dominant status, it will not die to itself. It will alter its organization as a part of the living psyche. Under enforced annihilation, there is a frantic attempt at reorganization as the inner self tries to quote-unquote send up alternate egos to handle the situation, and in those terms, the more egos you kill, the more will emerge. In all of this, the body's situation is highly agitated, and the physical organism is forced to respond as best it can to a series of disastrous events, which, however, it realizes it cannot be experiencing physically. It knows a quote-unquote mock battle is going on, but cannot stop itself from sending forth those chemicals and hormones necessary to a physical situation of like degree. There is a great wear and tear on the body, and an inexcusable exhaustion of its native energies. Ideas form reality, so the body is used to reacting to some quote-unquote imaginary situations in which, for example, the mind conjures up dire circumstances which do not physically exist, but these still force the organism into an overactivation, setting up a state of stress. In massive drug therapy, the body feels its greatest threat, for it is forced to use all of its resources while its own signals tell it that the messages it is getting do not have a correlation, and yet they are of the most urgent nature. To some extent, there is also an assault upon simple creaturehood. Its images and experiences, furthermore, are seldom forgotten, and the so-called new ego is born with the memory of their imprint. Some psychologists like to say that you cry out unconsciously against the natural method of your birth. But here you have the situation where a self is faced with its own annihilation, while another quote-unquote self arises after conscious participation with its death. I am aware that many psychologists and psychiatrists feel that they are charting the course of the psyche with these methods. It is one thing, and unfortunate enough, to dissect a frog to see what did make it live. It is triply dangerous to dissect a psyche, hoping to put it back together again. Now, there are natural feedback systems within the body and psyche that operate to set up optimal frameworks of balance in which your growth and development can take place. There is some difference here, which was mentioned earlier, between you and the animals and the particular way in which you create your reality. In man, conscious thoughts are highly important as the directors of unconscious activity. You become more responsible then, in a particular way, for physical effects that, comparatively speaking, are quote-unquote instinctive in the animal. This gives you both a conscious and unconscious feedback system against which to test your experience and alter its nature. Therapeutic systems are an important part of this inner relationship, and they operate constantly. In one way, a state of grace or illumination happens where there is the greatest poised balance of the conscious mind with other levels of the psyche and body, a biological and spiritual recognition of the individual's wholeness within himself and his relationship with the universe at large. Such states lead to a condition of mental, psychic, and physical health and efficiency. The aware mind's great leeway through the intellect and its connection with the senses makes it possible for any singly magnificent event to trigger such experience. Intense focus is a characteristic of the conscious mind, and you can call it narrow because it includes only the physical dimension. But within the scope of that corporeal field, it has great freedom to interpret the given dimension in any way it chooses. The conscious mind can, for instance, see a rose as a symbol of life or death, or joy or sadness, and under certain conditions, its interpretation of a simple flower can trigger deep experiences that call up power and strength from the inner resources of being. Since the attributes of egotistical consciousness have been so misinterpreted, you usually consider it only in its analytical breaking down functions. These are very important, as it separates larger fields of perception into smaller ones that can be physically understood. But the conscious mind is also a great synthesizer. It brings together diverse elements from your experience and unites them in new patterns. These organizations then serve as awakeners or stimulation to inner portions of the self, always providing it with fresh experience. The inner self responds through the richness of its own psychic fabric, sending up, so to speak, ever new particularized abilities to meet the exterior circumstances. When your body and mind are working together, then the relationship between the two goes smoothly, and their natural therapeutic systems place you in a state of health and grace. I told you earlier that your feelings follow the flow of your beliefs, and if this does not seem true to you, it is because you are not aware of the contents of your conscious mind. You can close your physical eyes. You can close the eyes of your conscious mind also, and pretend not to see what is there. It is because you do not trust your own basic therapeutic nature, or really understand the conscious or unconscious mind, that you run to so many therapies that originate from without the self. It seems that technologies and inventions have done a lot of harm, and so they have. On the other hand, the technology brings within your reach the great therapy of music. This activates the inner living cells of your body, stimulates the energy of the inner self, and helps to unite the conscious mind with the other portions of your being. Music is an exterior representation, and an excellent one, of the life-giving inner sounds that act therapeutically within your body all the time. The music is a conscious reminder of those deeper inner rhythms, both of sound and of motion. Listening to music that you like will often bring images into your mind that show you your conscious beliefs in different form. The natural healing of sound can happen also when you do such a simple thing as listen to the rain. You do not need drugs, hypnotism, or even meditation. You only need to allow and direct the freedom of your conscious mind. Left alone, it will flow through thoughts and images that provide their own therapy. You often avoid this natural treatment, however, and run from frightening conscious thoughts that would, in their turn, lead you to the source of quote-unquote negative beliefs, where they could be faced. You could then travel through them, so to speak, into feelings of joy and victory. Instead, for example, many of you accept the way of drugs, where such feelings and thoughts are thrust upon you, or forced out of you while you are denied the stabilizing comforts of the conscious mind. Dreams are one of your greatest natural therapies, and one of your most effective assets as connectors between the interior and exterior universes. Usually, they are not analyzed according to your own current beliefs. You have been taught to interpret them along the lines of very ritualized procedures. You are told, for instance, that certain objects or images in your dreams have a definite meaning, not necessarily your own, but following whatever psychological, mystical, or religious school of thought in which you happen to be interested. Some of these systems do touch upon legitimate portions of reality, but they all overlook the great individualistic and highly private nature of your dreams, and the fact that you create your own reality. Fire has one meaning if you are afraid of it, another if you consider it a source of warmth, and either of these two meanings will be colored by any of the endless variations of personal events that any individual might have encountered with it. Your own knowledge of dream symbols and their personal meaning is so opaque simply because you are not used to examining them with your conscious mind. You have been taught that it cannot understand. The great interconnections between waking and dreaming experience then escape you. You do not realize the many physical problems that are solved for you and by you in your dreams. This happens very frequently when you consciously set the problem before yourself, state it clearly, and then drift into sleep. The same thing happens, however, even without a conscious set. Dreams give you all kinds of information concerning the state of your body, the world at large, and the probable exterior conditions that your present beliefs will bring about. The dream state provides you with a trial framework in which you explore probable actions and decide upon the ones that you want to physically materialize. Not only nightmares, as mentioned earlier, but many other dreams follow rhythms of a therapeutic nature far more effectively than any that are drug-induced. Sleeping pills can interfere with this activity. I'll have quite a bit to say in this book concerning the creative and healing nature of dreams, and the easy methods that can be used to help you utilize those conditions more effectively. Here I merely want to point out some of the natural doorways to self-illumination and states of grace. These can be alternative courses to those who believe that there is no other way but to browbeat the ego, either through the use of chemicals or by other methods calculated to strip it of its powers, at least momentarily, rather than teaching it to use those great abilities of assimilation that it does possess. Your nature, besides possessing natural general healing abilities, has its own unique and particular private triggers arising from your experience. These can be learned, recognized, and utilized by you. In this area, certain events really matter. Singular circumstances, meaningless to others, can be used to open your own storehouse of energy and inner strength. These will include both waking and dreaming events. If you remember having certain dream experiences and waking refreshed, then before sleep, consciously think about those dreams and tell yourself they will return. If any activity, odd or silly as it might seem, brings you a sense of satisfaction, pursue it. Any of these natural healing methods can even lead beyond feelings of well-being and strength, physical health and vitality, to those sublime experiences of illumination and grace. Enjoyment of an art is also very therapeutic, and its creation springs from an exquisite wedding of the conscious and unconscious minds. I will try later to explain the deep interweaving that exists between dreams, creativity, and the nature of the reality of your experience. The most rejuvenating idea of all, and the greatest step to any true illumination, is the realization that your exterior life springs from the invisible world of your reality through your conscious thoughts and beliefs, for then you realize the power of your individuality and identity. You are immediately presented with choices. You can no longer see yourself as a victim of circumstances. Yet the conscious mind arose precisely to open up choices, to free you from a one-road experience, to let you use your creativity to form diversified, varied comprehensions. Let us make a clear distinction here. Your conscious beliefs direct the flow of unconscious processes which bring your ideas into physical reality. So while your thoughts cause your experience, you are not consciously aware of how this takes place. You cannot, as an instance, tell yourself vehemently, "I want to receive illumination," and expect it to happen if all of your beliefs actually go in the other direction. You may feel unworthy or believe such a state impossible for you to achieve, in which case you are sending contradictory messages. Nor can you become concerned with the ways in which your conscious purposes will be unconsciously produced, for the inner workings are not aware phenomena. The framework of sex is another natural therapeutic system if you have not already hampered its effectiveness by contrary beliefs. Natural quote-unquote mystical experience, unclothed in dogma, is the original religious therapy that is so often distorted in ecclesiastical organizations, but it represents man's innate recognition of his oneness with the source of his own being and of his own experience. The soul is not only dressed in chemical clothes, but wears the apparel woven from all of the elements of the earth. As physical creatures, you will be partially changed by any chemical or element or food or drug that becomes part of your living system, but those effects will follow the nature of your beliefs. Your dreams and the physical events of your lives constantly alter the chemical balances within your body. A dream may be purposely experienced to provide an outlet of a kind that is missing in your daily life. It will mobilize your resources and fill your body with a rush of needed hormones, creating a dream state of stress that will bring the organism's healing abilities into combat and result in an end to particular physical symptoms. Another dream might provide a quote-unquote dreaming, peaceful interlude in which all stress is minimized, with the overactive output of certain hormones and chemicals quieted as a result. Such dreams will be greatly effective, but only for a short period of time unless the conscious mind faces the beliefs that have been causing the imbalance. The heavy doses of chemicals introduced from the outside, however, give you an entirely different kind of situation and add new stresses. These dilemmas condition consciousness to believe its position to be even more precarious than it was before, and its sense of power and effectiveness is greatly reduced. Consciousness's experiences following such therapy may be those of elation, but it feels that any of its adventures rest on issues that it cannot understand, and its capacity to deal with physical reality is less secure than before. This is not the case with natural inner treatments that are carried on in individual behavior. These are the ones that should be understood and encouraged, say, by the psychologists. Now, your body is your own living sculpture, not only the shape, structure, and nature of its form, but the miraculous sense knowledge of its being and the unique effect it has upon others. The sculpture itself is also endowed with the power of creativity given to it by yourself. These innate bodily abilities also help sustain you as you continually create the image. The source for all of this creativity springs from your own inner identity, which is never completely materialized in flesh, and so you always have unused portions of creativity at your command. You react to the body even though you form it. In those terms, there is a constant interaction between the creation and the creator, and in three-dimensional reality, the creator is so a part of his handiwork that it is difficult to tell one from the other. A painter puts part of himself into a painting. You put all of you of which you are aware into the body, so that it becomes you in flesh. An artist loves his painting. In physical terms, he is completed when he puts down his brush, at least for him, though its effects continue. But you are creating your material image as long as you live, and manifesting yourself in it. A painter does not look out of his creation's eyes into the room upon whose wall the painting hangs, but you peer out through your own eyes at the universe. You create not only the body then, but its entire experience, the context in which it takes place. You endow yourself with a three-dimensional existence. It is the framework in which you have your experience, created by you as the artist gives his paintings their dimension. The trees in a landscape painting cannot physically move with the wind that may blow through the three-dimensional room. The head in a portrait cannot close its eyes if they are open, but you move within the framework of the temporal space that you have created for yourself. The features in a portrait are painted on canvas or board, but your soul is not painted on your body. It enters into and becomes part of it. Physically, you cannot contain all of your identity, and that quote-unquote free portion unconsciously creates the flesh in your terms. Again, you direct its form through your beliefs, but the unconscious part of you does the quote-unquote work of producing it. Now, a man who makes a statue uses his conscious mind, his creative abilities, his physical body, and the inner resources of his being. Deliberately, he decides to create a sculpture, and automatically focuses his energies in that direction. When you form the living sculpture of your body, which is far more important to you than any work of art, you should certainly follow the same course. In other words, direct your energies toward the creation of a healthy, functioning body. You form your image constantly, as many of the artistic processes are hidden, so the inner mechanisms by which you create your material self lie beneath the surface of your conscious mind. They are highly effective nevertheless. As the creation of any art is intimately connected with the dream state, so is the living art of your body. Its breathing form is influenced by the great therapy of dreams. If there are chemical imbalances, they are often corrected quite automatically in the dream state. As you act out situations calling up the production of hormones, say, that would be summoned in a like waking situation. The role-playing in the dream drama would be one in which you creatively worked out the problems that caused the imbalances to begin with. Dreams of a strongly aggressive nature in this context may be very beneficial to a given individual, allowing the release of usually inhibited feelings and freeing the body from tension. By such constant dream therapy, both body and mind regulate themselves to a large degree, so your flesh is affected by your dreams. In them, of course, one object may be a symbol, but there is no such thing as an overall statement of dream symbolism, in which a given symbol will have a general meaning. There are too many variations in personal experience. It is true that in dreams you do reach some of the deepest source of your being at times, but even there, the expression of that being is far too individualistic to assign the same kind of quote-unquote unconscious meaning to overall symbols. Again, there can be a useful analogy in the field of art. While artists all use the same quote-unquote material, the human experience, it is still the brilliant uniqueness of individuality pointing out and riding upon that shared human performance that makes a work quote-unquote great. Afterward, the critics may point out patterns, assign the work to a certain school, connect the images or symbols to those in other paintings, and then make the mistake of believing the symbols to be general, always apt, meaning the same thing wherever they are found. But all of this may have little to do with the artist's interpretation of his own symbols, or with his personal experience, so he may wonder how the critics could read this into his work. With dreams, the same is true. No one really knows their meaning but yourself. If you read books in which you are told that a certain object always represents such and such, then you are like the artist who accepts the critic's idea of the symbols in his own work. You will feel alienated from your dreams, since you are trying to make them follow a pattern that is not yours. In any case, interpretation involves but one part of the task as you try to consciously assess a dream's meaning. The real work of the dream is done during the event itself, on deep psychic and biological levels. The dream's happening affects your entire physical condition, and so has this constant therapeutic effect. This result stems from the psychic situation set up within any dream drama, and in it the problems or challenges of your existence are worked out. Many probable actions are taken. These are then projected into the probable future. As you come to understand the nature of your own beliefs, you can learn to use the dream state more effectively for your conscious purposes. It is one of the most efficient natural therapies, and the inner framework in which much of your physical bodybuilding actually takes place. Now, there is one point here that I would like to make. Some of the drugs given to quote-unquote mental patients impede the natural flow of dream therapy to varying degrees. There is another consideration involving medicine, though as I mentioned earlier, if you accept Western medical beliefs, I am not suggesting that you suddenly forsake all doctors. But naturally and left alone, any chemical upsets in the body will right themselves after the inner problems causing them are worked out through any of a variety of innate healing methods. The new balance signals the organism that an inner problem has been resolved. The body, mind, and psyche are then more or less operating together. When new psychic challenges arise, another round of natural therapy begins in rhythmic pattern. When imbalances of a physical nature are removed by the introduction of drugs, however, the body signals say that the inner dilemma must have been taken care of also, while this may not be the case at all. The whole organism is not at one with itself under such conditions. The problem manifested itself in a given way, and the drugs then block that normal expression of the psychic disorder. Other pathways of demonstration will be sought. If these are blocked in the same manner also, then the entire mind-body relationship becomes alienated from itself. The inner mechanics are disturbed. The basic challenge not only is not faced, but is constantly denied the physical expression that left alone would bring about its natural solution. Obviously, there are many ramifications here, and in your society, your own belief systems must be taken into consideration. If you do not believe in the natural healing processes, you will simply block them. Your fear of not seeing a doctor will then only cause more damage. On the other hand, if you have faith in medical help, this alone will bring therapeutic benefits. This can only go so far, though, if the inner problems are not dealt with. Often, they are resolved regardless of what you do or believe, simply as a result of the vast creative energies within your being and the system of checks and balances with which you provided your body at birth. The same applies to mental conditions, which have a way sometimes of working themselves out better without your professional therapies than with them. Often cures happen in spite of your best-intentioned treatment. One of the latest ideas is that certain mental conditions are caused by chemical imbalances. Supplying these does result in some improvement, but such inequalities do not cause any disease. Your beliefs about the nature of your own reality do. If medication of that sort improves the immediate situation, the inner problem of beliefs must still be worked out. Otherwise, other illnesses will be substituted. It is extremely difficult to work with yourself in the natural manner when you are surrounded everywhere by the belief that certain drugs or foods or doctors will provide the answers. So, in the barrage of mass ideas to the opposite, those who try to allow themselves the benefit of their own innate healing must usually face the stress of wondering whether or not they are right. Unfortunately, the more you rely upon exterior methods, the more it seems you must rely upon them, and the less you trust your own natural abilities. You will often become quote-unquote allergic to a drug simply because the body realizes that if the drug was accepted, all recourse to the solution of the particular problem would be cut off, or another more severe illness would result from the physical quote-unquote cover-up of the dilemma. Natural therapy, therefore, is difficult to achieve to its fullest benefit in your society because it is constantly interfered with from the time of your birth. Yet it operates regardless of interference, and is always at your command to give health and vitality to the living sculpture in which you have your present experience. Now, mental quote-unquote diseases often point out the nature of your beliefs as they agree or conflict with those held by others. Here, the belief systems are different than those of society to such a degree that obvious effects show in terms of behavior. There are crisis points here as with many physical illnesses, and left alone, an individual may well work through to his own solutions. Even with so-called mental disorders, however, orientation with the body is very important, as are the individual's beliefs about his own form and its relationship with others and with time and space. There will often be chemical imbalances in such a situation, unconsciously produced by the individual, sometimes in order to allow him to work out a series of quote-unquote hallucinatory events. Such sustained quote-unquote objectified dreaming necessitates a change chemically from the normal state of waking consciousness. It is important to note that regardless of the mental or physical illness adopted, it is chosen for a reason, and is a natural method that the individual himself knows he is physically and mentally equipped to handle. Personality differences then obviously have a great deal to do with the kind of illness adopted, or the quote-unquote mars you may inflict upon your own living sculpture. Now, the inner problems that you encounter are always constructive, challenges leading you toward greater fulfillment. A problem caused by guilt, for example, physically materialized as a malady, is meant to lead you to face and conquer the idea of guilt, the belief in it that you hold in your conscious mind. The body itself is always in a state of becoming. You think of it as reaching a certain peak and then deteriorating or becoming less. That is because you do not understand it as the expression of your being in flesh. It reflects the seasons of the earth and of the flesh. In what you think of as you, it mirrors one condition with great faithfulness and abandon. In old age, it does the same thing. It shows you in flesh, both as you come into it and leave it, and here you see great variation. Many cease creating their bodies and die at a young age, for a great variety of reasons, of course, but some die because they believe that old age is shameful and that only a young body can be beautiful. Your beliefs about age, therefore, will affect your body and all of its capacities. As mentioned earlier in this book, you may become hard of hearing because you firmly believe that this must come with age. You will alter the chemical composition of your body according to your beliefs about its activity through the various portions of your life. Elements, chemicals, cells, atoms, and molecules. These partially compose your living sculpture, but you are the one who directs their activity through your conscious beliefs, which then initiate all of those great creative powers that give your body its life and ensure its constant reflection of the self that you believe you are. The natural therapies of the body can be called upon with great effectiveness, as you will see in the next chapter. We will discuss the ways in which this can be encouraged, as well as the role of the conscious mind as the director of the quote-unquote soul in chemical clothes. End of chapter. Chapter 11. The conscious mind as the carrier of beliefs. Your beliefs in relation to health and satisfaction. The nature of your personal beliefs in a large measure directs the kinds of emotions you will have at any given time. You will feel aggressive, happy, despairing, or determined according to events that happen to you, your beliefs about yourself in relation to them, and your ideas of who and what you are. You will not understand your emotions unless you know your beliefs. It will seem to you that you feel aggressive or upset without reason, or that your feelings sweep down upon you without cause, if you do not learn to listen to the beliefs within your own conscious mind, for they generate their own emotions. One of the strongest general causes of depression, for example, is the belief that your conscious mind is powerless, either in the face of exterior circumstances thrust upon you from without, or before strong emotional events that seem to be overwhelming from within. Psychology, religion, science. In one way or another, all of these have added to the confusion by stripping the conscious mind of its directing qualities and viewing it as a stepchild of the self. The schools of quote-unquote positive thinking try to remedy the situation, but often do more harm than good, because they attempt to force beliefs upon you that you would like to hold, but do not hold in your present state of confusion. Many such philosophies make you cower at the idea of entertaining quote-unquote negative thoughts or emotions. In all cases, the clues to your emotional experience and behavior lie in your systems of belief,
some more evident to you than others, but all available to you consciously. If you believe that you are of little merit, inferior, and filled with guilt, then you may react in several ways according to your personal background and the framework in which you accepted those beliefs. You may be terrified of aggressive feelings because it seems others so much more powerful than you could retaliate. If you believe that all such thoughts are wrong, you will inhibit them and feel all the more guilty, which will generate aggressiveness against yourself and further deepen your sense of unworthiness. Now, if you read a book in your situation that instructs you to contemplate goodness, to turn your thoughts immediately to love and light when you feel irritated, you are in for trouble. Such practices will only serve to make you more frightened of your natural emotions. You will not understand why you have them any better than you did before. You may only hide them more cleverly, and perhaps become ill if given the situation you are not already. The harder you try to be quote-unquote good in such a case, the more inferior you will become in your own mind. What do you think of yourself, your daily life, your body, your relationship with others? Ask yourself these questions. Write down the answers or speak them into a recorder, but in one way or another objectify them. When you feel the rise of unpleasant emotions, take a moment and make an effort to identify their source. The answers are far more available than you may have previously believed. Accept such feelings as your own in the moment. Do not shove them underneath, ignore them, or try to substitute what you think of as good thoughts. First, be aware of the reality of your feelings. As you become more aware of your beliefs over a period of time, you will see how they bring forth certain feelings automatically. A man who is sure of himself is not angry at every slight done him, nor does he carry grudges. A man who fears for his own worth, however, is furious under such conditions. The free flow of your emotions will always lead you back to your conscious beliefs if you do not impede them. Your feelings always change the chemical balance of your body and alter its hormonal output, but the danger comes only when you refuse to face the contents of your conscious mind. Even the intent to know yourself, to face the reality of your experience, can be of great benefit, generating emotions that will provide an energy and impetus to begin. No one can do this for you. You may believe that good mental health means being always cheerful, resolute, and kind, and never crying or showing disappointment. That belief alone can lead you to deny quite natural dimensions of human experience, and to impede the flow of emotions that could otherwise cleanse your body and your mind. If you are convinced that feelings are dangerous, then again that belief itself will generate a fear of all of them, and you may become almost panic-stricken if you display anything but the most quote-unquote reasonable, calm behavior. Your emotions then may strike you as highly unpredictable, extremely powerful, and to be kept down at all costs. Such an attempt to strangle natural feeling is bound to take its toll, but it is the belief itself that is to blame, and not the emotions. Any of the conditions mentioned puts you out of touch with your inner sense of balance. The natural grace of your being becomes disturbed. The conscious mind is meant to align all of your capabilities in accordance with its beliefs about the nature of reality. Those resources are considerable, for they include the deepest aspects of your creativity and powers far beneath consciousness of which you are only dimly aware. You cannot will yourself to be happy while believing that you have no right to happiness or that you are unworthy of it. You cannot tell yourself to release aggressive thoughts if you think it is wrong to free them. So you must come to grips with your beliefs in all instances. If you have been told again that the spirit is good, in fact perfect, and that you must then be perfect in all of your ways, while at the same time you believe in the imperfection of the body, you will always be in conflict with yourself. If it seems to you that the soul is degraded by its alliance with the flesh, then you will not be able to enjoy your own sense of grace, for you will not consider it possible. Your beliefs will dictate your very interpretation of various kinds of emotions. Many people, for example, are convinced that anger is always negative. It can be the most arousing and therapeutic emotion under certain circumstances. You can then realize that you have cowered before contradictory beliefs for years, rise up in anger against them, and quite literally begin a new life of freedom. Normal aggressiveness is basically a natural kind of communication, particularly in social orders, a way of letting another person know that in your terms they have transgressed, and therefore a method of preventing violence, not of causing it. In animals, natural aggression is used with the greatest biological integrity. It is on the one hand ritualized, and on the other hand perfectly spontaneous. Its signals are understood. The various degrees, postures, and indications of natural animal aggressiveness are all steps in a series of communications in which the animal encounters are made clear. To a large extent, a highly involved series of symbolic actions are carried out long before any battle takes place, if it does finally. The display of the aggressive behavior, however, far more frequently prevents an actual combat situation. Man has highly charged contradictory attitudes about aggression, and his beliefs about it cause many of his mass and private problems. To some degree, we will touch upon those dilemmas in this book. In your society, and to some extent in others, the natural communication of aggression has broken down. You confuse violence with aggression, and do not understand aggression's creative activity or its purpose as a method of communication to prevent violence. You deliberately make great effort, in fact, to restrain the communicative elements of aggression, while ignoring its many positive values, until its natural power becomes dammed up, finally exploding into violence. Violence is a distortion of aggression. Birth is an aggressive action, the thrust outward with great impetus of a self from within a body into a new environment. Any creative idea is aggressive. Violence is not aggressive. It is instead a passive surrender to emotion which is not understood or evaluated, only feared, and at the same time sought. Violence is basically an overwhelming surrender, and in all violence there is a great degree of suicidal emotion, the antithesis of creativity. Both killer and victim in a war, for instance, are caught up in the same kind of passion, but the passion is not aggressive. It is its opposite, the desire for destruction. Know that yearning is made up of feelings of despair caused by a sense of powerlessness, not of power. Aggressiveness leads to action, to creativity, and to life. It does not lead to destruction, violence, or annihilation. Let us take a very simple example involving a kind and good man in a fairly ordinary environment within your society. He has been taught that it is manly to be aggressive, but he believes that this means fighting. As an adult, he frowns upon fighting. He cannot hit his boss, though he may want to. At the same time, his church may tell him to turn the other cheek when he is upset, and to be kind, gentle, and understanding. His society teaches him that such qualities are feminine. He spends his life trying to hide what he thinks of as aggressive, violent behavior, and trying to be understanding and kind instead. The stereotype is of course unrealistic, having to do with distorted concepts concerning the male and the female, but here we will merely consider the aspects of aggressiveness. Because he is trying to be so understanding, our man inhibits the expression of many of the normal irritations that would serve as a natural system of communication between, say, his superior and himself at work, or perhaps with the members of his family at home. Simultaneously, all of these inhibited reactions seek release, for the manifestation of aggressive feelings sets up natural balances within the body itself, as well as serving as a communication system with others. When his system has had enough, our friend may then indeed react with violent behavior. He might suddenly find himself in a fight, initiating one, and the smallest incident may serve as a trigger. He could seriously hurt himself or someone else. As a rule, the animals have better sense. Your mind and your body, therefore, are quite equipped to handle aggression. Violence occurs only when the natural expression of aggression has been short-circuited. The sense of power felt during such episodes is the result of repressed energy, suddenly released, but the individual is always at the mercy of that energy then, submerged within it and passively carried with it. The fear of your own emotions can do far more damage than their expression, because the apprehension builds up a charge that intensifies the energy behind them. Now, because you have conscious minds, you have great leeway in the manners in which you can express aggression, but the animal's heritage is still retained in its own way. A frown is a natural method of communication, saying, "You have upset me," or "I am upset." If you tell yourself to smile when you feel like scowling, then you are tampering with your natural expression,
and denying to another a legitimate communication that tells how you feel. When a man or a woman always smiles at you, the smile can be like a mask. You do not know whether or not you are communicating with such a person. The sound of the voice again follows its own patterns, and natural aggression should and will color it at times. There are many biological signs shown by the body, all meant as communications to others on a creative basis, as warnings to whatever degree. Each is automatic in its own way and yet ritualistic, a dance of muscle in motion with its own meaning, and biologically understood. These are all constructive. They are meant to elicit reactions from others and to arrive at new points of understanding, a balance of rights. When your conscious thoughts interfere with such processes, you are in deep trouble. The animal's behavior pattern is more limited than your own, in a way freer and more automatically expressed, but narrower, in that the events an animal encounters are not as extensive as your own. You cannot appreciate your spirituality unless you appreciate your creaturehood. It is not a matter of rising above your nature, but of evolving from the full understanding of it. There is a difference. You will not attain spirituality or even a happy life by denying the wisdom and experience of the flesh. You can learn more from watching the animals than you can from a guru or a minister, or from reading my book. But first you must divest yourselves of the idea that your creaturehood is suspect. Your humanness did not emerge by refusing your animal heritage, but upon an extension of what it is. When you try to be spiritual by cutting off your creaturehood, you become less than joyful, fulfilled, satisfied natural creatures, and fall far short of understanding true spirituality. Many who say that they believe in the power of thought are so afraid of it that they inhibit it in themselves, avoiding any that appears negative or harmful. The slightest quote-unquote aggressive expression is blocked. Thoughts can kill, these people think, as if the individual against whom such an impulse was directed had no protective life-giving energies of his or her own, and no natural defense. Here, often, and for various reasons, you find a hidden and distorted sense of power that says, "I am so powerful that I could kill you with my thought, and yet I refuse to do so." No one, and no one thought, is that powerful. If thoughts alone could kill, you would not have the overpopulation problem. Each person has his own built-in energy and protection. You accept only those ideas and thoughts that fit in with your own system of beliefs, and even then there are various safeguards. No man dies unless he wants to die, and for a much better reason than you may want him to. Sometimes you think of suicide as ignominious and passive, but of war as aggressive and powerful. Both are equally the result of passivity and distorted aggression, and of natural pathways of communication not used or understood. You think of flowers in terms of gentleness, beauty, and quote-unquote goodness, and yet every time a new bud opens, there is a great thrust of joyful aggression that is hardly passive, and a daring and courage that reaches actively outward. Without aggression, your body would be denied its growth, the cells within it caught in inertia. Aggressiveness is at the base of the magnificent bursting of creativity. Now, today, Rupert received a call from a young woman I will call Andrea. She is a lovely young blonde. I would like to use this instance as an excellent example of the ways in which conscious beliefs affect your feelings and behavior. Andrea is in her early 30s, divorced, with 3 children. She called to tell Rupert that she had lost her job this morning, but more than this, that she was involved in a week of very negative circumstances and emotional encounters. A young man she had been seeing began to avoid her. A salesman placed her in what seemed to be a very humiliating situation, and yelled at her in front of a crowd of people. All of her other encounters of late had seemed to follow the same pattern. Finally, she became ill and emotionally overwrought. She stayed home from work, and that situation culminated in the loss of her job. She told Rupert that she felt herself to be an inferior person, unable to cope, an individual who was not able to hold her own with her coworkers or the world at large.
She had carried those beliefs, of course, throughout that period of time, and they were expressed unconsciously through her body, through gestures, expressions, tones of voice. The whole physical self expected rebuffs. The events of those days, whatever they were, would be interpreted in the light of that mental set. All of the available data coming into the organism would be sifted, weighed, and valued in a precise search for the material that would give physical emphasis to those beliefs. Information or events running counter would be ignored to a large degree, or distorted in such a fashion that they would be made to fit in with what the mind said was reality. Conscious beliefs focus your attention, channel it, and direct your energy so that you can swiftly bring the ideas into your physical experience. They also act as blinders, throwing aside data that cannot be assimilated while preserving the integrity of the beliefs. So our Andrea did not see or ignored the smiles that came her way, or the encouragement, and in some cases she even perceived some potentially beneficial events as quote-unquote negative. These were then used to further reinforce the belief in her own inferiority. Over the phone, Rupert reminded Andrea of her own basic uniqueness, and also of the fact that she was creating her reality through beliefs. Rupert reinforced other ideas that Andrea had momentarily forgotten, the fact, among others, of her own true worth, and because Rupert believed in Andrea's worth, and because Andrea knew it, this more positive belief rose up to shove the others aside. During the day, Andrea was able to look at both beliefs and see them as opposing ideas that she had held about herself. She believed she was unique and good, and also that she was inferior and bad. At various times, one belief would color her experience nearly to the exclusion of the other. Just before this session, Andrea called back. She realized that she had indeed set up the situation by not dealing honestly with her own conscious ideas. She had wanted to leave the job for another one, but was afraid of taking the step, so she created circumstances in which the decision was seemingly taken out of her hands. It would appear as if she were the victim of unfeeling coworkers, jealous and misunderstanding, and a boss who would not stand up for her. Now she understood that she was not a victim, but the originator of those conditions. During the time involved, her feelings faithfully mirrored her conscious beliefs. She was lost in self-pity and self-condemnation. These brought about the weakened body state. In speaking to her the second time, Rupert gave Andrea excellent advice, explaining the way in which such feelings can be handled to advantage. In his or her own way, each reader can easily utilize the method. Rupert advised Andrea to accept the validity of such feelings as feelings, not to inhibit them, but to follow their flow with the understanding that they are feelings about reality. As themselves, they are real. They express emotional reactions to beliefs. The next time Andrea feels inadequate, for example, she is to actively experience that feeling, realizing that even though she feels inferior, this does not mean that she is inferior. She is to say, I feel inferior, and at the same time to understand that the feeling is not a statement of fact, but of emotion. A different kind of validity is involved. Experiencing your emotions as such is not the same as accepting them as statements of fact about your own existence. Andrea is then supposed to ask, why do I feel so inferior? If you deny the validity of the emotion itself and pretend it away, then you will never be led to question the beliefs behind it. At this point, Andrea believed that her life must be difficult. She had been told often that a woman without a man is in a very difficult situation, particularly a woman with children. She believes that a new mate will be almost impossible to find. She has been informed that children need a father, and feels at the same time that no man wants to become involved with a woman with children. In her 30s, it seems to her that youth is fast fleeing, and in line with her beliefs, she cannot see a woman who is much older being desirable. So her beliefs put her in a state of crisis. Change them, and no crisis exists. The body would then cease reacting to such stress, and almost immediately the exterior situation itself would be altered. At the same time, all beliefs are communicated to others, not only through quite unconscious bodily mechanisms, but telepathically. You will always try to correlate your ideas with exterior experience. All of the abilities of the inner self will be brought to bear to materialize the image of your beliefs, regardless of what they ought to be.
The quote-unquote proper emotions will be generated, bringing about those body states that exist in your conscious mind. Now, this was a way of assisting the young woman involved, and others too. Show her this session. There will be no problem. The situation is one in which many young women are involved, and this material can help them to solve dilemmas of which they may have been unaware previously. They do not know a Rupert, but they can learn through this book. I have used Andrea because so many typical Western beliefs coincide in her reality. The idea that aging is disastrous, that women are relatively powerless without a man beside them, that life is, practically speaking, highly difficult while it should be ideally simple. All of these ideas obtain their charge from a basic belief in the powerlessness of the conscious self to form and regulate its experience. Luckily, Andrea is working with her own systems of beliefs. Presently, however, while she tells herself that age does not matter, she still believes that her desirability as a woman decreases with the passage of each day, so she feels and acts less attractive when that belief holds sway. She is fortunate enough to be able to check her physical experience against her beliefs, and astute enough to see areas in which she has made great advances. But let us look at some of those beliefs and apply them to others generally. Often, of course, those who try the hardest to be quote-unquote good do so because they fear for their basic worth, and those who speak of having youthful minds and bodies do so because they are so terrified of age. In the same way, many who shout about independence are afraid that they are basically helpless. In most instances, these opposing beliefs are held quite consciously, but kept apart from each other. Therefore, they are not reconciled. Since your feelings follow your beliefs, various groups of them will appear to be senseless at times if you do not allow them free connection with opposing ideas that you may also hold. A person may seem to be very open and responsive. Reading this book, for example, any reader might say, "My trouble is that I am too emotional." Yet on some self-analysis, almost all will find areas in which emotions are expressed only to a certain point. They are not followed through. No feeling brings you to a dead end. It is in motion, and that always leads into another feeling. As it flows, it alters your entire physical condition, and that interchange is meant to be consciously accepted. Your emotions will always lead you into a realization of your beliefs if you do not impede them. Emotional states are always impetuses for action, meant to be physically expressed. Each has a basis in natural aggression. The connections between creativity and aggression have never been understood in your society. A misunderstanding of true aggression can lead into a fear of all emotions and cause you to cut yourself off from one of nature's best therapies. Natural aggression provides the charge for all creativity. Now, reading this, many readers will be taken back, for they believe that love is the impetus and that love is opposed to aggression. There is no such artificial division. Natural aggression is the creative loving thrust forward, the way in which love is activated, the fuel through whose agency love propels itself. Aggression in the most basic terms has nothing to do with physical violence as you think of it, but with the force through which love is perpetuated and creatively renewed. When you think in other terms, then you fall into distorted views in which power is assigned to negative elements and seen as threatening, wrong, or even given demonic connotations. In contrast, good is seen as weak, powerless, passive, and in great need of defense. You will be afraid of any powerful emotion, therefore, frightened of the dimensions of your own actuality, and to a large extent be led to run away from an acceptance of the power and energy of your own being. You will be forced to dilute your own experience. Such beliefs have a strong depressing characteristic that can lead you to shut down powerful feelings by immediately considering them negative. You will automatically begin to inhibit any stimulus that might bring about forceful emotions, and so deny yourself needed feedback. You are at the mercy of your emotions only when you fear them. They are the motions of your being. They go hand in hand with your intellect. But when you are unaware of the contents of your conscious mind and not fair with your emotions, you run into difficulty. I have often stated that the mind-body relationship is one system. The thoughts are as necessary to the whole system as the body's cells are. Rupert correctly interpreted an analogy I gave him in which I compared thoughts to individual cells and belief systems to the physical organs which are composed of cells. The organs obviously are stationary in the body, though the cells within them die and are reborn. Belief systems are as necessary and natural as physical organs are. In fact, their purpose is to help you direct the functioning of your biological being. You give no conscious thought to the coming and going of the cells within your organs. Left alone, your thoughts will come and go through your belief systems just as naturally, and ideally they will balance out, maintaining their own health and directing your body so that its innate therapies take place. Your systems of belief will of course attract certain kinds of thoughts, with their trails of emotional experience. A steady barrage of hateful, revengeful thoughts should actually lead you to look for the beliefs from which they are gaining their strength. You cannot do this by ignoring the validity of the thoughts as your experience, however, by trying to shove them under the rug of superficial optimism. Such habitual, unhappy thoughts will bring about the same kind of physical experience, but it is your own system of beliefs that you must examine. The quote-unquote negative subjective and objective events that you meet are meant to make you examine the contents of your own conscious mind. In their way, the hateful or revengeful thoughts are natural therapeutic devices, for if you follow them, accepting them with their own validity as feelings, they will automatically lead you beyond themselves. They will change into other feelings, carrying you from hatred into what may seem to be the quicksands of fear, which is always behind hatred. By going along with feelings, you unify your emotional, mental, and bodily state. When you try to fight or deny them, you divorce yourself from the reality of your being. Dealing with thoughts and feelings as just directed at least roots you firmly in the integrity of your present experience, and allows its innate motion and natural creativity to thrust toward a therapeutic solution. When you refute such emotions or become terrified of them, you impede the flow of feeling from one moment to another. You set up dams. Any emotion will change into another if you experience it honestly. Otherwise, you clog the natural movement of your entire system. Fear, faced and felt with its bodily sensations and the thoughts that go along with it, will automatically bring about its own state of resolution. The conscious system of beliefs behind the impediment will be illuminated, and you will realize that you feel a certain way because you believe an idea that causes and justifies such a reaction. If you habitually deny the expression of any emotions, to that degree you become alienated, not only from your body, but from your conscious ideas. You will bury certain thoughts and put up biological armor to prevent you from physically feeling their effects upon your body. In each case, the answer lies in your personal system of beliefs, in those strong concepts you hold on an intimate level that brought about the inhibitions to begin with. If you find yourself running around in a spiritual frenzy, trying to repress every negative thought that comes into your head, then ask yourself why you believe so in the great destructive power of your slightest quote-unquote negative thought. The body and mind together do present a united, self-regulating, healing, self-clearing system. Within it, each problem contains its own solution, if it is honestly faced. Each symptom, mental or physical, is a clue to the resolution of the conflict behind it, and contains within it the seeds of its own healing. Now, it is true that habitual thoughts of love, optimism, and self-acceptance are better for you than their opposites. But again, your beliefs about yourself will automatically attract thoughts that are consistent with your ideas. There is as much natural aggressiveness in love as there is in hate. Hate is a distortion of such a normal force, the result of your beliefs. As in the material that Robert received ahead of time for his own use, natural aggression is cleansing and highly creative, the thrust behind all emotions. There are two ways to get at your own conscious beliefs. The most direct is to have a series of talks with yourself. Write down your beliefs in a variety of areas, and you will find that you believe different things at different times. Often there will be contradictions readily apparent. These represent opposing beliefs that regulate your emotions, your bodily condition, and your physical experience. Examine the conflicts. Invisible beliefs will appear that unite those seemingly diverse attitudes. Invisible beliefs are simply those of which you are fully aware but prefer to ignore because they represent areas of strife with which you have not been willing to handle thus far. They are quite available once you are determined to examine the complete contents of your conscious mind. If this strikes you as too intellectual a method, then you can also work backward from your emotions to your beliefs. In any case, regardless of which method you choose, one will lead you to the other. Both approaches require honesty with yourself and a firm encounter with the mental, psychic, and emotional aspects of your current reality. As with Andrea, you must accept the validity of your feelings while realizing that they are about certain issues or conditions and are not necessarily factual statements of your reality. I feel that I am a poor mother, or I feel that I am a failure. These are emotional statements and should be accepted as such. You are to understand, however, that while the feelings have their own integrity as emotions, they may not be statements of fact. You might be an excellent mother while feeling that you are very inadequate. You may be most successful in reaching your goals while still thinking yourself a failure. By recognizing these differences and honestly following the feelings through, in other words, by riding the emotions, you will be led to the beliefs behind them. A series of self-revelations will inevitably result, each leading you to further creative psychological activity. At each stage, you will be closer to the reality of your experience than you have ever been. The conscious mind will benefit greatly as it becomes more and more aware of its directing influence upon events. It will no longer fear the emotions or the body as threatening or unpredictable, but sense the greater unity in which it is involved. The emotions will not feel like stepchildren, with only the best dressed being admitted. They will not need to cry out for expression, for they will be fully admitted as members of the family of the self. Now, again, some of you will say that your trouble is that you are too emotional, too sensitive. You may believe that you are too easily swayed. In such cases, you are afraid of your emotions. You think their power so strong that all reason can be drowned within them. No matter how open it may seem that you will nevertheless accept certain emotions that you think of as safe and ignore others or stop them at particular points because you are afraid of following them further. This behavior will follow your beliefs, of course. If you are over 40, for instance, you may tell yourself that age is meaningless, that you enjoy much younger people, that you think young thoughts. You will accept only those emotions that appear to be in keeping with your ideas of youth. You become concerned with the problems of the young. You accept what you think of as optimistic, health-giving thoughts. You consider yourself quite emotional, perhaps. Underneath, however, you are very much aware, as indeed you should be, of your reality in creaturehood. Yet you firmly ignore any changes in your appearance from the time you were, say, 30, and in so doing, lose sight of your validity as a creature in space and time. You will inhibit any thoughts of death or dying or of old age, and so close out quite natural feelings that are meant to lead you beyond your earlier years. You are denying the body's corporeal existence and its focus in the time of the seasons, and cheating yourself of those natural biological, psychic, and mental motions that are meant to take you past themselves. Now, in this particular context, one of the problems arises out of the connotations given to the words older or old. In your culture, you believe that to be young is to be flexible, alert, and aware. To be old or older is considered a disgrace, generally speaking, rigid, out of style, and passé. If you desperately try to remain young, it is usually to hide your own beliefs about age and to negate all of those emotions connected with it. Whenever you refuse to accept the reality of your creaturehood, you also reject aspects of your spirit. The body exists in the world of space and time. The experiences you may encounter in your 60s are as necessary as those in your 20s. Your changing image is supposed to tell you something. When you pretend alterations do not occur, you block both biological and spiritual messages. In old age, the organism is, in certain terms, preparing for a new birth. The combined events of spirit, mind, and body involve not only the passing of one season, but preparation for the beginning of another. The situation includes all of those supports necessary to carry you through, not only with acceptance, but with the great aggressive drive toward new experience. To refute your reality in time, therefore, results in your being stuck in time and obsessed by it. Accepting your integrity in time allows the body to function until its natural end, in good condition, free from those distorted, invisible concepts about age. If you believe that youth is the ideal and struggle for it, while simultaneously believing that old age must involve infirmities, then you cause an unnecessary dilemma and hasten aging according to the negative aspects of your mind. Each individual must examine his or her individual beliefs, or begin with feelings that will inevitably lead to them. In this area, as in all others, those of you who are proficient verbally might use the method of writing. Either write down your beliefs as they come to you, or make lists of your intellectual and emotional assumptions. You may find that they are quite different. If you have a physical symptom, do not run away from it. Feel its reality in your body. Let the emotions follow freely. They will lead you, if you allow them to flow, to the beliefs that cause the difficulty. They will take you through many aspects of your own reality that you must face and explore. These methods release your withheld natural aggressiveness. You may feel that you are swamped by emotion, but trust it. Again, it is the motion of your being, and it arouses your own creativity. Followed, it will seek the answers to your problems. Rupert, in his dialogues, has an excellent example in the way in which he allowed his feelings to rise, though he was initially frightened of them. Everyone cannot write poetry, but each person is creative in his or her own way, and can follow the emotions as Rupert did, whether or not a poem results. You must realize that your conscious mind is competent, its ideas pertinent, and that your own beliefs affect and form your body and your experience. As you examine the contents of your conscious mind, it may seem to you that you hold so many different beliefs at different times that you cannot correlate them. They will, however, form into clear patterns. You will find a grouping of core beliefs about which the others gather. If you think of these as planets, then your other ideas orbit about them. There may be some quote-unquote invisible beliefs, and there may be one or two invisible core beliefs. These, following the analogy, would be hidden behind the other brighter, more obvious quote-unquote planets, and yet would show their presence through their effects upon your relationships with all of the other visible core beliefs in your quote-unquote planetary system. Questions you cannot seem to answer as you study your own ideas, for example, may lead you to suspect the existence of such invisible core beliefs. Let me emphasize that they are consciously available. You can find them through the approaches mentioned earlier, working from your feelings or by beginning with the beliefs that become most readily available. This subject leads to what I will call bridge beliefs, and again, Rupert received some information on this topic ahead of time for his own benefit. As you examine your ideas, you will discover that even some apparently contradictory ones have similarities, and these resemblances may be used to bridge the gaps between beliefs, even those that seem to be the most diverse. Because you are the individual who holds the beliefs, you will stamp them, so to speak, with certain characteristics that you will recognize. These aspects will themselves emerge as bridge beliefs. They contain great motion and energy. When you discover what they are, you will find a point of unity within yourself from which you can, with some detachment, view your other systems of belief. The emotions connected with these bridge beliefs may indeed surprise you, but standing upon such unifying structures, you are also free to let the emotional flow sweep past, feeling it, but aware, for the first time perhaps, of the origin of those feelings in your beliefs, and no longer afraid of being swept away by them. It is impossible to tell you of the emotional reality of such an experience. You will have to discover it for yourself. Such bridge beliefs often allow you to perceive the quote-unquote invisible beliefs mentioned this evening, and these can then appear to you as a revelation. On second thought, however, you will realize that another belief blocked that one from your view, but that you were always aware of it, and that in a strange way it was also invisible because you took it for granted. You did not consider it a belief about reality, but as reality itself, and never questioned it.
Andrea never doubted the quote-unquote fact that life was more difficult for a woman than for a man. When she examined her beliefs, this escaped her. The invisible belief, however, affected her behavior and experience. Now she understands it and can deal with it as belief, and not as a condition of reality over which she has no control. Bridge beliefs may become available to you in the dream state. If so, the conscious knowledge may appear suddenly in the middle of your waking day. A reconciliation will be felt within the self following such a conscious understanding, though the dream itself may not be consciously remembered. In the dream, various symbols may be used. Each person will vary in this regard. When such dreams are remembered, however, individual symbols, such as crossing a river safely or an ocean, or bridging a gap or an abyss, are often involved. At such times, there can also be strong emotional content, as of finally triumphing over psychological chaos, or even of rising from the dead. You can suggest to yourself the emergence of such bridge beliefs. The conscious idea itself represents a statement of intent. Various core beliefs, not well assimilated, will give you conflicting self-images. Now, there is a difference between freely experimenting with and enjoying various styles of dress, attitudes, and behavior, and finding yourself quote-unquote lost in a compulsion to change your appearance, attitude, and behavior. The latter usually involves contrary core beliefs that are alternately pulling you one way and then the other. Usually exaggerated opposing emotions will also be apparent. Once you understand this, it is not difficult to look at your beliefs to identify these, and to find a bridge to unite the seeming contradictions. Since this book was begun, Rupert has been working with his beliefs, and using methods in his own way, as every reader must. When we began, he found it difficult to believe that so many answers were available in the conscious mind, and was astonished as he proceeded to discover that this was the case. I will use him here as an example to some extent, to show how a bridge belief appeared to assimilate what seemed to be diametrically opposed ideas. The same procedures will operate regardless of the particular beliefs held. Rupert is determined, persistent, stubborn, with great energy, creative, intuitive, and endowed with excellent flexibility of consciousness. He built his life around the core belief in himself as a writer. Through his belief, he viewed all of his experience, correlating it. He encouraged those impulses that furthered it, and impeded those that did not. Now, because of this particular temperament, he put all of his eggs in one basket, so to speak. Those of you who do the same thing will see yourselves in one particular way, whatever it is. You will primarily organize your experience along definite lines. It may be your sex role or your professional role. You may see yourself as a mother or a father first of all, or as a teacher, an editor, or as a man's man. You will, however, emphasize one certain quality above all others, your athletic nature, your spiritual bent, whatever it may be. Now, such concentration is excellent if the original concept continues to expand with your experience, and of itself is not limiting to a strong degree. You may see yourself primarily as a mother. Initially, that may simply involve taking care of your children at home. But if that idea of yourself remains limited, then it may preclude, say, even being a wife to your husband, deny you many complementary interests, and prevent expansion of your personality in other areas. In the same way, if your core belief stresses your spirituality to such an extent that it cuts off needed sensual expression, then it has become restrictive and will end up strangling even the spiritual experience that it was originally meant to express. As he worked with his beliefs, Rupert found himself in a position where he came face to face with two conflicting core beliefs. His quote-unquote writing self followed one belief, in which writing certain material was permissible and good. He had schooled himself to refute any imposing impulses, and built his life along those lines from a young age. With the initiation of psychic experience, he found himself wanting to write about what happened to him, and to use the material creatively. The previous beliefs in himself as a writer, however, clashed with these new urges because he did not consider anything but fiction as the work of a writer, except for poetry. He proceeded to make two divisions in his life, one quote-unquote psychic, and the other quote-unquote the writing self. The writing self looked askance at any creative material that did not come from the kinds of inspiration with which it was previously familiar. It insisted that other creative material come outside of Rupert's 5-hour writing day.
These beliefs generated their own emotions, of course, so that Rupert would become angry when thought of as a quote-unquote psychic by others. The same kind of dilemma can arise in any reader's experience whenever two strongly conflicting core beliefs meet. Rupert also believed in psychic work, you see, and was fully committed to it. He developed some physical symptoms, and following through with his beliefs, he is working them out on his own. He saw for himself how they perfectly mirrored his inner image of himself. I gave him helpful information, but this could only be used by him as he felt it for himself, and traveled through his own system of beliefs. When you understand the nature of reality and your part in forming it, then you can no longer look to others to solve your problems for you, and you realize that your own beliefs are the rich creative elements that you yourself must mix and match. If you think that certain foods will help you, then they will be effective in that system, because of your beliefs. If you believe in doctors, then they will help you. If you believe in healers, then they can help you, but all of those aids are only temporary at best. Rupert was in a position where he realized that. He accepted the fact that he formed his own reality, and that there were physical aspects of it that disturbed him deeply. He also understood that he could not use me as a crutch. Dialogues is now a book just completed, but it also represented a movement of the self through a question and answer format, through which Rupert recognized and faced many diverse beliefs. Each reader can utilize the same method, whether or not artistic achievement is also involved, through objectifying personal beliefs in a dialogue form. This also happens frequently in the dream state, when you allow your natural creativity so much freedom. Often, there are dreams in which quote-unquote you are two separate people, either strangers or familiar, each asking questions of the other. The day Rupert received the quote-unquote advance information on bridge beliefs, the obvious suddenly became clear. The writing self was finding itself more and more hampered, unable to use excellent material because of its limited beliefs. It focused so defensively on its own material that it was hampering its flow of creativity, while the quote-unquote unacceptable aspects of Rupert merrily went on creating other books, not even including my own. Rupert found himself bargaining with the early writing self, and suddenly said, "What am I doing?" His core belief in himself as a writer, he saw, was really highly constrictive. He had not realized that before. At the same time, he had consciously known it, but allowed it to remain invisible. He realized that the writing and psychic aspects each did want to write, and that this was the bridge belief. Using it, he is only now in the process of assimilating the newly available energy. He understands that he is the self who holds all of those beliefs, and does not identify so completely with the one core belief any longer. That association was what had prevented its natural motion and expansion earlier. The original belief meant that he considered his reality in mental terms, generally identifying a writer with ideas, and using his body as a vehicle, rather than thinking of it as the living organism through which creaturehood experience must come. So this evening the senses were allowed their freedom, but the experience was magnified by his psychic sensitivity. If you consider yourself primarily physical, then you may, in line with your beliefs, impede your spiritual or emotional aspects. In that case, working with your beliefs will lead you to greater experience along mental and spiritual paths. But all are interconnected, and you cannot ignore one except at the expense of others. Now, Rupert also saw that he believed he had to justify his existence through his writing. This because he did not trust the basic right of his being as it existed, and does, in space and time. These old beliefs had not caught up to his newer ones. The same artificial need to vindicate being is present in many of my readers, and various core beliefs may be built up to hide this inner insecurity. You may, quote-unquote, justify your life by biological creativity, and then latch on to your children and never want to let them go. You may use your career instead. But in all cases, you must come to grips with such unnecessary ideas, face the reality of your creaturehood, and see that you certainly have as much of a place in the universe as a squirrel, an ant, or a leaf. You do not question their right to exist. Why question your own? Now, when you allow your emotions their natural spontaneous flow, they will never engulf you, and always return you refreshed to quote-unquote logical conscious mind thought. It is only when you dam them up
that they appear to be opposed to the intellect or overwhelming. It is of the utmost importance, however, that you understand the power and directing nature of your conscious mind, for otherwise you will believe yourself to be forever at the mercy of conditions and situations over which you feel you have no control. Again, while the conscious mind is meant to direct the flow of your experience through your beliefs and to materialize them, the actual mechanics are taken care of automatically by other portions of the self. You must indeed trust that your new beliefs will work as completely for you as your old ones. It may seem that your religious beliefs have little to do with your health or with your day-to-day experience. Those of you who have left organized religions may feel relatively free from what you consider to be the adverse connotations of original sin and the like. Yet no one is free of belief of any kind in that area. Indeed, a belief in atheism is a belief. In the next chapter, let us consider more closely your ideas about good and evil, the morality of the self, and examine the ways in which your ideas are reflected in your lives. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Grace, Conscience, and Your Daily Experience. Thus far, I have rather frequently mentioned the state of grace, because while it has many dimensions, it is, practically speaking, the cause of your sense of well-being and accomplishment. It is a condition of your existence. Each of you may put the following in your own terms, but often it may seem as if your conscience tells you that you have quote-unquote fallen out of grace, and that some inner mysterious joyous sense of support no longer sustains you. Unfortunately, conscience as you think of it is an untrustworthy guide, speaking to you through the mouths of mothers and fathers, teachers and clergy, all perhaps from distant years, and each of whom had their own ideas of what was right and wrong for you and for humanity at large. These people, of course, were and are quite fallible. When you are a child, however, adults seem godlike. Their words fall with great weight because you are so at the mercy of their support. As a child, it was quite necessary that you accept beliefs from others before your conscious mind could form its own. You accepted the concepts for your own reasons. Those given beliefs represent the spiritual and mental fabric of ideas, the raw material, so to speak, with which you have to work. In adolescence, certain beliefs will be easily and immediately abandoned, or altered to fit the expanding pattern of experience. Still, other beliefs will remain, with perhaps certain elements being changed. The beliefs may be revised to fit your new image, for example, while the main pattern remains the same. Let us consider the idea of original sin, all of the colorful forms it may take within your body of concepts, and the ways in which these will affect your behavior and experience. The concept itself existed long before Christianity's initiation, and was told in various forms throughout the centuries and in all civilizations. On the side of consciousness, it is a tale symbolically representing the birth of the conscious mind in the species as a whole, and the emergence of self-responsibility. It also stands for the separation of the self who perceives, and therefore judges and values, from the object which is perceived and evaluated. It represents the emergence of the conscious mind and of the strongly oriented individual self from that ground of being from which all consciousness comes. It portrays the new consciousness, seeing itself unique and separate, evolving from the tree of life and therefore able to examine its fruits, to see itself for the first time as different from others, like the serpent who crawled upon the surface of the earth. Man came forth as a creature of distinctions. In so doing, he quite purposefully detached himself, in your terms now, from the body of his planet in a new way. A part of him very naturally yearned for that primeval knowing unknowingness that had to be abandoned, in which all things were given, no judgments or distinctions were necessary, and all responsibilities were biologically foreordained. He saw himself as rising above the serpent, which was a symbol of unconscious knowledge. Yet the serpent would always mystify and attract man, even though he must stand upon its head, symbolically speaking, and rise from its knowledge. With the birth of this consciousness came conscious responsibility for the fruits of the planet. Man became the caretaker. The serpent is the symbol of the deepest knowledge within creaturehood. It also contains the impetus to rise above or beyond itself in certain respects. Eve, rather than Adam, for example, eats of the apple first, because it was the intuitive elements of the race, portrayed in the story as female, that would bring about this initiation. Only afterwards could the ego, symbolized by Adam, attain its new birth and its necessary alienation. The tree of knowledge, then, did indeed offer its fruits, and quote-unquote good and bad, because this was the first time there were any kinds of choices available, and free will. There were other tales, some that have not come down to you, in which Adam and Eve were created together, and in a dream fell apart into the separate male and female. In your particular legend, Adam appears first. The woman being created from his rib symbolized the necessary emergence, even from the new creature, of the intuitive forces that will always come forth, for without that development, the race would not have attained self-consciousness in your terms. Good and evil then simply represent the birth of choices, initially in terms of survival, where earlier instinct alone had provided all that was needed. In deeper terms, there is still another meaning that mirrors all of those apparent divisions that occur as all that is seemingly separates portions of itself from itself, scattering its omnipotence into new patterns of being that in your terms remember their source and look back to it longingly, while still glorying in the unique individuality that is their own. The story of the fall, the rebellious angels, and the leader Satan who becomes the devil, all of this refers to the same phenomena on a different level. Satan represents, in the terms of the story, the part of all that is, or God, who stepped outside of himself, so to speak, and became earthbound with his creatures, offering them the free will and choice that quote-unquote previously had not been available. Hence you have the majestic elements given to Satan, and the power. The earthly characteristics often appear as he is depicted in animal form, for he was also of course connected with the intuitive terrestrial attributes from which the new human consciousness would spring. In terms of simple biological function, you now had a species no longer completely dependent upon instinct, yet still with all the natural built-in desires for survival, and the appearance within it of a mind able to make decisions and distinctions. Now, this new kind of consciousness brought with it the open mirror of memory, in which past joy and pain could be recalled, and so the realization of mortal death became more immediate than it was with the animals. An association could trigger the clear memory of a past agony in the bewildered new mind. At first, there was a difficulty in separating the remembered image from the moment in the present. Man's mind then struggled to contain many images, past, present, and future imagined ones, and was forced to correlate these in any given moment of time. A vast acceleration took place. It was only natural that certain experiences would seem better than others, but the species' new abilities made it necessary that sharp distinctions be made. Good and evil, the desirable and the less so, were invaluable aids then in helping form the basis for such separations. The birth of imagination initiated the largest possibilities, and at the same time put great strain upon the biological creature,
whose entire corporeal structure would now react not only to present objective situations, but imaginative ones. At the same time, members of the species had to cope with the natural environment as did any other animal. Imagination helped because an individual could anticipate the behavior of other creatures. In another way, animals also possess an quote-unquote unconscious anticipation, but they do not have to come to terms with it on an aware basis as the new consciousness did. Again, good and evil and the freedom of choice came to the species' aid. The evil animal was the natural predator, for example. It would help here if the reader remembers what has been said about natural guilt earlier in this book. It would aid in understanding the later myths and the variations that came from them. As the mind developed, the species could hand down to its offspring the wisdom and law of the elders. This is still being done in modern society, of course, when each child inherits the beliefs of its parents about the nature of reality. Apart from all other considerations, this is also a characteristic of creaturehood. Only the means are different with the animals. The acceleration continues, however. Ideas of right and wrong are always guidelines that are then individually interpreted. Because of the connection with survival mentioned earlier, there is a great charge here. Initially, the child had to be impressed with the fact, for example, that a predator animal was quote-unquote bad because it could kill. Today, a mother might unwittingly say the same thing about a car. The early acquiescence to beliefs has a biological importance, therefore, but as the conscious mind attains its maturity, it is also natural for it to question those beliefs and to assess them in relation to its own environment. Many of my readers may have certain ideas about good and evil that are very hampering. These may be old beliefs in new clothing. You may think that you are quite free, only to discover that you hold old ideas but have simply put new terms to them or concentrated upon other aspects. Your daily experience is intimately connected with your ideas of worth and personal value. Now, you may be quite able to see through the distortions of conventional Christianity. You may have changed your ideas to such an extent that you can see little similarity between your current ones and those of the past. Now you may believe in the theories of Buddhism, for example, or another Eastern philosophy. The differences between any of these systems of thought and Christianity may be so apparent that the similarities escape you. You may follow one of the schools of Buddhism, in which great stress is laid upon the denial of the body, discipline of the flesh, and the avoidance of desire. These elements are quite characteristic of Christianity also, of course, but they may appear more palatable, exotic, or reasonable coming from a source foreign to your childhood education. So you may leap from one to the other, shouting emancipation and feeling yourself quite free of old limiting ideas. Philosophies that teach denial of the flesh must ultimately end up preaching a denial of the self and building a contempt for it, because even though the soul is couched in muscle and bone, it is meant to experience that reality, not to refute it. All such dogmas use artificial guilt, and natural guilt is distorted to serve those ends. In whatever terms, the devotee is told that there is something wrong with earthly experience. You are therefore considered evil as a self in flesh by virtue of your very existence. This alone will cause adverse experience, making you reject the very basis of your own framework of experience. You will consider the body as a thing, a fine vehicle, but not in itself the natural living expression of your being in material form. Many such Eastern schools also stress, as do numerous spiritualistic schools, the importance of the quote-unquote unconscious levels of the self, and teach you to mistrust the conscious mind. The concept of nirvana and the idea of heaven are two versions of the same picture, the former being one in which individuality is lost in the bliss of undifferentiated consciousness, and the latter one in which still conscious individuals perform mindless adoration. Neither theory contains an understanding of the functions of the conscious mind, or the evolution of consciousness, or for that matter certain aspects of greater physics. No energy is ever lost. The expanding universe theory applies to the mind as well as to the universe. However, these philosophies can lead you to a deep mistrust of both your body and mind. You are told that the spirit is perfect, and so you can try to live up to standards of perfection quite impossible to achieve. The failure adds to the sense of guilt. You attempt then to further banish the characteristic enjoyment of your own creaturehood, denying the lusty spirituality of your flesh and the strong present corporeal leanings of your soul. You will try to rid yourself of very natural emotions, and so be cheated of their great spiritual and physical motion. On the other hand, some leaders may give little consideration to such issues, but still be deeply convinced of the misery of the human condition, focusing upon all the quote-unquote darker elements, seeing the world's destruction ever closer at hand without really examining the beliefs that arouse such constant feelings. They may find it easier to cluck their tongues at obvious fanatics who cry out for God's vengeance and speak about the world's end in brimstone and ashes. They may be as equally convinced, however, of man's basic unworthiness, and so, of course, of their own. In daily life, such people will concentrate upon negative events, store them up, and unfortunately cause personal experience that will seem to quite reinforce the basic ideas. Here, in a different context, is the same denial of the worth and integrity of earth experience. In some such cases, all of the desirable human attributes are magnified and projected outward into a god or superconsciousness, while all the less admirable characteristics are left to the race and the individual. The individual therefore deprives himself of the use of much of his ability. He does not consider it his own, and is astounded when any others of his race display such superior qualities. To some extent, such beliefs follow certain rhythms in both civilizations and in time. The mind is a system of checks and balances, even as the body, and so often a set of beliefs that can be seen as highly negative will often serve beneficial ends in countering other beliefs. For some time, Western civilizations stressed a distorted version of intellectual reasoning, for example, and so the current stress about other portions of the self serves a purpose. The people alive within the world come into it with their own problems and challenges, and this will have much to do with the kind of national and worldwide beliefs that are generated and that dominate. The beliefs, of course, are frameworks in which various kinds of experience are tested. This also applies to religions and political and social situations as well. There is always a give and take between the individual and the mass system of beliefs in which he has chosen his environment. There is a belief in illness as being morally wrong, and a counter-belief in it as being ennobling, uplifting, and spiritually good. These value judgments are extremely important, for they will be reflected in your own experience with any illness or disease. Now, there are too many aspects of what you think of as health and illness to discuss even in a book that is directed to personal reality, in which the body plays such an important role. Health and illness are both evidences of the body's attempt to maintain stability. There is a difference in the overall health patterns in men and animals because of the quite diverse natures of their physical experience. More will be said about this particular subject later. Overall, however, in the animals, illness and disease play a life-giving role, keeping balance both within the species and between them, therefore ensuring the future existence of all involved. In their own ways, the animals are quite aware of this fact. Some of them even bring themselves to their own destruction through what you would call suicide, and en masse. At that level, the animals understand and are always in touch with deep biological connections in which they know their own continuances within the chain of nature. Man grants rich psychological activity to his own species, but denies it in others. There are as many luxuriant and diverse kinds of psychological movement as there are species, however. The cycles of health and disease are felt as rhythms of the body by the large variety of animals, and even with them, illness or disease has life-saving qualities on another level. Instinct is fairly accurate, for example, guiding the beasts to those territories in which proper conditions can be found, and even for them the well-being of the body represents physical evidence of their quote-unquote being in the proper place at the proper time. It reinforces the animals' sense of grace in terms mentioned earlier in this book. They understand the beneficial teaching quality of disease and follow their own instinctive way of treating it. In a natural situation, this might involve a mass migration from one territory to another. In such cases, the illness of only a few animals might send a whole herd to its safety and a new food supply. Man is so highly verbal that he finds it difficult to understand that other species work with idea complexes of a different kind, in which of course thought, as you consider it, is not involved. But an equivalent exists. Using an analogy, it is as if ideas are built up not through sentence structure reinforced by inner visual images, but by like quote-unquote mental patterns structured through touch and scent. In other words, thinking, but within a framework entirely different and alien to you. Such quote-unquote thinking exists using the analogy within the framework of instinct, whereas your own verbalized thoughts can also intrude outside of that framework. One of the main differences between you and the animals, and one of the significant meanings in terms of free will, is involved here. Animals then understand the beneficial directing elements of disease. They also comprehend the nature of stress as a necessary stimulant to physical activity. Observing even a pet, you will notice its marvelous complete relaxation, and yet its immediate total response to stimulus. So animals in captivity will fight to provide themselves with necessary health-giving stress factors. Animals, then, do not think of illness in terms of good or bad. Disease in itself on that level is a part of the life survival process and a system of checks and balances. With the emergence of man's particular kind of consciousness, other issues become involved. Mankind feels its own morality, even more than the beasts do. With the growth of this particular variety of self-consciousness came the exteriorization, magnification, and intensification of definite elements that lie latent in the other animals. The individuation of strong emotional activity to a new degree, for example. The emergence of the quote-unquote pause of reflection mentioned earlier, and the blossoming of memory along with the emotional intensification, led to a situation in which members of the new species recalled in the present the dead and the diseases that killed them. They became frightened of disease, particularly in the case of plagues. Man forgot the teaching and healing elements and concentrated instead upon the unpleasant experience itself. To some extent, this was natural, for the new species developed in order to change the nature of its consciousness, to follow a reality in which instinct was no longer quote-unquote blindly followed, and to individualize in strong personal focus corporeal experience that had previously taken a different pattern. Now, man has far greater leeway. He forms his reality according to his conscious beliefs, even while its basis lies in the deep unconscious nature of the earth in corporeal terms. Man's quote-unquote I am, seemingly apart from nature, a characteristic necessary for the development of his kind of consciousness, led him into value judgments and also necessitated some break with the deep inner certainties of other species. Illness, therefore, was experienced as quote-unquote bad. An entire tribe could be endangered by one sick member. At the same time, as the mind developed, cunning and memory became highly effective survival tools. In some societies or tribes, the old or infirm were killed lest their care take too much attention from the able-bodied and endanger the group. In others, however, the old were honored for the wisdom that they had accumulated with age, and they became very practical in tribes where many did not survive. History was dependent upon the old with their memory of past events, and the group's sense of continuity was also in the hands of its oldest members, who passed memories on to others. An individual who had himself survived many diseases was considered a sage. Such people often watched the animals and observed nature's own therapies and treatments. In certain eras, the lines between the species were not completely drawn, and there were long periods where men and animal mixed and learned from each other. Man's imagination made him a great maker of myths. Myths, as you know them, represent bridges of psychological activity and point quite clearly to patterns of perception and behavior through which, in your terms, the race passed as it traveled to its present state. Mythology bridges the gap between instinctive knowledge and the individualization of idea. When an animal is sick, it immediately begins to remedy the situation, and unconsciously it knows what to do. It does not bother thinking in your terms of good and evil. It does not wonder what it did to get into such a situation. It does not think of itself as inferior. It automatically begins its own therapy. A human being, however, has another dimension to deal with, a new area of creativity, a diverse mixture of beliefs. His or her ideas about the self must be examined, for they are being materialized in flesh. Again, the situation has great complexity, for the condition is still a healthy attempt on the part of the body to maintain balance. Overall, there is also the world's situation to be taken into consideration, the status of the species on the planet, in which, say, overpopulation problems will bring about death to ensure new growth. The individuals alive at such a time will also have a hand in such decisions, however. Once more, because you are self-conscious beings, your beliefs regulate your reality. An animal knows unconsciously that it is unique and has a place in the scheme of being. Its sense of grace is built in. Your free will allows for the freedom of any belief, including ones that say you are unworthy with no right to your existence. If you misinterpret the myths, then you may believe that man has fallen from grace, and that his very creaturehood is cursed, in which case you will not trust your body or allow it its quote-unquote natural patterns of self-therapy. In order for consciousness to develop in your terms, there must be freedom for the exploration of all ideas, individually and en masse. Each of you are living entities, growing toward your own development. Each of your beliefs, therefore, has its own unique origin and feeling patterns. So you must for yourself travel back through your beliefs and your own feelings until intellectually and emotionally you realize your rightness, your complete original existence in time and space as you know it. This knowing will give you the conscious knowledge that is a counterpart of the animal's unconscious comprehension. Now, an animal has no need of conscience in any terms. Because of the great flexibility of your natures, however, mankind needs a framework in which the ramifications of what I have referred to as a normal healthy guilt can be considered. What you consider conscience is often an applied from without sense of right and wrong instilled in you in your youth. As a rule, these ideas represent your parents' conceptions of natural guilt, distorted by their own beliefs. You accepted those ideas for a reason, individually and en masse, for mankind at any given quote-unquote time has a strong idea of the particular sort of world experience it will create. Because you have free will, you have the responsibility and the gift, the joy and the necessity of working with your beliefs and of choosing your personal reality as you desire. I told you earlier that you cannot fall out of a state of grace. Each of you must intellectually and emotionally accept it, however. While this may seem like the sheerest Pollyanna, nevertheless, there is no evil in basic terms. This does not mean that you do not meet with effects that appear evil, but as you each move individually through the dimensions of your own consciousness, you will understand that all seeming opposites are other faces of the one supreme drive toward creativity. At any given time, there will be various climates of belief pervading the world. Some will be clustered in certain areas, for example, like low-pressure systems. Some will generally be local, and others will sweep across the continents like great periodic storms. Remember that ideas are as natural as the weather. They follow patterns then, and obey certain laws even as more strictly physical phenomena do. Unfortunately, no one examines the nature of mental reality from such a viewpoint. You will be born in the midst of certain mass beliefs, and they may vary according to the country of your nativity. As you come into your body with all of its physical surroundings, so at birth do you emerge into a rich natural psychological environment in which beliefs and ideas are every bit as real. As you become more proficient at using your conscious mind, then of course you examine the beliefs that surround you, even as you question and often move out of your native environment. You may migrate to a climate in which the prevailing ideas suit you better, as well as the weather. Regardless, there are certain tendencies, mental stances, that you will take about yourself, your body, and your life to one degree or another. Many of these will be directly or indirectly connected with old myths and beliefs of your forefathers. Your ideas of good and evil as applied to health and illness are highly important, for instance. Few can escape putting value judgments in such areas. If you consider illness as a kind of moral stigma, then you will simply add an unneeded quality to any condition of ill health. Such judgments are very simplistic and ignore the great range of human motivation and experience. If you are bound and determined that quote-unquote God, in capitals and quotes, creates only quote-unquote good, then any physical deficiency, illness, or deformity becomes an affront to your belief, threatens it, and makes you angry and resentful. If you become ill, you can hate yourself for not being what you think you should be, a perfect physical image made in the likeness of a perfect God. If, on the other hand, you carry the idea too far, that illness can also be a learning process, then you can fall into the other extreme, glorifying sickness or disease as a necessary ennobling experience in which the body is purged so that the soul can be saved. Following such a belief, you will continue suffering with saintliness, desolation with purity, and the denial of the body as spirituality and a badge of holiness. Under such conditions, you can even seek out illness to prove to yourself the strength of your own spirituality and to impress it upon others. The same kind of moral value judgment can be placed in almost any area of human activity and will of course have social repercussions. Those reactions will add to the prevailing beliefs and in turn affect the individual. You may believe that wealth is a result of a moral virtue and comes from quote-unquote God's direct benevolence. As a result, poverty becomes evidence of a lack of morality. Quote-unquote God made so many people poor that obviously no man should dare try to change the situation. That rationale is often used. The poor then, following these beliefs, are looked down upon, as are the diseased. What sin did the poor person or the sick person commit? That question, often asked unconsciously, if not consciously, brings you back to beliefs in punishment that have nothing to do with the concept of natural guilt, but with those distortions placed upon it. There is also a connection with misinterpretations of the Bible. Christ, as you think of him, was simply saying that you form your own reality. He tried to rise above the idea systems of those times, yet even he had to use them, and so the connotations of sin and punishment distorted the message given. Some of you will have a contradictory belief that poverty is virtuous, and that wealth is a vice and represents evidence of a spiritual lack. This belief in your society also harks back to the Bible and Christ's association with the poor rather than the rich. In all such cases, however, blanket moral judgments are being applied that involve feelings of guilt in which individual experience is forgotten. Now, such critical evaluations are placed upon colors as well. Often, white is considered pure and black impure, white good and black evil. This, of course, involves considerations of race, and you must realize that your present race is the one into which you were born in your terms in this place and time. Each of you have been members of different races, and so each of you have shared in both the advantages and ignominies attached in historical terms to such conditions of birth. This is not the place for me to go into a long discussion concerning the significance of races, yet each one is highly meaningful and represents a different aspect of humanity as a whole. Therefore, each race has a symbolic meaning to mankind's psyche. The outside experience and structure of any given race's experience may change, but the inner symbolism will still remain and be creatively grappled with. Your daily experience will be affected by your race, your beliefs about it, your beliefs about other races, and the climate of opinion in general. On a quite simple basis, if you consider God in human terms, you will project him as belonging to your own race. If you belong to a minority or if you are black, then you may be caught in a conflict of beliefs. It it is impossible to separate your daily experience in any of its aspects from your beliefs and those judgments that you place upon them. The beliefs boil down to your ideas of right and wrong, and they involve all of your attitudes concerning illness and health, wealth and poverty, the relationships of the races, religious conflicts, and more important, your intimate day-by-day psychological reality. Let us pursue this subject further, as it involves you personally at those levels in which you live your lives and intermix with others. End of chapter.
Chapter 13. Good and Evil, Personal and Mass Beliefs, and Their Effect upon Your Private and Social Experience. In this chapter, we will deal with some current beliefs involving your most intimate behavior and social connotations. Now, a state of grace. Health, wealth, white, Christian. Out of grace. Disease, poverty, black, not Christian. This is not a chapter heading, it is a diagram. Now another one of the same kind. A state of grace. Indian or Oriental, proud poverty, brown skin, great mystic understanding, cosmic understanding. Out of grace. American, embarrassing riches, white skin, callousness, spiritual poverty and disintegration. Another category. A state of grace. Youth, intuitive understanding, knowledge, beauty, intellectual capacity, physical vigor, and unfolding future. Out of grace. Age, rigidity, mental and spiritual ignorance, ugliness, disintegration of mental capacity, loss of vigor, the closing of all doors to activity. Now, I outlined some opposing ideas held by many people, all involving concepts of good or evil being applied in areas in which they do not belong. The designations will make certain contrasts clear visually. The simple diagrams merely represent some general belief systems from the standpoint of quote-unquote moral values. Your ideas of good and evil affect not only your behavior upon others, but your activity in a community and in the world at large. Many believe, using the first diagram, that it is quote-unquote good and morally superior to be Christian, white, wealthy, and in excellent health. Now, though this does not appear in the diagram, the word quote-unquote male can also be added to the list of preferred attributes. Reality, then, is viewed through this system of beliefs. If you hold them, you will feel that those characteristics are given by God. According to the fervor with which you cherish these ideas, you will find that they enclose you, for in a very limited manner they will define your concept of good. People entertaining such beliefs are often very religious in conventional terms. Countries emphasizing like beliefs send missionaries to quote-unquote convert those who are pagan and therefore inferior. Individuals feeling this way will be very uncomfortable when they mingle with others of a different race, creed, or color, and despite themselves may be revengefully conservative in dealing, for example, with problems of a community nature. They will consider poverty as a sign of God's displeasure,
and be so inclined to leave the entire matter in his quote-unquote hands. They may speak with seeming compassion about the plight of others, and yet all the while consider that difficulty the simple result of inferiority or inequality. These people may be of any age. They may come from any economic development. Now, if you happen to be Protestant, white, male, American, rich, and healthy, at least within the framework of your beliefs, you can look at yourself with quote-unquote clear eyes. Your foundation is shaky indeed, but at least you fit within it for the moment. You will notice that I added quote-unquote Protestant to our value system, as well as quote-unquote American. If, however, you hold this group of beliefs and you fall short, that is, if in some way you do not fit in, then even within that system you are in trouble. Some of the components are more charged than others. A Catholic or a Jew possessing these beliefs is obviously out of step to some extent, and will feel guilty as he measures himself against them. A black man who accepts the same system is indeed in difficulty. If he happens to be a poor black man, he is in double jeopardy. In that chart of belief, disease, poverty, femininity to some extent, non-Christian concepts, and a non-Caucasian racial heritage are all considered wrong to one degree or another. Now, any intrusion of other beliefs here will be considered threatening. Both racial problems and religious dissension will be rationalized from the standpoint of these beliefs. Some of my readers may consider themselves quite enlightened, believing, for example, in reincarnation as a series of consecutive lives. However, they may then use that concept to justify their belief in the inferiority of other races. They may say that since an individual chose his or her problems in this life, deciding for instance to be born black or poor or both, that karma is being worked out. Therefore, such issues should not be adjusted through a change of law or custom. On the left side, looking at the second diagram, you will find people in this case and in this country of a more quote-unquote liberal frame of mind. But you will not find them quite as liberal if you understand that they are prejudiced in one direction as the first group is in another. Here we have a system of belief in which it is wrong to be white, American, or wealthy, or even at all well off in financial terms. All of the distortions in Christianity are apparent, where the first group is blind to them, of course. Here, though, wealth and white skin are not only bad, but obvious symptoms of moral deterioration. If the first system of beliefs sees money and goods as a sign of God's blessing, the second group views material possessions as evidence of spiritual decay. Here, the exotic is romanticized, the foreign held up, the picturesque seen as real. Black skin or brown skin becomes the criteria of spiritual perfection, and poverty a badge of honor to be worn not only proudly, but often to be used as an aggressive tool. The people who follow these belief systems think that they are right. Their living style, community affiliations, and political leanings will be in direct opposition to the quote-unquote white wealthy ethic. Now, if you happen to be black or brown, poor, and believe in this system, you will at least feel secure within it. If you are instead white and wealthy and hold such beliefs, you will think yourself quite inferior indeed, and do everything in your power to show how picturesque and liberal and open-minded and black or brown you can be, while still being white, fairly well off, and perhaps secretly addicted to your Christianity. You will doubtlessly have Buddhas tastefully displayed and Indian beads. Now, the third diagram can cut across the other systems of belief, of course. In the first two groups, there are many leeways. You may have 1, 2, or 3 preferred characteristics that correlate with your ideas, for example, but your concepts about age leave you no such freedom. For at one time or another, all of you, quote-unquote, if you are lucky in your terms, will approach old age. Many believe that it is a time of spiritual and physical deterioration, an era in which all those hard-won attributes of maturity vanish, and the reasoning faculties disappear like grains of sand held too long by the thinking hands of the mind. If life is seen as good in this system of belief, then youth is viewed as the crowning glory, from which summit there is no further journey except descent. The old are not granted characteristics of wisdom, but feared as evil, bad, undesirable, and frightening. To these people, senility seems a natural, inevitable end to life.
As mentioned earlier in this book, many who follow such beliefs try to hide them from themselves, desperately attempting to be young. Youth and old age both have their place, and within the framework of your race, each play important roles. You are used to thinking in terms of heredity. In physical terms, and in a different way than you imagine, this is important. Certain Earth experiences, however, are dependent upon duration in time, and result as a consequence of the mind playing upon its experience through long Earth seasons. There are specific functions brought into operation quite naturally that are scarcely perceived by your scientists, much less understood. As the mind within the body clearly sees its earthly time coming to an end, mental and psychic accelerations take place. These are, in many ways, like adolescent experiences, in their great bursts of creative activity, with the resulting formation of questions and the preparation for a completely new kind of personality growth and fulfillment. These would be quite apparent were it not for your current belief systems, through which the old are forced to interpret their experience. Many instances of expansion of consciousness and mental and psychic growth are interpreted by you as senility. No important correlations have been made between the subjective experiences of the old, particularly in quote-unquote senile conditions, with those of other ages involved in expansion of consciousness, whether natural or drug-induced. Any such sensations are immediately repressed by the old for fear that quote-unquote senility will be the diagnosis. The experiences, however, affect the right hemisphere of the brain, and in such a way that abilities are released in somewhat the same manner as in adolescence. The individual, when it is time then, begins to see beyond temporal life, to open up dimensions of awareness that in your terms he or she could not afford while involved in the intense physical focus of normal adult life. Unfortunately, the personality has no system of beliefs, as a rule, to support such an expansion. The natural therapies, both physical and mental, are denied. Drugs are often used as depressants, clouding the clarity of what seems to be distorted vision. This is one of the most creative, valuable aspects of your lives. Instead, the old are made to feel useless in your society. Often, of course, they share this value judgment, and their experience within your communities has in no way prepared them to face subjective experience. There are no teachers to guide them. Old age is a highly creative part of living. The connections between it and childhood are often made in a derogatory fashion, but the personality is in just as creative a state. I am speaking generally now, of course, for your living conditions so distort the natural situation. Even the chemical and hormonal changes that occur are those that are conducive to spiritual and psychic growth at that time. The joyful affirmation possible is denied to the old because of your system of beliefs. In certain terms, quote-unquote psychedelic experience cannot be explained within your limited frameworks of reference, not because such illuminations are beyond explanation, but because your present systems of belief are too limiting. So at whatever age, a revelatory episode is difficult to relate to others. In older age, however, no one is interested, and yet it is here, as in adolescence, that the greatest creativity may emerge but go unrecognized. This era could be more advantageous to the individual and to the race than any other period, were it recognized for what it is and understood. The peculiar chemical changes that occur are often precisely those that lead to greater conceptions and experience, but these are free from what you think of as practical application. There is a trigger set off then, an impetus in which the personality tries to free itself from time-space orientation, released from the usual necessity to participate in quote-unquote adult terms. The personality, again, looks at the nature of experience in its purest terms. In some previous civilizations, this was done within a natural framework, in which the old were cared for physically, while their words were listened to most carefully. Ideas of the quote-unquote wise old man and similar legends apply here, as do the mystical concepts of the powerful old woman. In their natural progression and left alone,
The old understand their own quote-unquote visions quite well. Body and mind operate beautifully together. Your beliefs about age, like everything else, will form your experience, and your mass beliefs will affect your civilization. With the current concepts held by your society, men and women fear old age from the time of youth. If young adulthood is considered the epitome of life, blessedness, and success, then old age is viewed as the opposite, a time of failure and decay. Some of this has to do with distorted ideas of both the conscious and unconscious minds, using your terms now. Generally speaking, in a Western society, the conscious mind is seen as coming into its own in early adulthood, as the self rises from the bed of childhood unconsciousness into a critical awareness and differentiation. The appreciation of distinctions and differences is considered one of the greatest characteristics of consciousness, and so those aspects of it are valued. On the other hand, the equally significant assimilating, combining, correlating characteristics of consciousness are overlooked. In scholarly circles, and many that are not scholarly at all, the intellect is equated only with the critical faculties, so that the more diagnostic you are, the more intellectual you are considered. During Western years of adulthood, consciousness is focused most intently in one specific area of activity and physical manipulation. From childhood, the mind is trained to use its argumentative separating qualities above all others. Creativity is allowed to flow only through certain highly limited accepted channels. When an individual becomes older and retired, for example, the focus for that particular kind of concentration is no longer so immediately available. The mind actually becomes more itself, freer to use more of its abilities, allowed to stray from restricted areas, to assimilate, acknowledge, and create. Precisely at this time, however, the individual is told to beware of any such straying and to consider that kind of behavior a symptom of mental deterioration. Those following mass beliefs will find that their own image of themselves has changed. They fear that their very age or existence in time has betrayed them. They see themselves as leftovers, dim vestiges of better selves, and in their own system of value judgment they condemn themselves through the very fact of their continued existence in time. If they ever did, they no longer trust the integrity of their bodies. They begin to act out the drama in a script written by others, to which, however, they have acquiesced. It may not seem that there is any connection between that situation and your beliefs involving color, and yet the two are intimately associated. Now, you equate the color white with brilliant consciousness, good, and youth, and the color black with the unconscious, old age, and death. In this value system, the black races are feared, as basically the aged are feared. The blacks are considered the primitives. To them are assigned creative musical abilities, for example, but for a long time these were quote-unquote underground activities. They gave birth to acceptable musical productions, but were not admitted themselves into the concert halls of the respectable nation. In your society, therefore, the black race has represented what you think of as the chaotic, primitive, spontaneous, savage, unconscious portions of the self, the underside of the quote-unquote proper American citizen. The blacks were to be oppressed then on the one hand, and yet treated indulgently as children on the other. There was always a great fear that the blacks as a race would escape their bounds. Given an inch they would take a yard, simply because the whites so greatly feared the nature of the inner self, and recognized the power that they tried so desperately to strangle within themselves. Nations, like individuals, can have split personalities at times. So there was a give and take involved in which the blacks expressed certain tendencies for the country as a whole, while the whites expressed other characteristics. Both groups acquiesced to their roles. In larger terms, of course, each has belonged to other races in other times and places, or to be more accurate, in simultaneous existences one plays out the other's role. Applied to old age, the color black denotes a returning to those unconscious forces. Now all of this so far is from the standpoint of the American and Western belief. It is simply the reality in which many of my readers are involved. In other quote-unquote underground systems of belief, however, black is seen as a symbol of great knowledge, power, and strength. When this is carried to an extreme, you wind up with devil cults, in which the poorly understood powers of creativity and exuberance rush out in distorted form. The undersides of consciousness are then glorified at the expense of the other white, quote-unquote, conscious and objective values. Yet in both of these systems, the old are denied their unique power, strength, and wisdom, and hence the civilization is robbed as well as the individuals within it. All of this is also connected with your beliefs about the waking and dreaming states, white being acquainted with the day, and black with the dreaming condition. Here again, it is the old connection between the God of light and the Prince of Darkness, or Satan. All distinctions made at various levels of development, and having to do with the nature of the origin of the present consciousness. Through the ages again, underground philosophies have tried to combine the two concepts, usually going from one extreme to the other in combating the current ideas in historical terms. In some of these philosophies, the daylight is seen as pallid, for example, in comparison with the true brilliance of knowledge that illuminates the dream state, and black is the symbol then of secret knowledge that cannot be found with normal consciousness, or be scrutinized in the light of day. Here you find stories of black magicians, and once more, age enters in so that the legends of the wise old man or woman rise into folklore. Death is viewed in terms of value judgments of good and evil and black and white, the annihilation of consciousness being perceived as black, and its resurrection as white. The light of illumination is experienced as white, yet it often appears to delineate the darkness of the soul, or to shine in the black of night. So, in your terms of reference, the two are dependent one upon the other, changing their connotations according to your beliefs. In many ancient civilizations, the night with its blackness was revered, and the secrets of nighttime consciousness explored. Correlations were made in which such knowledge was used consciously in the daytime. The two seemingly separate aspects of consciousness merged, and there were flowerings of art and civilization that are, in your terms now, almost impossible to conceive. And in such civilizations all races were accorded their place, joyfully, and those of all ages were respected for their particular contributions. In such societies, the limited value judgments discussed in this chapter did not apply. Individuals or races did not have to take certain specific roles, acting out various portions of humanity's characteristics. Each person was allowed to be unique with all that that implies. This does not mean that humanity has fallen from that state of grace into what may seem to be a lower condition. It does mean that you have chosen to diversify functions and abilities, to isolate them, so to speak, in order to learn and understand and even to develop their peculiar natures. There are ways of assimilating your inner knowledge, your contrasting values of light and darkness, good and bad, youth and old age, and of using such criteria to enrich your own experience in a most practical fashion. In so doing, you will enhance not only yourself and your society, but the world at large. You will also recognize the state of grace in which you must exist. Let us look at some of those ways. An attempt must be made to correlate seemingly diverse aspects of experience, to combine ideas of light and dark, consciousness and unconsciousness, and so forth, not only in private, but mass experience. As mentioned in Seth Speaks, my earlier book, great distinctions are made between your waking and sleeping states. They are neatly divided, with little effort really made to relate the two. Many of you will not find it practical to alter your sleeping hours because of work commitments. Some of you will be able to do so, however, and those of you who are really interested in this endeavor can at least achieve some variation on occasion that will allow you to connect your sleeping and waking activities with far greater effectiveness. Those of you who are able will discover that a somewhat altered arrangement will work greatly to your advantage. I suggest a 6-hour sleeping block of time at one session and no more. If you still feel the need for a greater amount of rest, then a 2-hour at the most nap can be added. Many will find that a 5-hour steady sleeping period is quite sufficient, with a nap as required. A 4-hour block is ideal, however, reinforced by whatever nap feels natural. In such circumstances, there are not the great artificial divisions created between the two states of consciousness. The conscious mind is better able to remember and assimilate its dreaming experience, and in dreams the self can use its waking experience more efficiently. Often in the aged, you find such frameworks coming into being naturally, but those who awaken spontaneously after 4 hours consider themselves insomniacs because of their beliefs, and so cannot utilize their experience properly. Both the conscious and unconscious would operate far more effectively, however, under an abbreviated sleeping program, and for those involved in quote-unquote creative endeavors, this kind of schedule would bring greater intuition and applied knowledge. Individuals following such natural behavior would feel much greater stability in themselves. Within the general patterns I have mentioned, each will, of course, find his or her own particular rhythm, and some experimentation might be necessary until you learn the maximum balance, but the flow of vitality would be heightened. It is true that the patterns will have their own flow at certain points in your life. Following your own rhythm, longer or shorter periods will naturally ensue. Your consciousness as you think of it will be expanded through such practices. Generally speaking, 8-hour sleep periods or longer ones are not beneficial, nor in larger terms are they natural for the race. There is a give and take chemical reaction, or rather chemical rhythms of reactions, that are far more effective in the shorter sleep periods. Many of you sleep through periods that should be those of your greatest creativity and alertness, in which the conscious and unconscious are most beautifully focused and at one. The conscious mind is often drugged with sleep, just when it could be deriving its greatest benefits from the unconscious, and be able to poise most meaningfully in the reality that you know. In these instances, the beauty and illumination of your dream state can be clear in the conscious mind, and used to enrich your physical life. Contrasts in your experience will appear to you in their united clarity. Now, such a change in your waking and sleeping patterns very nicely helps cut through your habitual ways of looking at the nature of your own personal world, and so alters your conception of reality in general. To some extent, there is a natural and spontaneous merging of what you think of as conscious and unconscious activity. This in itself brings about a greater understanding of the give and take that exists between the ego and other portions of the self. The unconscious is no longer equated with darkness or with unknown frightening elements. Its character is transformed, so that the quote-unquote dark qualities are seen as actually illuminating portions of conscious life, while also providing great sources of power and energy for normal ego-oriented experience. On the other hand, areas of ordinary behavior that may have seemed opaque before, cloudy or dark, personal characteristic behavior that was not understood, for instance, may suddenly become quite clear as a result of this transformation, in which the shadowy aspects of the unconscious are perceived as brilliant. Barriers are broken down, and with them certain beliefs that were based upon them. If the unconscious is no longer feared, then the races that symbolized it are no longer to be feared either. There are many other natural and spontaneous kinds of comprehension that can also result from the waking and sleeping rhythms that I have suggested. The unconscious, the color black, and death all have strongly negative connotations in which the inner self is feared. The dream state is mistrusted and often suggests thoughts of both death and or evil. But changed wake-sleep habits can, again, bring about a transformation in which it is obvious that dreams contain great wisdom and creativity, and the unconscious is indeed quite conscious, and that in fact the individual's sense of identity can be retained in the dream state. The fear of self-annihilation, symbolically thought of as death, can then no longer apply as it did before. As a result, other individually built-up beliefs that depended upon the existence of such opposites also spontaneously break down. When you find yourself as alert, responsive, and intellectual in the dream state as you are in waking life, it becomes impossible to operate within the old framework. This does not mean that in all dreams that particular kind of awareness is achieved, but it is often accomplished within the suggested wake-sleep patterns. A certain beneficial and natural situation is arrived at, in which the conscious and unconscious minds meet. This occurs spontaneously, whatever your sleep patterns, but it is very brief and seldom remembered. The optimum state is so short because of the prolonged drugging of the conscious mind. Animals follow their own natural waking-sleeping schedules, and in their way derive far greater benefits from both states than you, and use them with greater effectiveness. particularly along the lines of the body's built-in system of therapy. They know exactly when to alter their patterns to longer or shorter sleep periods, therefore adjusting the adrenaline output and regulating all of the bodily hormones. In humans, the idea of nutrition is also involved. With your habits, the body is literally starved for long periods at night, then often overfed during the day. Important therapeutic information that is given in dreams and meant to be recalled is not remembered because your sleep habits plunge you into what you think of as unconsciousness far too long. The body itself can be physically refreshed and rested in much less than 8 hours, and after 5 hours, the muscles themselves yearn for activity. This need is also a signal to awaken, so that unconscious material and dream information can be consciously assimilated. Many of your misconceptions about the nature of reality are directly related to the division you place between your sleeping and waking experience, your conscious and unconscious activity. Opposites seem to occur that do not exist in actuality. Myths, symbols, and rationalizations all become necessary to explain the seeming divergences, the seeming contradictions between realities that appear to be so different. Individual psychological mechanisms are activated sometimes in terms of neuroses or other mental problems. These bring out into the open inner challenges or dilemmas that otherwise would be worked out more easily through an open give and take of conscious and unconscious reality. In the natural body-mind relationship, the sleep state operates as a great connector and interpreter, allowing the free flow of conscious and unconscious material. In the kind of sleep patterns suggested, optimum conditions are set up. Neurosis and psychosis simply would not occur under such conditions. And in the natural back and forth leeway of the system, exterior dilemmas or problems are worked out in the dream situation, and interior difficulty may be solved symbolically through physical experience. Illumination concerning the inner self may appear clearly during waking reality, and in the same way, invaluable information about the conscious self may be received in the dream state. There is a spontaneous flow of psychic energy with appropriate hormonal reaction in both situations. You do not have energy dammed up through repressions, for example, and emotions and their expression are not feared. In your present system of beliefs, and with the dubious light in which the unconscious is considered, a fear of the emotions is often generated. Not only are they often hindered in waking life then, but censored as much as possible in dreams. Their expression becomes very difficult. Great blockages of energy occur, which in your terms can result in neurotic or even stronger psychotic behavior. The inhibition of such emotions also interferes with the nervous system and its therapeutic devices. These repressed emotions and the whole charge behind such distorted concepts about the unconscious result in a projection outward upon others. In your individual area, there will be persons upon whom you will project all of those charged, frightening emotions or characteristics. At the same time, you will be drawn to those individuals because the projections represent a part of you. On a national basis, the characteristics or qualities will be projected outward onto an enemy. Within a nation, they can be directed against those of a particular race, creed, or color. You did not simply come upon your sleep patterns. They are not the result of your technology or industrial habits. Instead, they are a part of those beliefs that caused you to develop your technological industrial society. They emerged as you began to categorize experience more and more, to see yourselves as separate from the spring or fountainhead of your own psychological reality. In natural circumstances, the animals, while sleeping at night, are still partially alert against predators and danger. There is within the innate characteristics of the mammalian brain, then, a great balance in which complete physical relaxation can occur in sleep, while consciousness is maintained in a quote-unquote partially suspended, passive yet alert manner. That state allows conscious participation and interpretation of quote-unquote unconscious dream activity. The condition gives the body its refreshment, yet it does not lie inert for such long periods of time. Mammals have also changed their habits to accommodate those conditions that you have thrust upon them, so the behavior studied in laboratories is not necessarily that shown by the same animals in their natural state. Taken alone, this statement can appear deceptive. The alterations in behavior are themselves natural, of course. Animal consciousness is different than your own.
With yours, a finer discrimination is necessary so that unconscious material can be assimilated. All of mankind's developments, however, are latent in the animal brain, and many attributes of which you are unaware are latent in your own. The biological pathways for them already exist. In your current beliefs, again, consciousness is equated in very limited terms with your conception of intellectual behavior. You consider this to be a peak of mental achievement, growing from the quote-unquote undifferentiated perceptions of childhood, and returning ignominiously to them again in old age. Such wake-sleep patterns, as I have suggested, would acquaint you with the great creative and energetic portions of psychological behavior that are not undifferentiated at all, but simply distinct from your usual concepts of consciousness, and these operate throughout your life. The natural experiences of what you think of as time distortion, for example, occurring in childhood and old age alike, represent quite normal experiences of your basic quote-unquote time environment, much more so than the clock time with which you are so familiar. The patterns I have suggested, therefore, will bring you far closer to an understanding of the reality of your being and help you break down beliefs that cause personal and social division. Now, the long period of continuous waking conscious activity is to some extent at variance with your natural inclinations. It cuts you off from the spontaneous give and take of conscious and unconscious material mentioned earlier, and of itself, you see, necessitates certain changes that then make your prolonged sleep period necessary. The body is denied the frequent rests it requires. Conscious stimuli is overapplied, making assimilation difficult and placing a strain upon the mind-body relationship. The division between the two aspects of experience begins to take on the characteristics of completely diverse behavior. The unconscious becomes more and more unfamiliar to consciousness. Those beliefs build up about it, and the symbolisms involved are exaggerated. The unknown seems to be threatening and degenerate. The color black assumes stronger tendencies in its connection with evil, something to be avoided. Self-annihilation seems to be a threat ever present in the dream or sleep state. At the same time, all of those flamboyant, creative, spontaneous, emotional surges that emerge normally from the unconscious become feared and projected outward then upon enemies, other races, and creeds. Sexual behavior obviously will be considered depraved by those most afraid of their own sensual natures. They will ascribe it to primitive or evil or unconscious sources, and even attempt to censor their dreams in that regard. They will then project the greatest sexual license upon those groups they choose to represent their own repressed behavior. If sex is equated with evil, the other group will of course be considered evil. If the members of such a rigid group believe that youth is innocent, then they will deny sexual experience as having any place in childhood, and alter their own memories to fit their beliefs. If a young adult believes that sex is good but old age is bad, then he or she will find it impossible to consider exuberant sexuality as a portion of an older person's experience. In the dream state, the child and the old man or woman can exist simultaneously, and the individual is made quite aware of the full range of creaturehood. The wisdom of the child and the aged are both available. Lessons from quote-unquote future experience are also at hand. There are quite natural physical mechanisms in the body that provide for such interaction. You deny yourself many of these advantages, however, through the artificial alienation that you have set up by your present wake-sleep patterns, to which, again, your ideas of good and evil are intimately connected. Those of you who cannot practically make any alterations in sleeping habits can still obtain some benefits by changing your beliefs in the areas discussed, learning to recall your dreams, and resting briefly when you can, and immediately afterward recording those impressions that you retain. You must give up any ideas that you have as to the unsavory nature of unconscious activity. You must learn to believe in the goodness of your being. Otherwise, you will not explore these other states of your own reality. When you trust yourself, then you will trust your own dream interpretations, and these will lead you to greater self-understanding. Your beliefs of good and evil will become much more clear to you, and you will no longer need to project repressed tendencies out upon others in exaggerated fashion. Your attitudes towards sleep, dreams, or any alterations of consciousness are all colored to some extent then by beliefs concerning good and evil in your Western society.
These emerge from the old Puritan work ethic. Quote unquote, "The devil finds evil work for idle hands." This kind of thinking by itself brings about an overall attitude in which rest is frowned upon and dreams are considered suspect. Daydreaming and even mild alterations of consciousness take on moral connotations. Such ideas are mirrored in your society in innumerable fashions, and in areas in which values of good and evil are not apparent. Active sports are considered good, however, but often contrasted to passive intuitive activities which are often then seen as bad. You insist upon a material product of some physically demonstrated kind. In that context, dreams or daydreams are not viewed as constructive or productive. Young people are urged to tackle life aggressively, but in the usage of the term, this means competitively. It also implies, and of course promotes, the direction of individual consciousness in an exterior fashion only. Not only is consciousness to be focused to the external reality, but within those limits it is still further harnessed towards certain specific goals. Other inclinations are frowned upon. Such individuals are trained to consider any alterations of consciousness, any seemingly quote-unquote passive endeavor, as dangerous to one degree or another. An artist will be tolerated only if his work sells well, for example, in which case it will be thought that the artist is simply trickier than most in discovering a way to make money. The writer is put up with if books result in either fame or fortune. The poet is scarcely tolerated, for usually his or her gifts bring neither. The dreamer, whatever his age, job, or family background, is considered most suspect, for it seems that he doesn't even have a craft to excuse his moral laziness. People with such beliefs will find it most difficult to understand the creativity of their own being. The work done in dreams, the multitudinous experience encountered there, will be invisible to them. They will have little regard or respect for the dreamers or visionaries of the world, and will be the first to leap upon those in their own generation who display such tendencies. For all of this, however, inner portions of each individual's being are not touched by those beliefs. The ideas will be reflected in their daily experience, certainly, and seem to be justified. Yet beneath, the inner self is quite aware of the great thrusting creativity that occurs in dreams, and realizes that the source of individual energy has nothing to do with such superficial concepts as the nature of good and evil. End of chapter.